what it takes to round the mic right. Pause. Speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Pause. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
But what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women?
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't go well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks, or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive, the majority of men. Do you think that silence Is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get Black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if Black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be balance.
Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put him in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
Yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies or
Poli-sci, political science?
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic, Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This Might Be Risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag Do the Right Thing.
But I knew when we start kissing, I found love.
Why is my face still on this screen like this? What's up, y'all? What's up, party people? I'm back. I'm Bizak. Love is Bizak. I'm not sure why Hamp got me up here like this, but I'm here. Start doing some shout outs. It's running late. Come on, Tina. What's up, Lauren? My girl, Lauren. What's up, Impress? My baby. Who else in here showing love? Bub, what's good, Bub? Let me see. Passport Bro Villain. Chocolate Bunny, what's up, babe? Uh-oh, wait a minute. Why you show Forrest Whitaker? Brandon, Mr. Arkansas, what's good? Orchid, what's good, baby? What We Know podcast. I mean, you can hear me?
Shit like that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. You didn't have to stand people in the building.
It's just a damn page!
DJ Ham does. You was a little shaky having to do intros, huh?
You didn't tell me. We didn't plan that. We didn't
Put him in the fucking put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
I held it down. Don't play. I held it down. He played me. That was not rehearsed. He just sat there, left me out there hanging. So I had to do an improv. Black Seinfeld. Good.
Shalom, shalom, shalom. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend.
God. Whatever. I don't even know your harmonics, but don't do it. What's on?
Yo, man, Jesus Christ, you want to talk about struggle, boy?
Let's do an intro. I'm sitting there waiting for it to come off my face. So I was like, all right, let me go to the comments, show some love. You set me up. It's for your own people. Your own people.
Yo, man.
You set me up, Lauren. You know what you did? Set up party.
Shout out to Lauren, man.
Uh-oh. I'll take that beat. Thank you, AC. I'll take the beat for y'all some ignorant niggas. Thank you, Rojos. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the love. And yes, I do smile a lot. Life's great. Smile a lot.
Lauren Whitaker is Lauren Whitaker is crazy.
Yo, my girl.
Yo, she spazzed. Lauren Whitaker is crazy.
Oh, you're right for that. It was funny.
Damn, that's funny.
Watch. Lauren come out from them super chats now.
Big Bad Bull was popping. Debo was good. Well, all women ain't either. Okay. All right, Debo. Thank you.
Already? Okay, I see you.
Mel, you already know. It's popping. Travel One in the building. Sean K was popping. Victim Olympics. I see you. Was goody. Love Doobie was popping. He already putting in work. The old country for old simps. Salute. Impress putting in work, of course. Yeah. Danielle was popping. Ron, what up, though? I feel like I ain't seen you in a minute, man. Hope all is well. Rock was good. Chocolate Bunny was popping. We in here. Lauren putting in work. Salute. Miss Danielle Carson in the building, of course. Let me see. I got Chocolate Bunny already. Bub was popping. Nah, you ain't miss nothing.
Just getting started.
Orchid, salute. AC, I ain't see you yesterday. All right, he was muted. Black America. Chuck was good. JT was popping. FOE was popping. Anton in the building, of course. Brandon was good. Rainbow Kid, you on time today? Okay. Jerry said, Jesus Christ.
Wow. I'm starting already. Can't even say hi good.
Mr. Williams was good. Bro Joe, I see you. Miss Jilly. All right. Cornelius was popping. Like, share, Ratchet City was good. Quincy was popping. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. We got Black Seinfeld. CC, what up, though?
Up, CC. Midday crew is back. It's an impromptu midday, old school midday. What's good?
Harmonic in the building. I like it, man. I like it. We started. See, we only 20 minutes in since it's been streaming. That's good. B. Sammy was popping. Tony was good. Hope you've been reading. Yep. Jonathan was popping. Missy was good. CJ was popping. Let me see, man. I'm taking my time, Okay. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What's up, Omanage? Teresa.
Like the mature. Oh my God.
Right.
Wow. Perfect. Like what you like.
It's the JTK.
Who's Alice?
Huh?
I said, who's Alice? He was shouting out Hampton Alice. I said, who's Alice?
I think he meant love. I don't know.
I don't think he meant love because Mr. JTK knows me. Was he trying to be funny? Whatever.
Maureen, what's good? Damn, man. Yo, I had a crazy workout this morning, man.
That's what's up. So you shining like that?
Huh?
So you shining like that? Your skin glowing, you're shining, you got the green popping. I need that shirt. Send me the details. I need to get one of them shirts.
Say,
Yeah.
see what it say.
What does it say? That you already know. Send me the link.
It say, cancel. Remember when he said that?
I know that backwards and forwards. I do word for word.
You said the same thing about the Bible. Just chill. Marvin, what's popping?
You're annoying. And for my birthday, send me that shirt. Send me that shirt for my birthday.
I'll tell Chug. I met me and Chug met Hank and Doran. This is his lady.
Oh, okay. So they're here with you?
Nah, they came down just for a tournament. So her son was playing. Doreen, so Chug was hanging with her the whole time. He ain't smile, but he just was like sitting with her.
Yes, that's my baby.
Yeah, man. Chug a Woog in the building. Salute, Joe.
Big Chug. What's up, Joe?
Man, blue collar was popping. Okay. We getting there. Got 121 people in the building.
All right,
and 67 likes. Okay.
I like that.
Yeah, it can be better.
It can be a lot better. Don't mind she just sleepy.
Magnified says, "Don't mind Orchid. She's just delirious because she's sleepy. She will pass out soon."
Wow, perfect.
Man. Stacks, what's popping, nigga? Where you been at? Hope all is well, man. Dre, was good.
What's up, Dre Day?
Big Chug. Nah, Big Chug. I hope not, man. Damn. Whatever gonna pay them bills, baby. You know what I mean? Damn, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's Tuesday, second Monday of the week. Life's great. Sun's shining. You know.
How you like your hair?
The question is how the people like it. I love it. How do people feel like? What do people feel like with my hair?
Is that your natural color hair?
Yes.
Really?
Why are you asking? Why does it matter? First of all, you like it?
That's the color of Big Chug hair.
I know, because Black people can have naturally light colored hair.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's you.
Yeah, he's a testament that Black people can have light colored hair, and I would like to know what is the fascination with knowing that. Do you like my hair right now?
Yeah, it looks nice.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering about the color. Did you use that just for men in there? How did you do that?
Nigga, just for men. Why are you gonna be sorry already?
I know them great boys is in the front.
Where were your great boys at, fatty? Listen.
I don't have nothing.
Yes, you do. Am I losing weight? I need to pick my weight up. Pick my weight up.
I'm losing weight too.
Barely. You can't tell, nigga. Want to show that picture again I sent to you a couple weeks ago?
So it's definitely different from that picture.
I don't know. I don't know him, but I saw a picture of you on Instagram last week, and I'm like, that nigga didn't lose 2 pounds.
God damn, man.
I'm just saying.
Alexis, Aaron was good.
He got me come out swinging. He got me coming out swinging. I ain't want to come like this.
Don't make me take my shirt off, man.
Please don't. Please don't. The people are begging you not.
Don't take my shirt off. I'll tell you that right now.
So we trying to have a good midday. You got me starting already. I'm trying to keep it cute, real cute in the corner. Like he lost a child and his ankle child. His left one at that, Lauren. Maybe it's not.
This me though.
And this is me.
Go like this.
Stand up. Stand up.
All right, you go. Give me 2 good shakes.
Do 5 jumping jacks, fat boy. Nigga, do some jumping jacks.
I know it's under there, man.
Yeah, a scout.
I know it's under there.
A scout. And why you hearing about your hairline? Take that hat off, nigga. Let's see that hairline.
Yo, I'm just saying, man. I know what's under there, man.
Let me dial it back.
You know,
because you got me started already. We 5 minutes in.
I'm just saying, man.
Big shoulder. Why your shoulders all the way up to your ears, nigga? Why you talking? Your shoulders all the way up to your ears, and that ain't what you think it is. It ain't laying like you think it's laying. Now, can we go on with the show, please?
I'm just saying, man. Damn, man.
Supposed to be already. Let's talk about how all men are not created equal.
Hold on.
What are we doing? What is this?
Hold on. This the image. Hold on. What is this shit?
Yeah, what interested in what? What's you got caught? What's going on?
This one right here. You sure? So can you do a flip?
Can I flip backward like a somersault?
Yeah, and everything stay. Everything stay intact. If we do a flip.
Yes.
I don't think you can flip, yo.
I just fell out my chair.
If you flip, that shit over with, man.
I get up off the ground. Why are you doing this?
Yo, NTAT was good. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Mel, you think I was gonna sit here and take that? Callie was popping.
Started it.
No?
Started it.
All right, man. So, all men are not created equal. We were having a conversation yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, JP was windmilling. Shout out to JP.
Shout out to JP, J Frank.
But then he was like, okay. Well, look at my results. We say, what results, JP? Right?
Yeah. Man.
He got his own business.
Is it profitable?
Well, it's hot dogs, right? So the cost of goods sold for hot dogs, right? When you buy that product in bulk, is probably 30 cents, right? All in, you know, because you get a bulk of buns, ketchup, mustard, probably 35 cents all in.
What's his profit margin?
Probably 70%.
What do you mean probably? Did he say this or you're saying this?
No, when I looked it up, because when he was talking to me how much he made one weekend, I was about to buy one. So I did all the calculations. It's about 70% margin when you buy in wholesale.
So he has a stand?
You got a cart. You can heat stuff. You know, you keep it warm. All that stuff.
Okay. They bring those back. Okay.
Then the profit margin is crazy. It's like selling dope. Right now, you sell a hot dog for $2, right? So, you know, the margin's high, but it's still small, right? You got to sell enough of them, right? Yeah. But in terms of the profit margin is great.
That's what I'm asking about. That's the profitability of a business gauge. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and then you have to scale it, right, for it to become lucrative, right?
Is he gonna get a second stand?
One at a time. He working on a fruit truck, right? But essentially, he's saying got his hot dog cart, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said they took it from him, right? Mm-hmm. They like took it from all the vendors about having hot dog carts, I guess wherever they live, whatever. He went and fought and got the license back.
That's what's up.
They put him in the newspaper.
That's what's up. Go ahead, JP. I'm proud of you.
Right. So, all right, hold on now, right? So now, no, you're good. You're good. It's just interesting that you said that automatically. He also said he's getting a lot of complaints, but whatever. So he got possession, or he has custody of all 3 of his kids.
Okay.
He got his own place, right, with
Owns
his
it
kid.
or
Huh?
the owning or renting?
Renting.
Okay.
But you can argue, is it better to rent or own with this inflation in this market, right? He also got a woman.
Does he?
That people were saying was hard to control, but he managed to get her under tow and submit to him. So
that's a lot of well, okay, go ahead.
But I'm just saying, when you line up all his accomplishments, right?
Okay.
Men would be like, good job, right? You got custody of all three of your kids. You got your own business that you fought for and won. You said you made some money. And a woman that people said nobody could control, you controlled her.
So there's levels, right? Because what's the quality of life? And this is nothing against, let me do this disclaimer. It's nothing against him. Got that out there. But what's the quality of life, right? Because I think that should definitely be a variable for success. I immediately said congratulations because he fought the system and won.
Yeah.
Because that's, to me, there's no gauge, there's no levels to that. You fought it, you won. So that's immediately. The quality of life, the quality of the woman, what's her lot in life? Because nothing against her. But if this unruly woman was living with family or friends and didn't have anything, and she saw somebody with a 70% profit margin with his own rented apartment, that's a come up. But for someone like me, that's not a come up. So it's levels, right?
It's levels, but what the baseline? I got my kids, right? Right. I got my kids. I got my place. I got my woman. I got my business that I fought for and maintained it. If you hear that, is that a baseline of decent results?
Okay, baseline decent results. Yes, but then obviously we'd like to go deeper to understand. How are the kids behaved? If they're unruly children, getting bad grades in school or fighting everybody and bullying kids at school,
you won't know that, right? You won't.
It's a baseline.
You won't actually. But what I'm saying is, you won't actually know that, right? You won't know the ins and outs of what's going on, right? So we go generally off the surface. So based on the surface, right?
Yes.
Is that like a thumbs up?
Yes. Without knowing the intricacies of it, outside looking in, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And of course and I'm not tossing away the fact that, how the kids are doing, how the kids are treated, the quality of the woman, the quality of the home, the quality of the business, 100%, right? But when you're just looking at stuff, right, is a baseline, and the issue is because people are transparent, right? You can dig into them, right? But 95% of us, you can't dig into because we're not giving up that much information.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And then when you
up too, what I'm saying? Or we'll lie about it, or So
yeah, and even like this, right? When you look at the stats where men don't have their kids, men can't win their kids, right? Men can't take full custody and possession of their kids. Men can barely get visitation because we got to fight for it. And I get that there's an issue that you got to fight in the first place, but nevertheless, right? So when you look at the majority of men who lose that fight, right? Outside looking in, he won that fight. You know what I'm saying? Just looking at it like that. And of course,
he's winning. Like I said, baseline established.
It's a very baseline, right? Because it's about the fight almost, right? When you think about it, he went and got his business back, right? Yeah, Lou was popping. I don't know all the details, neither does Love, but we just looking at baseline stuff, right? There may be something to come out and say, "Oh, the women were bad women," whatever the case is, But we just know the result. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure there's more bad women than the ones he dealt with, but niggas is losing. You know what I'm saying? So just looking at it, right? And I'm looking at the fact that you have to win these back and forth. You have to win the kids. You have to win the fact that you maintain your business if the government try to revoke it,
He won the fight. So again, a fight was won and he came out the victor. That's success.
Yeah, right. And so when we looked at Created Equal, what's the overarching factor or issue what makes men above other men in your estimation? All men are not created equal.
Off the dome, it would be how they handle challenges of life, right? Do they fold under the pressures and challenges of life? Or do they be like JP and fight? Not a lot of men have that tenacity and got that fight. And they say they do, but when the rubber hits the road and challenges come, what is their result? Is it to put in that fight? Is it to, work when you're tired, despite you being tired? Is it to push through when you don't feel like it? When it gets hard, you're gonna push through, or you're gonna sit there and just give up. That's the difference.
Yeah, and I think that there may be a few instances in the chat where they don't quite understand what we just talked through and laid out, right? Because what you pinpointed is key, right? It ain't about like to salute to Chuck. He's saying participation trophy. But if you notice, we pinpointed things that niggas generally lose in, right? You go up against the government, do niggas win generally? Like,
right.
Do you when you go up against to get your children, do men win generally? You see what I'm saying? So we don't know. I don't know what the intricacies are, right? But the fact that the majority of men lose in those things is what we actually pointing out. That would be more than a participation trophy.
Absolutely, because he didn't just participate, but he won on the other side. Like,
and the key is, love, the majority of men lose in those instances. You see what I'm saying? That's the one thing that we want to understand, right? And then you argue the majority of men, and I think the ladies make this argument a lot. How many men are fighting for the kids in the first place?
Exactly.
Or do we just go, you know what? I'll do whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'll take my weekends and whatever the case is. You know.
They take us find what they want though too.
So yeah, so maybe Chuck will recalibrate in his thinking. But go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, no, you're saying like the fight, right?
Yeah. So the fight and having that perseverance, that tenacity. And that's where, all men are not created equal, because not all men have that fight, that perseverance. They'll pick and choose their battles, and normally they'll pick and choose the battles based upon the low-hanging fruit of a victory. And so that's the levels to it too, because if it's a bet, right? It's a gamble. And my question is, do men go after things that they know they'll win, or they got the things that they feel are worth fighting for? Those are two different questions, right? And I think the level of that man and that quality and power of the man is to go after what's worth fighting for, because you got that fight in you.
Yeah. And what do you think men default if you had to speculate?
The latter. Well, no, the former, which is they'll go after low-hanging fruit. So they can sit there and say, I got that win, but it's low-hanging fruit, the path of least resistance, and not necessarily what's best or what's really worth fighting for.
Damn. You think most of us go for low-hanging fruit? We don't give a lot of pushback?
Right. I believe that, yes. You want to get that. You want to get that W on under your belt, right? It may be a weak W, but I got that W.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, right, we look at the culture, right? And again, right, it's hard to use tangible examples because obviously there's probably so much information that we don't have. You feel me? Right? Yeah. So if you look in the chat, they like, well, did he fight? Like, we're just looking at the result of it, right? Because oftentimes when people talk, you don't know the intricacies. So if they told you those results, you would be like, oh wow, okay. Because usually men don't come out on top in that. You see what I'm saying? But it seems like a lot of people in the chat have more information, so they can't separate the concept from the person.
Yeah, I don't even read the chat when I'm on here, but no. Details, and so they're trying to discount the win.
Yeah, and they may be correct, right? We don't, but just looking at it, right? In terms of conceptually, that doesn't go ahead.
Right, we're on a principle right now, and so take JP out of it, right? Because he has his people. with him, against him. But it's the principle we're talking about in this moment, in the principle of, the fact that he fought. And like Ham said, I agree with you. Typically, men that fight against the government, when black men fight against the government, they don't come out, or they don't even try to fight the government. They're like, well, took my hot dog cart. What am I going to do now?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm giving JP that W because in his, the war's one in your mind. Like, I'm going to do it. This is worth fighting for. My hot dog cart is worth fighting for. And he did it. When others did not fight to get their license or permit back, he did.
So 100%. And so people look for the path of least resistance. You think generally, men and women?
Yes.
Do you think it's more problematic if men do?
Yes.
And you think the majority of men default to the path of least resistance?
Yes.
What does that? What tier of man, if we're not creating equal, does that put them at? It sounds like the majority, they just average.
Yeah, absolutely. That's average. That's not an above average man to go to the path of least resistance.
But if the majority are men there, what does that do? How do women look at those men?
To be quite honest with you, give me a little insight into our locker room talk. It's not favorable. Not favorable. It's really not. Especially if you have. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Especially if you have a woman that is a go-getter and has that, that fight in her, and she sees things for what they are, and she has things, and she sees the man that she's with doesn't have the same fight and hunger as her. She's not gonna look favorably upon that. Because also it plays out in their relationship too. And so, of course, there's levels to women as well. There's degrees to everything. And so that's why you have to be properly matched, because you can't have a go-getter woman and then an average dude. And you want an average dude, get you an average chick, and she'll be happy to do it with her.
Let me ask you, is that what's happening though? You think that the wrong people are getting together? You think that men still make more money than women, right? But the gap from what I've noticed is not a huge gap, right? Does the wages have anything to do with it? If your woman's a go-getter and you are not, how does that manifest in the relationship?
So it manifests in the relationship in the way of, I want to move to a better neighborhood. We deserve to go to a better neighborhood. And the dude like, I'm happy where we at now. Why? Why we got to move? We've been here for a minute. I'm comfortable. Let's just say why do we have to go someplace different that has greener grass? Why we have to go somewhere where there's a HOA or a community neighborhood committee? Like, why do we have to do that? I'm good sitting right here. We all right. That's how it can sound or play out in a relationship.
Damn. One thing I was noticing, right, is that when we start to talk like we are not struggling to an extent. So like, for instance, if I'm talking about approaching women and the things of that nature, right? And I'm like, hey, fellas, stop operating like you're at a deficit, right?
Yeah.
Like she got all the bullets in her gun and you got a knife.
Right.
No, you approach her like you got the bullets and you take control of that situation.
We love that. We as women love that. We put that in real quick. We love that. Go ahead.
So, and when I start to say that, they like, well, Hamp, shut up, nigga. You DJ, you play football, you play that. It's just like I'm an extreme outlier or something, or oftentimes men that have success get discounted. Like, that's just you. That's not the majority. Like, you know what I mean? But I'm not doing nothing special. You know what I'm saying? Or when we start to speak power, like, nigga, don't be a bitch. train yourself, get your muscles. You know what I'm saying? Go box, go do mixed martial arts, go do Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Make yourself, you know what I mean, a dangerous man. You know, learn how to shoot a gun. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be calling nobody to change your tire for the sake of you shouldn't be calling nobody to change your tire.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, I got money for that. Right? It's like when you start to tell men, yo, you the man. You feel me? I've noticed there's a lot of brothers like, no, that's a minority of men. That's a small portion. We all can't get it like that. But nothing I said that is anything that I didn't learn.
Right. And so it's very interesting because I've heard some of these conversations on here, over the past 2 years we've been doing this together. When you say those things, the men will say, well, that's not gonna work. They come with a defeatist attitude already. So they put themselves.
Look, watch this. Look, watch this. Sorry, just they cut you off, right? So CC threw the cape on for the niggas that operate at a deficit, right?
Yeah.
So super CC, right? Boom. You can't make it up.
Wow.
You can't make it up, right? All I'm saying is, you operate from a place of strength, right? Yeah. If she rejects you, so what? That don't mean you operate at a deficit.
Right.
But shout out to Super CC. Go ahead, love. My bad.
The girl, keep that cape clean. So it's a defeatist attitude, and I forgot what I was going to say honestly, but it's a defeatist attitude, and I rest up down now. And it's like you're operating out of a deficit, and it's not like you're saying go climb Mount Everest. You're saying things you can literally go out there and do. And so it's like they don't even want to try, and that's the part of the path of least resistance I'm talking about. They don't want to do anything extra. It's not going to work. Or I tried, what, once? Because it didn't happen that one time. You just forget about it, not even going to do it again. And that's the part I'm talking about. Because again, getting your muscles up, doing jujitsu, and everything else you said, that's not out of the ordinary things. They got gyms on every single corner. It's just that some people choose to go to the liquor store on every single corner instead to the gym. Like, where are your priorities at? What you doing? Like, where's your mind at? Where's your heart at?
And the thing is, like, women are. See, the thing is, when I was looking right, on Instagram, I did this on purpose, right? I'm looking at like regular women, right? I looked at your profile, Tay's profile, right? Everybody's profile, right? Y'all don't got no likes.
Well, I don't post, first of all.
Yeah, all right, whatever. You got y'all got like 20 likes.
Well, are you talking about well, first of all, let's be very clear.
God, see?
Very clear.
Here's what I'm saying. Corey Joe, yeah, we live. Here's all I'm saying is that y'all get average women, like regular everyday women, right?
Okay.
Attractive, regular everyday women, right?
Yeah.
Y'all get 10, 20 likes. Y'all not getting all this attention.
Well, let's define all this attention because my last post I got like 55, 60 likes.
Yeah, that ain't shit.
Don't say 20. It's more than 20.
All right, 50.
Likes.
100. That shit's weak.
And
that's all I'm saying. Look at Chocolate Bunny. 36.
But no, what I'm saying, it's relative. And you know what? So the thing about it is,
I'm just saying that there's a lot of women that would love to be approached, right? But yes. I think what is happening is we hear too much shit that makes the path of least resistance more attractive, right? So when we have the talking of, hey, the women got all these dopamine hits from social media, right? Yeah, the women with the fat asses and all that shit that got their ass on the sink do 100%. But you never had access to her, even if you wanted it. But fucking Jane Doe got 10 likes, nigga. She not getting all these dopamine hits, like, and I did it. Like, I looked at 100 profiles of like regular women that would be deemed to be pretty. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying bunch of 10s, you know what I'm saying? But 5s and up. You know, and I'm like, yo, they just got regular ass likes.
I think I'm getting inadvertently sprayed. But
No, it was 100 profiles. I looked at I counted 100 profiles. I looked at.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And all the women were pretty, but it just was the fact that yo, you got 20 likes, nigga, because you don't got your ass on the sink. It's just your face. You out. You know, you might be on a vacation or some shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then when you approach these women in like around the way.
Mhm.
Now, see, here's the thing. If I were to approach a woman, right? Like I used to be out with your brother all the time, right? He'd be like, go talk to her. I go. It don't matter. They don't know me. I'm a DJ. They don't know I do this, that, and the like. I'm just going up.
Right.
And the majority of the time, it was never nothing too crazy if I got rejected. You know what I'm saying? And it was just a conversation. But it's a matter of approaching. You know what I'm saying? But again, back to the tagline: all men are not created equal. And it's like the mindset is the key.
It is. It starts there. It really does start there. And so it's funny because, you know, these men that are looking for the girls that got the butts on the countertop and got the 1,000 likes, they think that they deserve to her. And then if she rejects you, then you tried everything. But it's like, no, like, nigga, you average. And there's nothing wrong with being average. Nothing wrong. And average, and that's even relative. Depending on where you at. And so Royal Pine. So too, that's funny. It's like go after, you know, the average woman because that's what you deserve. And that's your level. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Y'all can build together. What's wrong with building? Men don't want to build anymore. They just want stuff sitting there handed to them. It's like that's the part. Ooh, that's it's disheartening as a woman. And I hear this from my friends. And it's like men are so scared to be in that leadership role. They're so scared. So when it's time to sit there and lead, when it's time to make a decision, are you scared to make a mistake or what? Like, just do it.
So see, here's the thing, right? I have Black King, you late, nigga. You like and I can't say this because all my brothers start getting on my head. When I just be like, niggas is pussy, bro. Like I hate this shit. I really do. And it's not even about physical violence, right? It's just about like I don't sleep because there's no time for it. You know what I'm saying? Like I have things to do and objectives to meet, you know? That's why every morning you get a clip from TMBR, right? That's why you get the shows standardly on time. If you look at YouTube shows, I start very much on time as compared to a lot of just different shows. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm consistent. If I'm not going to be here, I'll make sure I find a dope throwback to play in that spot. And then I made up for one of the shows. You know what I'm saying? Right? On a Sunday, right? And I got the kids, right? And they going to camp and swimming, and we still do family and shit like that, you know? And I DJ. And if you look at the throwback clips from now and then, right? And I still got ways to go, but look at my face. You know what I'm saying? I lost a decent amount of pounds in the double digits, right? And I was, you know, I'm like an athlete, right? So it's different for me. It's not like I was like, I'm just old as shit. You know what I'm saying? Now as compared to before. But like you can do all these things. You know what I'm saying? You can do all these things. Right? But it's just like, but like, look, right? Chuck told me he was getting his weightlifting equipment out of the storage. It's still in there. That was 6 months ago.
Oh, come on, man. What you waiting on?
Right? So it's busy as fuck, right? Right? I'm busy as shit. But who cares, bro? These hours are for.
Get it done.
And I don't understand it. But then niggas will say, oh, but I'm not even, you notice I ain't talk about women at all.
Not once.
I work.
That's how it's supposed to be too.
Yeah. I do this. I DJ. I got my moving company, right? I got the kids. I got the houses, right? I got a wife, right? I got responsibilities. I make time for myself, etc. Right? But it ain't got shit to do with no women.
Right.
But
it does.
Go ahead.
So I got a couple of things. I need to start writing stuff down. I got a couple of things though. So people make time for they want to make time.
You know I love you.
Yeah, he did come for you. That's all right. Get that gym stuff out the storage, Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
But you make time for what you want to make time for. There are the same 24 hours you got. Same 24 hours you got. The same 24 hours they got. Right. And it's all about getting it all done. You can still make time for yourself. Now let me ask you this though, because you ain't Superman. Something taken a back seat to something else.
Yeah.
What's in the back seat? Tell me.
I think the affection, right, between my wife and I is kind of right because the kids often take precedent.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
How's she feel about that?
Like women feel.
Yeah, because and that's why I asked, because I would be upset about that.
And the thing is, and that's the thing. So, like, what you asking for, the issue is when women get it, they actually don't know how to handle it, right? When you got a man that has a A-type personality in terms of going to get it, right, to build a future and a legacy, and then you want to have kids during that process, a lot of that time, you know, is kidnapped from other things, whether it be the kids, maintaining the businesses, finding other streams of revenue, right? Making sure their product is absolutely awesome, right? That takes a lot of time. And unfortunately, the man gets put on the back burner for the kids, especially at the young age, like Big Chug and them, right? And then the work don't stop, especially when a man is like my age, where we start to really hit our stride and understand shit. Like, okay, I know how to run this well, right? She gonna have friction, but you got to understand that that's how that man's mind works. Because when I get 50, I'm not gonna be able to do the same shit. So it's time to grind. You know?
I gotta cut in here because you are giving men an excuse. I'm gonna be very honest.
No, you asked me where the deficit lies.
No, I know, but but what I'm saying, when you sat there and say, yeah, she's gonna take a back burner because I'm doing X, Y, and Z, and a lot of men will be like, yeah, I'm doing X, Y, and Z, when you're really not.
No, you asked me though.
I know I'm asking you, but men will sit there and ride your coattails with what you just said, right? But hear what I'm saying to you. You said what you said, and you got proof. You have true, tangible results and outputs that we can see. But you will see a lot of men ride your coattails and what you just said. Yeah, I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Are you really? And when you think you're doing something, you're not. Your woman is still, or your love life is still on the back burner and not being attended to. Let's be realistic. I think men really need to take a realistic look at themselves and what they're really doing and producing. And not just up here, tangible results, not intangible, tangible results. And I like to add, lastly, a lot of this building and grinding, you can do it with your wife or with your woman.
Yeah, facts. No, my wife, so she helps. She does the like sales for the business and shit.
Yeah.
But she wants to, right? But often it's not like a heavy push, you know what I'm saying? But when she does it, she does a good job, you know what I'm saying? And she tries. She picked it up because she saw, okay, I can win these bids, you know. So yeah, but certainly, but it would go, and this is no shade, but it would go regardless, you know what I'm saying?
I got you, because it was before. It was before she got. I don't think that shade. I don't think she would either, because she understands. Before she did this, you were doing it already. So yeah, I don't think she would take that as shade, but it's not. But at the same time, I will say to you, men, I know y'all are grinders and y'all type A, and for those of you that really are, and those of you that think you are but you're not, you still need to ensure that you take time for your relationships. You have to, right? Because then you wonder why, this little small chasm will grow into, a big, humongous Grand Canyon size issue.
Yeah, 100%. But we're talking about men getting it popping, right? I just want you to understand when he getting it popping, things often lay by the wayside. What you got to understand is when women get it popping, right? I.e., with their kids and shit, oftentimes the husband does take a back burner, especially with small kids. But the issue is women think that's okay. Why? Because when you say kids, everybody's like, oh, I can see. Right? Why your husband gonna be timed out because of kids? See, you have to keep that same logic and apply it to women, but we often don't because we say kids in the process.
Well,
right?
I think, so let me say this to you because I'm an equal opportunity person.
What's up, Tiff? Go ahead.
Hello. I'm an equal opportunity, right? And responsibility, accountability person. So the wife still has responsibilities, right? And again, if she wants her husband in her relationship with her husband or work, whatever, to stay viable, she does have to take some accountability in ensuring that it stays alive. And whatever that means, whether it be talking to him and saying, hey, this is what I can do, what can we do? I want to make sure we do this. Or if it's taking a vacation once every 3 months without the kids for a whole week. Like, y'all have to have y'all time together. I don't recommend it waiting that long, but there has to be a concerted, focused effort on the relationship on both parts.
No, 100%. I understand. I know what you're saying. But you know what's actually said in real time, right?
Yeah, and so I understand I understand that, but I'm saying too, I'm saying this to them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying it to them.
No, I know, but I just want to be clear, right? I just telling you what doesn't happen. You know what happened.
I understand.
Right. Oh, Tiff, you got a regular you got a shawl or something or a coat?
You have shoulders. Your shoulders are out.
Just grab you a t-shirt real quick.
Or a shawl.
All right. So
what I'm saying is I agree. I understand what happens in real time. But coming from a seasoned woman, I'm telling women, you got to do this. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So I'm giving stage wisdom at this point. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah. No, 100%. I'm glad you're telling them that, right? Like the kids are no excuse, right?
Right.
Just like the grind is no excuse, essentially, right?
Right. Y'all, we can't use that as an excuse not to get our relationship because it was there before this.
Yeah, 100%. So, no, that's real. But when we talk about, so Tiff was popping. Welcome. You on mute.
You on mute, you talking.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good. So we were just in a.
I didn't know y'all had the shoulder thing.
That's cool.
That's my fault, Tiff. I should have told you. No, that's my bad. Because last time I seen you was straight, so I don't even think we even mentioned it last time.
Yeah, no, I had on a garment. So. Yeah,
that's all good. Devin, you late, nigga. Marcus, you was late too. I'm trying to say hi, nigga. You should say sorry. So Tiff, we just talking about men and there's all men aren't created equal, and love was simply articulating what bothers her about what she deems the majority of men, like really wanting to go get it, really making something out themselves, using a time that's allotted in a day to make a difference or to make an impact in some way, whether it be specifically for their family or maybe in the community. There's another thing we didn't touch on yet was we talk a lot of shit about the community, right? Just the black community in general. And then when I start to ask questions like, what do you do? Niggas say, I get rich and move away. I'm not going back there. I'm not helping out those kids. Fuck them kids. I'm not contributing, but I'm going to talk a lot of shit about it. Right? My thing is, if you don't want to help it or help fix it or contribute, do your thing. But the talking shit is where we're going to have a problem. Right? And so when I ask the brothers, what are you doing? Right? Because I'll name different organizations. I had my kids up here that I coach football, for to show, okay, here's actual results. These men are different because of me. And you could tell in their decorum and how they speak and their demeanor, right?
You mentioned
again,
I think you said like an Omega Association. You talked about it for a little bit.
I'm a Q, yeah.
All right. Go Boots.
Yeah, yeah. So, but just looking right, just in terms of making something, like just men. Like, how do you see? Because I remember you were asking a different, a set of questions when you were up here last time.
Mhm.
Like, what do we want? But how do you see the majority of men?
I think that's kind of the problem. We're grouping a lot of people together.
Well, when we talk, we generally talk about black men.
But even with black men, what you're saying as far as what you do is more what I've grown up with and more of what I can relate to. So
Okay.
my grandfather, both sides were Masons. We did volunteer work. We still do volunteer work. My mother is very heavy in the church. We went to church. So the quality of man, I think one, if you're submitting to God, is a little bit different because you have something a barometer of what you can and can't do. I know a lot of black guys that go back and help. I don't know that now. I've seen people, but I really feel like a lot of that is red pill. It's not. If that's all you see, I would question as a woman, what are you doing? Because you attract what you are. I hate to say it, but
Okay. So where do you, when you look at, and I know we are not a monolith, right? But in terms of the men, like all men aren't created equal. Are men rising to the challenge from your estimation?
I think there's some areas of opportunity.
So let me ask you a question. From your estimation, do you think the majority of men are rising to the challenge?
I'd say about 50-50.
Let me ask you a question. Based on what you see in the earth, do you think the majority of men are rising to the challenge? Or the minority?
I don't like to think it's a minority because I think a lot of times we are where we came from. So I think it's hard to ask a man to be a man if he's never seen manhood.
Okay. So you think the majority of us are rising to the manhood challenge or the minority?
The minority.
Damn. Let me ask you a question. So you think, and why do you think that is?
So you made a comment about going back and helping people. And I think for a lot of folks, they will, it seems like some people, when they make it, and I get it, nobody wants to go back to the hood, but there should be some kind of like program. Now I will say young girls that are in certain associations, like they have the baby deltas and then they have the baby AKAs and like you said, baby Qs. So one, I think it's the network. I think it's the people that you know. But again, if you've never seen manhood, how are you supposed to do it?
So the majority of us haven't seen manhood. You think the majority, and I would say you have a point, especially with these generations, like the Gen X, right? And then the earlier millennials, I would say. Like I would say from 81 to 87, those millennials, right? I think those generations kind of run together where the fathers start to disappear just a bit. I guess you can go into the early 90s, right? But you do see dads if you look at these second generation NFL players, like it's surprising, like the nepotism you see. And again, it's I know like 8 of them right now, but that's a whole lot because less than 1% of anybody plays in the NFL. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that you got 8 kids who dad played in the NFL is a lot of people. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Colin Kaepernick is a good example of his father was a professional baseball player, and he's also married to somebody that's outside of our community.
Yeah, that he would be a bad example. Like Antoine Winfield. Let's use like a black man, black on black. Yeah, but just like an example, he plays for the Buccaneers. He's an all-pro. Which is like there's only 2 all-pros for every position every year. So very, very good player. Patrick Surtain, very, very good player. Their fathers were good. I think these guys might be a little bit better than their fathers. But yeah, so just good tangible examples. But generally, I just more or less trying to just get the number of years in which the father started to disappear. So what happens with those men?
Well,
how do they turn out?
One, I think nepotism isn't anything. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Who you know, like your network affects your network. So if you don't have people that are trying to matriculate out of certain situations, it could be an issue. Now, I will say, as far as the man disappearing, I think a lot of you don't think you went far enough, because if you think about the 1994 crime bill, and when people were that 3 strikes and you're out, I think that took a lot of men out the house. On top of, we did go through a drug epidemic where, like, white people are having it now, but it's a health issue. Black people were put in jail, specifically black people.
So yeah, I'm not gonna argue. If you think it's further than that, then whatever the years are that you think, when those men are raised without their fathers, right? They're all men aren't created equal. Where do those men lack that women can identify that makes them undesirable?
Drill it down.
Yeah, so like what? So he doesn't have his father, right? So therefore, he's not meeting manhood standards. What is he missing?
I don't think because you don't have a father, it doesn't mean that you reach manhood. I think that sometimes
Tiff, you killing me, because you said they don't have fathers, right? So I'm actually going down your line of logic, and now you saying I don't think. I'm not saying anything's absolute. I'm saying you mentioned that, so I said, okay, what are the years? Okay, they don't have fathers. What does that look like? How does it manifest? How do you identify it, and what makes them undesirable?
My son is 26. His first years, probably to year 7, his father was not active, but I took the responsibility to get him around men. So he went to men camp. He played sports. I think if somebody's not there, then as a mom, you have to put your kids around some men.
Okay. How about my question? Because we saying that those men are right, because we said the men don't measure up to a manhood standard, minority, majority, right? The answer was a majority of men, right? And then the one reason why, I'm not saying the only reason, but is because they didn't have an example of a father, right? So without that example, all don't mean all, but how do those men come up? What are they lacking that makes them not quite meet that standard of manhood?
I don't know, and so I watched all yesterday, and there was a particular person that met the metrics of you are quote unquote doing a good job, but for other people they weren't meeting the standard. So to me, when you're talking about manhood, a lot of it has to do with what do you expect? I had a father, I have uncles, I have grandfathers. So my example was men walking it out and doing what they do. I have a fantastic husband. The men that don't have that, at some point, you got to go out and search for yourself. So if you've grown and you didn't have it, there are associations that you can get with. So a little bit is going to be on the mom, but once you get a particular age, that responsibility is on you. And there are plenty of good men that I'm sure if a grown man came to you right now and said, I have no idea what manhood looks like, would you help him?
Me? If they needed help with manhood?
Yes, they say, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm getting this wrong. I want to get this right. Would you help that person?
Sure.
Okay, so at what
But
point?
you didn't answer my question.
I did.
No, I'm saying men have the men. What do they, when we say that they're not measuring up to the standard of manhood, what are their characteristics and attributes?
Not responsible, not taking accountability. It's always somebody else's fault. It's the white man, it's the black woman, it's everything but them. Again, once you get a particular age, some of that comes onto you. Like if you didn't have a mom, at some point you got to figure it out. And I think for a lot of men, you need to figure it out.
Okay. Love, same question.
What are men missing that don't up to the standards? That's the question.
So all men aren't created equal. The men that you see in your head that are seemingly lesser than, what are they missing?
We talked about this already. I said that they make excuses. They don't have that fight. They don't have that tenacity. They don't have that perseverance. They don't have, that warrior spirit. They take the path of least resistance. They want what's easy. When things get hard, they fold. That's lesser than. I mean, they're still a man biologically, but that man. When we say man, he is up to the challenge. He doesn't fold. He fights. He works. Make things sure taken care of. Right. There's no excuses. I'm gonna make it happen. And I may come up against a brick wall right now. I'm gonna find a different way.
And you think that's the majority of men? What do you see men folding on? Like, what do you see men not pushing through?
Ooh, here comes the fight. That's where the fight broke out. If you're asking me to name like categories of challenges, I'm gonna say they don't fight. I'm gonna make it broad. Relationships in every form, right? Relationships. They don't fight and have that perseverance when it comes to getting coming up against a brick wall numerous times. They're like, just forget it. They have that. They have that mentality. So they whether it be work. It could be running a business. It could be relationships again. Running a brick wall in a relationship is too hard. It's not worth it. It's just across the gamut, Hemp, honestly. When things get tough, they just be like, forget it. I don't even feel like it. Like, what happened to that? No, I'm gonna fight because this is worth it. It's like men don't even know what to say. This is worth it.
So you don't think?
Go ahead.
So you don't think men today have endurance?
No, majority of men don't. There are men that have endurance. Yeah, I'm with one. He has endurance.
Okay, that's good. Everybody that come on YouTube wear our drawers on the outside of our pants. Anyway,
of course, I see him every time they go.
It's
no one has any flaws. No one's made mistakes. Everyone's right all the time. They fight so hard and they warriors and they got all the answers, but they ain't got nothing to show for all the answers they got. Yeah, them niggas. Mm-hmm. They're coming up in a minute. Don't worry about it. They're coming up here about 15 minutes. We sit there and drop the link.
I already dropped the link.
Oh, they'll be up here in a minute. Come on, y'all. I'm waiting. I know y'all coming.
As I think through it, do you think that you gave anything really tangible, or is this more how you feel?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
No, like, so you kind of said like concepts,
about what,
like when men fold,
Oh yeah. So how could I help me answer your question? Then how can it be more tangible? Then I'm giving concepts because they don't.
Yeah, I understand the concepts, right? But it'd be slight speculation. Can you name like any type of numbers or statistic, or where you see us at a deficit and you see other men persevering, maybe not as much, and black men are falling like short, right? Which could then bring the concept to life. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Let me look up a stat real quick. But the first thing that came to my mind was businesses. So let me get a stat real quick.
Okay.
Hold on.
Tiff, same question. What do you think about Love's sentiments?
I think that can be true for some people.
So
When
Tiff,
listening,
generally we don't use some, right? Because
okay,
it always applies. There's always outliers. So
okay.
we're gonna go with minority and majority. So based on her sentiments, do you think that she's more right than wrong regarding men?
I don't know about the folding thing. Like I know that she went through and talked about business, and again, it goes through like business acumen. Does somebody teach you how to run a business? If you don't know how to run it, you can try all you want to, but it takes a particular skill set. So one of the things I think about is like education and how it's changed from when we went to school to how now we had a bunch of different programs that people could go to. I think the average person reads at like a third grade level. So one of the things that I think would help is reading more books, being explorative, finding things out. The fold thing, I don't know. I don't know about that because you can't say you have a good man, but then say the rest of the men fold because that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Not
my man is a minority. No, I got you. No, I'm just saying, but there is a minority of men. There's a remnant. So that's all I was saying.
Yeah.
So yes, he's definitely a part of the minority. Like he definitely has endurance. He's absolutely, he's a warrior. He's a warrior, and I talk all the time. So yeah, he is a part of the minority. So real quick, the stats before I forget, real quick. So looking at the business, right?
Share your screen.
Oh shoot.
Go down and say like share.
Present.
Yeah.
Share. Oh, come on. I gotta open my system settings. Crap.
Really?
That's what I'm like. I'm on a Mac.
It should be under present if you have a Mac.
It is. No, it is. But when I try to click on it, saying I gotta open my system.
She doesn't. Her permissions.
Yeah, my permission. So I was like, yeah. So real quick, but I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'm gonna get Can you do it? Okay, here.
All right. Yeah. Drop it in the chat, and then you can talk through it.
Yes. Let me talk about it. So the percentage of Black male businesses, to the population of Black males is 19% that own businesses. For Hispanics, it's 36.7% of the population they own it. There you go. There you go. White men, 82% are employer business owners, and they're only 72%. So they are far outweighing. So men far outweighing. And I'm gonna use JP as an example. JP, again, he has a hot dog stand. So I'm translating to a tangible example. JP has a hot dog stand.
Well, use me, right? Because use me. So
they don't like JP. Okay, so but you didn't get it. I don't know if you got. Oh, okay. So I'll use an example. Hopefully, I can say this. Oof. So your business closed. The one you had up here in DC, it closed. You went to go work for someone.
Mm-hmm.
It closed for different reasons. Mm-hmm. But you opened another one. You went down there, didn't probably know anyone down in Texas. You created that network. And now you out there grinding with your business. And dare I say, even doing better than you were up here because you had lessons learned. You didn't let that closing of your business stop you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm talking about as far as the perseverance or tenacity, right? It's easier to work for someone else, especially after your business didn't succeed. You came up against a lot of roadblocks. You know them all. You and I both know them all. And you decided, I'm gonna do it again. That right there is what I'm talking about. As far as perseverance and tenacity, not folding under that challenge.
Damn. So okay, I see the example. So your correlation in terms of men not Black Seinfeld stupid, men not persevering. You're saying that you see this based on these numbers here. So
it's an example. So I'm talking.
What's your second? So use these numbers. You just articulated it out, but when you're looking at these numbers, what are you saying exactly?
That the Black owned ones only make up, I said 18.7%, like really 19% of the population. So those 2.7% of the 14.4, that's like 19%, right?
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, like when you see Black owned businesses as 2.7, Latino 7%, white owned 82, Asian 11%.
Yeah.
What's the sentiment that you think this stat proves?
So owning a business is not easy. So I know that they face challenges.
Yep.
And despite the challenges faced, they're still opening up and keeping either their, they sit there and close the business quick and reopen another one because they under a new name or whatever. So it's not like businesses experience challenges regardless across races.
Yeah.
And so I want to make sure that's very clear. They definitely experience them, but it's like, what do you do with that experience challenge in your business? Do you close it or do you keep on going?
And you're speculating that since our numbers are so low, black men aren't pushing through and persevering, or otherwise we would have more businesses.
Absolutely, because our black men are just as smart, just as inventive, just as innovative. They're just as, they have great ideas. They're not lacking in any of those areas. They can make businesses.
I'm gonna drop the link.
Mm-hmm.
Tiff, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah. With businesses, like, I don't want to mention a person, but especially in food businesses, they tend to fail within 5 to a couple. I think it's average of 5 years. So one, I think it's just incredibly hard for people to manage a business. I think a lot of times people think LLCs are really easy to get, and it's not. To make a business be profitable and you have a family that's depending on you, I don't think there's anything wrong with a man going to work a 9 to 5 and they have insurance. I would prefer that. My kids are covered. He's covered if anything happens. If you're a business owner and something happens and you hit the wall, that can take you out. So that's one. Two, I'm not going to sit here and act like getting loans are different for black men. An example would be Bill Gates. Well, not Bill Gates, Apple guy. He got a small loan from his father. Trump got a small loan of $100K. I think the revenue that a lot of white men have access to is not the same as black men. When you start talking about legacy and just being able to get loans. So I don't know about the not pushing through. Like, if you try to be an entrepreneur and it doesn't work and you have other responsibilities, then I think you should work and do your business on the side. I think both can work. So I'm not but it can be a yes and. Yes, I work and I have a business. Yes, I have this, but I'm also doing this on the side.
What do you think about the correlation she drew between us not having businesses and black men not pushing through based on the percentage of businesses that we own?
I'm not going to say it's not pushed through. I think it's just you don't have the skills. You don't have the skills. It doesn't. You can have all the will in the world, but if you don't know how to manage, if you're bad with money, if you get into the situation where financially you can't make it happen, that's not a lack of will. That's a lack of resources.
Okay, so you're saying that the reason why black businesses fail because we don't have the liquid to support it?
From what I've seen, yes. It's not. I think people wholeheartedly get into it and they really want to make it work. But again, like, if you need loans, do you have employees? Do those employees need insurance? Do you have to be insured? A lot of factors go into owning a business. Now, if you're like a standalone and it's just you and you can make it happen, then that's different. Like, why are you not making it work? You only need you to do it. But in all the other stuff, I think they're factors.
Okay, so when you look at the Latino man, you think he has more access to capital than us?
Yeah. Because they work together. I live in Texas just like you. And I have seen where a whole family will be in one house. Everybody's in the house. They get their money up. They get another house. And they build within the systems. The issue with, I think, just the black community in general, including it's like our revenue doesn't stay within the community. When you're talking about access, Jewish people, it takes 10 times. So 10 times somebody within that community is touched by the dollar. I think with like Anglos, it might be like 6 to 7. With Black people, it's straight out the door. We don't have the network again. Like, I would love to see people come together and do like, have you ever heard of a susu?
Yes.
I think that works if you're not scamming. Like, don't do the scam, because that's not cool. But as far as having men that may have the access to help people build, I think that's possible. And I do think that some people do it. Like, I know a guy that my girlfriend married. When she met him, he was a manager at Rent-A-Center. Now he owns 3 barbershops. I think who she was and how he is, they work together as a team. And I do think if you're out here trying to do things solo dolo, it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, and it's possible. So basically, everything you said, I have a lot of the similar talking points. We do. I also, along the lines of the Hispanics, Latinos working together and building and doing community, that's where it's at, right? So the men typically, they own the businesses, 37%, but they're building within their community, and there's nothing that stops us from doing that. There's nothing except for us, because how they get out the mud and how they sit there and band together and bond together and make things like you sit there and you said it. They get houses or they live all in the same house. Well, we want to have our own house. We don't want to do that for a few years and stay with one another and build and then proliferate and grow. That's part of what I'm talking about.
But I think that's the culture. My issue with a lot of things is like, how many parents do you hear say at 18 you're grown? So you take this person that's never had any control over anything. You've been micromanaged. You got to be here. You got to do this. And then you kick them out into the world. And it's like, how did you think this person was going to yield results? You didn't set them up for success. I wish that we would have more multi-generational homes. And we had it in the past where your grandmother, your mama, somebody within that family arena helped everybody. Like, we had grandmothers that had retired that could keep the babies, and the new people could go to work. At this point, grandmothers they have to keep working.
Well, that's part of the problem. We are tribal people. We are very community at our core. We are tribal community based people. We need to get back there. There's nothing preventing us except for I'll say it again, except for us, preventing us to go back there to that. It's not like we have to change the system. We can create our own system or our own, way of living, because it's innate to who we are. And so I'm just saying we need to get back to that and no more thinking, well, I can't, or we can't, or it's too hard. That was what the point I made up earlier. The point I brought up earlier is like, well, I can't cut. Well, no, you gotta because you're a leader, get your wife, your sister, your brother, whatever. Like, that's the leader's gonna sit there and can motivate and can inspire people to aspire for more. And that's what we need to do. That's what we need to talk about more. And that's the level of a manhood I'm talking about.
And I get that. That's fair. So an example would be Barry Gordy. Barry Gordy, their family had a network. There was one woman that was over all the finances for the family.
You keep mentioning women.
No, I'm trying to say that
I know, but you mentioned a woman there, and then when you're talking about the houses that we used to own, you mentioned women there too. Is that purposeful? No, what I'm saying is I'm just saying what you said. Go ahead.
My husband just walked.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, mother, your husband takes precedence. I know that's right.
I just want her to. I want to understand what she.
Yeah. Like, because she said grandmas. She said grandmas.
Yeah.
Right?
So, and then because usually it would be, the grandparents.
Right.
And then a lot of us, I would say more so, and I'm not even talking shit. The Gen X sold those houses. The millennials, we didn't even get access to them shit because y'all was already selling them and buying dope.
I couldn't buy a house back then, but okay.
No, I'm saying the old houses that the grandparents had, The Gen Xers got access and was selling them motherfuckers. By the time the millennials got old enough, they was already gone.
Oh, okay, I see.
You know what I mean? You know.
I think she's back. Are you? No, you're not back. I'm sorry.
Let me read these real quick. I just dropped the link again. Salute the rum, bro. Appreciate you. You thought your cousin wasn't? Nigga, Cam was fire. I don't care what y'all say, man.
Nah.
Mr. McBride with the $2 says, "What's good, brother? Hamp was popping." Mr. McBride with the $2 says, "Congratulations, JP." Harold Murdoch with the $10 says, "Context is needed." In JP case, he stated his children's mothers are trash. His rent paid by the government assistance, and his woman is undesirable by most. So Lowe said he grabbed low-hanging fruit. Vet Life was popping. Vet Life with the 20 ball says, "What up, DJ Hamp and Love? What's popping?" Shout out to Love Nuances. I like it. Makes the convo very interesting. Salute to Vet Life for the first 20 ball of the
Thanks
day.
for love.
Didn't fit. Tony Golden with the $10 says, "You right, Hamp, but other men are right too. I started popping crazy shit to women in my early 20s. I got rejected, but the ones who bought it went for it. I was about confidence and perseverance." Indeed. TNB with the $10. Hamp wearing a Royal Pine car freshener. Aaron with the $2 says, 14 and 15 letters were put together for a reason. EBD with the $2 says, "Here comes love with projections of women unto men."
Didn't do that.
John Henry with the $5 says, "Fathers should teach focus, guidance, discipline, direction, security, stability, masculinity, fitness, care, and protection." Marcus Evans with the $5 says, "Bro, you know she not answering your question, right?" Yeah, I mean, I asked the question 10 times. if that show, I know she ain't. I don't know. EBD with the $2 says, "I'd rather hear more from y'all first than respond." Well, come up, EBD. Aaron with the $5 says, "Notice how it's hard for women to answer what their issues with men." And then Hamp asked them, "What do y'all love in men?" And they couldn't.
Who's y'all couldn't? Because I did.
I don't even know if I asked that.
And I didn't get asked that question, so
I didn't answer that question yet today.
They watching a different show. Don't worry about it.
Aaron with the $2 says, maybe he referring to another show. Aaron with the $2 says, "Black women don't know why they love/hate black men. LOL." Machine with the $5 says, ma'am, you have a wig on. What is a productive childless black men signing up for?
What are you talking about, you loser? And you can't even spell right.
Clem was popping with the $5 says, the business stats is moot because most people fail at business no matter the race. Ask her the average revenue of black women and black men. Machine with the $2 says, "You don't have a business though. How can you speak?"
Who doesn't? Who? You know what you're talking about, sir? Non-speller. Just ask first before you start talking.
Yeah. Clean with the $5 says, "It's as if black history is a lost form of information. Her correlation is all the way wrong in some white nationalist talking points of black people."
There's a bunch of words thrown together.
Who is that directed to?
Probably me. I think it was me.
Right here.
Me.
Machine with the $5 says, "You don't have a business unless you actually have employees with payroll, taxes, etc. Same with quote unquote queen with no crown." Vet Life with the $5 says, "I agree with Love. We are too comfortable to push through. It's simple. Capital and resources is not an excuse. Started my business from scratch." YBK with the $10 says, "Sub Hamp. For a lot of us, it's leadership. They forget that the leader saw as boys growing up as was a woman and only a woman. So grace is needed there." Great show. NTAT was popping with the $5 says, "Hamp, you are correct. I'm a Gen X, and a lot of folks sold granddaddy, grandma house for pennies on the dollar. I didn't, but many did." Nick Taylor. Homeboy was popping. He said, "Shalom." Hamp was popping. He said, the decades of programming us to think and act as individuals is what's stopping us. Think about it. We are divided on everything. So how are we going to come together to do business? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Mr. Williams, what's popping? What did you like? What did you think about what you've heard so far?
I like it. It's a lot of truth to that. Love really hit it on the head. Is and I'm sorry, y'all. Hi everybody, and hi to the chat. We don't work together enough. You know, everybody's out for self, and I think that's the one thing that we just don't do anymore. We don't look out for our community and bond it and build that bridge back up because it is gone.
That was me that said that. That was I that said we need to work together and put businesses together. But the other thing is, I think sometimes you have bad faith actors. Like take DJ Envy, and he's a black man, or he claims Envy. What he did, he was supposed to be helping people get houses, and it ended up being something horrible. We have to make sure if we're going to do business together, it has to be equitable and it has to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, individualism is a huge issue. What do you think about what Love was saying generally on the other stuff? Or did you finish your soliloquy, Mr. Williams?
I wasn't going to do that. No, I mean that's pretty much that's all I had to say about it. As far as we need to get back to just supporting each other and building that. Because a lot of black businesses fail because we don't support each other.
Yeah, and so what do you think about what she was saying about? Because Tiff and Love agreed that black men have deficits. Do you agree?
Yes.
Majority. Do you think they were incorrect with what they mentioned in comparison with us? I mean, as it relates to us.
Well, most of the business owners I know do have a job. And so they can put it in their business. And that's why, they stay afloat because they are working as well as owning a business.
No, 100%. So what do you think, when she said all men aren't created equal? Do you think she was right in terms of saying just the majority of men ain't willing to push through, endure, persevere, etc.?
Yes, from what I'm seeing now, yeah.
You think we take the easiest path?
Yeah, it's a microwave now.
Now, when you say easiest path, doesn't that make sense? Like, is it logical to find the easiest path?
It's logical, but it depends on what path are you truly taking. Are you gonna be a scammer, or are you gonna be? Are you gonna actually put in the work? Even if when you get it easy, it's still work. You still have to work, and a lot of people just do it to say that I've done it, and then they let it go, just to say I've done it and not push it forward. And that's why we don't have a lot of these people. We won't have enough for our kids in the future because we take the easy road. Sometimes you have to work hard. You got to put in elbow grease. You have to do all of that, and you have to study. You have to know what you're doing.
Okay.
I want to add in Hemp too.
Maybe
I'll
be right back anyway.
Okay, it may be logical, to do the easy thing, but is easy the best thing to do? And I think that's where we need to really analyze. Is just because it's easy doesn't mean it's the best. And you brought up a good one about scamming. Yeah, it's easy, but in the long run, you're gonna get caught, and it doesn't last. You want a fast nickel or slow dime. And
right.
So sometimes it's not always best. And I think that's where we need to get to as a people as well. What's best? The best path.
You see what happened with the PPP loans.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a mess. That was wild. And I know a lot of people that were like, oh, do this, do that. And I actually do have my own business. I have a fitness business. I've had it for quite some time. And the one thing that I can say is it started during COVID because we had to you couldn't go back to the gyms. I had a black man who put $500. He was like, here's $500. Go get your computer, do what you need, get what you want. So it's very hard for me to say that there are not Black men out there doing it. The other thing is, I don't think everybody should try to be an entrepreneur. It's nothing wrong with working for other people. That point was made yesterday, and I felt like it was super weird, especially when a man has worked 28 years at a company. That means that he's been able to sustain that particular role. And he's talked about his mobility out that. He has 2 years to retire. Like, you can't shame nobody like that. I don't think there's anything wrong with going to a job. Like, then on top of that, the way we were raised is you might not be in a career, but there's always work. You might have to go somewhere and pick up some cans. You might have to go and clean a building. So when it's talking about trying to make things work for your family, I think tenacity, you have to have it. But I also think you have to have a support system. And I don't think a lot of Black men have that. Like, even within this is their own community. And even within the community, you still have Black women that, regardless of how we show up, they don't necessarily like for us to be in their spaces. And I get it. But I also think, like, again, you don't have to be married if you have a sister. Community. It bothers me that we don't know how to work together. And I don't like the battle of the sexes. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it helps anybody. If you can genuinely say, like, hey, I don't want to do business with a woman, that's fine. Or a woman saying, I don't want to do business with a man, that's fine. But it's going to be challenges because I think we have blind spots. Like, my husband might see something that I didn't see, or my brother might see something that I didn't see. I think a lot of men are solution based, but you got to give them the space to do it. And if it's something you don't agree with, you go back and forth, have a conversation and see what's best for y'all or for you. But I believe that you have to have balance in all things.
Right. Karen, you want to jump in?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, Aaron. Would you like to jump in?
Sure, yeah. Greetings, panel, chat, DJ Ant, wherever you are. I like a lot of what, I'm sorry, how do I say your name? Tiffocracy?
You can just say Tiff. You can just say Tiff.
I like a lot of what she's saying, and I really want to stress the importance of how business works, and that being the culprit over tenacity. I think Black men not having tenacity is really low on the list of reasons why we're not in business. One of the things you need in business is you need a client, you need a customer. And if there's one thing we know is Black people don't have a natural propensity to buy from Black people like the Asian communities, like the Latin communities, like the white communities. So seeking a profit can be difficult. Also finding employees to work for you. Black people tend to be a bit more comfortable working where they shop, larger establishments, conglomerates and stuff like that. It's one of the reasons why the Black dollar doesn't stay in the community longer than, what do they say, 8 hours or something like that? I think that's the number one reason why it's difficult for Black men to go into business. Now, Black women do go into business, but if you look at the businesses a lot of them going to, it's like it's the beauty business, which is they probably got, the beauty business probably has the automobile business beat by now, right? Like the beauty business is killing the game. I don't care what color you are, you can be blue. But I would say that Black women have the same struggles with going into business outside of that. But tenacity, I think Black men's tenacity can be proven in other ways. I mean, Black men do some egregious shit on the streets, you know what I mean? Black market activity. It still requires tenacity. Is it misguided or misdirected? Sure, but it's not lazy, right? It's still an application of oneself, one's time. And then the family structure, and I'm not talking about where he came from, but where he is right now. The strains that fatherhood, we're already trying to tussle with that. And then added in the fact that we're trying to start a business. That's kind of rough, you know what I mean? It's like we got child support, which means we got to get a second job, fend for ourselves, and you want to start a business on top of that. So that excludes decent.
So, Aaron, I think that, I'm not sure what part you came in at, I'll be honest with you. the reason why I brought the black business stat is because Hamp said he has some type of percentage, right? And so I was talking about tenacity and perseverance, period, when things get challenging. I just gave that one as an example. I also said in relationships. I'm not sure if you even heard that part. Okay. Okay. And so what I'm saying is men take the path of least resistance. And we talked about how, starting relationships or even approaching a woman, you don't want to go after the one you think is too difficult or not worth it, or she's not too difficult to get with because it'd be too much work. So that was one. I don't want you to get hung up on that part of it, but it's the tenacity of men nowadays as opposed. And I like the way William put it. It's a microwave, quick. If we don't get it done quickly, or if it's not easy to get to, then we'll go on to something else that's just as quick, if not quicker. And so that was what I was talking about. I got to go, y'all. Thank you for having me up there. I'll see y'all later. It was good being back. I might come back in an hour.
Okay, please come back because they finna box me out. I'm not ready to get up here and got boxed out.
White man. She working for that white man. He got a slave man. Go ahead.
Now you know that dude that.
Hey, don't be late to master meeting, man. Go ahead.
No, it's my meeting actually, and you don't sit there and let that dude that crazy that can't spell. So don't feed his narrative. I got my own business. I'm telling you.
I don't know why he said that.
Yeah, you don't even know me, but he wants something to say. He wanted to get some shout out for me. All right, y'all. I love y'all, beautiful black people. Y'all have a good day.
No doubt. Let me read this. It'll bring me back into. I had to step off for a second. That life with its analysis. Respectfully, Aaron, I disagree. By numbers, you cannot be a successful business focused on only black clients. If you're a business and you're doing that, you're going to fail more than likely.
Doesn't that depend on the business though? Because if you're a hairstylist and your clients are black, that's not the same. I think it has to do with what business you're in and what kind of clients you have. When I do personal training, I charge $125 an hour. I'm not trying to be funny. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. And I'm not budgeting. The number's the number. So sometimes with businesses, we want hookups. No, if I'm doing something, even within my family, pay me. Because if you are for me, you don't want anything for free. Because this is how I take care of myself. So I think that's one. The other thing, somebody said something about black women and starting up businesses. Again, I think a lot of it is access to network. If you look, there's a black bank that started within the AKAs. They support each other. I think sometimes women have it easier to kind of at least do business with each other. I'm not certain. I'm not a man, so I don't know how that works. Is it, I don't trust you? Is it, I don't think you're smart enough? Because again, yesterday, the particular person had all of the metrics that we say are manly, but there were other people like, that's the bottom of the barrel. Like, why are we okay with this? And even you said like, hey, I'm gonna give you a shout out. Like, yo, you doing your thing. So it's all of this. It's all of it. It's not just one particular thing. There are a lot of different factors of why some people are successful and not. Some people might not have tenacity, but other people just may not have that skill set. Now, if you don't have the skill,
let me break down the concept here. The reason why I don't like the sum and this, because that it always exists, right? So I really want to try to drill down into it when Love presented this topic saying all men aren't created equal. So we need to, and I understand it's speculation, right? We're making some slight assumptions, but you have real life experience where you can deduce, okay, here's why all men aren't created equal. Here's where the deficits are for the majority or minority of men. So if you don't agree that men are not doing so hot, you can tell us why, but there's always outliers, generally speaking.
Well, just plainly, I think a lot of men don't have access to black men. They have never seen a black man that's successful. You can't be what you've never seen. It's a challenge, but I believe that a lot of it has to do with what's available and what you saw. There's a lot of people saying like, oh, well, the women raised them. I'm like, okay, that's true. But there are plenty of people that guys are, of single mothers that they have success. So that's not necessarily a thing. But when you talk about like real world, again, I'm going to go back to your network affects your network. So if you don't have a network to try to build the business, somebody trying to like coach you through different things, that's going to be to the detriment. And then at some point, I think some people just give up. I think they're tired of trying.
Who
I
is
don't
that? The
think it's right.
majority? Is that the majority of people?
I'm not going to say majority because, again, I don't think everybody should be an entrepreneur. I just don't. I do not believe that. Everybody doesn't have that skill set. But can you go out and get work? Absolutely. Do you need to go and get a 4-year college degree? No. Go into HVAC. There are plenty of trades that people can go into. And men, black men that go into trades make more money than black men. So
I think
I
it's
don't.
fear over fatigue, though.
Huh?
I think it's fear over fatigue.
I can agree with that. But everything is, I mean, isn't it natural to have a little bit of fear? You got to overcome it. But
100%.
yeah, I just don't like the way that sometimes we put things together because there are just so many different factors that come into it. So I think for one, we don't have to beat you down. Like that's just, it's not effective to say, oh, black men, like, I don't believe that. That's not my experience. And maybe that's the issue. Like my dad was an engineer. He worked for Southern Pacific, but he also had an automobile business. So he would come in, check into things, but everything ran very smooth. And it was nothing but black men within this business. I just used an example of somebody that I know for certain. He worked at Rent-A-Center. He went back to school. He got his degree. He got a home. He got married. They own 3 barbershops. So a lot of it has to do with who do you have in your circle trying to champion you to success.
I kind of wanted to address the super chat. Vet, I think it's important. Vet Life is 100% correct in what he was saying about targeting a clientele base. What I was saying was, a lot of black businesses are going to be started in black communities, and other communities are not coming into the black community to do business. So a lot of times black businesses are going to fail because they don't have the clientele to get them over the startup period or to the break-even point. It's very difficult to take and start a business outside of your community. It's either too expensive or they're not. There's going to be the Asian man or the Latino man. But for black businesses to start in a black community, it's just there's going to be some growing pains experienced because black people don't necessarily spend their dollar in the black community. But I wasn't suggesting you should target a black,
But
you should target whoever's willing to spend money.
What you just said, let me ask this. Do you feel like black men are less likely to work together to have a successful business?
Potentially, yeah. There's something to be said there. Yeah. There's a cultural resistance, sure.
Yeah. There's a lack of trust.
Yep.
Yeah, I think fear is a mind killer.
Yep.
Misplaced
competition.
But
we don't need to compete on this. We need to work together on this and compete with them,
And I agree with that. So at some point, I don't think black men are taught how to work within each other. Now, I will say, Hemp, you must have played sports. What I find is that men that have played some type of sport are able to decipher how to maneuver things because they've had to do it. It's a skill set that they've learned. You may not like everybody on the team, but if it's about money, I'm gonna get my money. I don't have to like you. A lot of times I think people want to like people and it's not based off like, it's money. Can we make money together? Then let's make it happen. I don't have to like you.
Things keep end up it actually we say that, but when things actually start, when you actually start doing business, to not like the person can be a damper, and it can hamper what's actually happening significantly when you've actually scaled businesses, right? So the difference with a lot of our entrepreneurs is we're contractors, or we have, it's a single member LLC. When you have to actually work with people, yeah, right. And when you have to make decisions with the cooperation of others, and you don't like them, it comes to a head.
Can I ask Miss Tiff a question, Ham?
Yeah.
Miss Tiff, you've been talking about people not being shown. There are a lot of men that actually have been shown how to do things. It's not just men that haven't. Men have been shown a lot of structure and everything. Sometimes it's just they just don't want to do that, or they don't want to follow the rules.
Yeah,
So you're saying you believe that men can be resistant to structure?
Yes.
Okay. That's good. That's good. If you've never had somebody, but some people are just horrible employees anyway, but I do wonder, skill set wise, it is hard to find Black men that, depending on your field, it can be a challenge. Definitely trying to lead men, especially if they have a predisposition that they don't like women, it can be challenging. But I think that's another thing. Like, where's this person coming from, and what's the goal, and how are we going to get there together? And like Camp said, if we can't, then let's dissolve it and move forward.
Yeah, and again, that stuff, because here's the thing: when you go into a partnership and you got paperwork with the government, right? If they own 30% of that business, they gonna own 30% of that business. You have to go through court proceedings and everything to get someone out, unless they kick the bucket. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there's intricacies that we have to really understand. And here's a difference, right? Just to be clear, going into business and doing business is different. You know what I mean? Like, I move a lot of people I could care less for, right? We move people that are senile, right? Now, my guy's never been called a nigger before, but they've been asked several questions and called different things, right? But the lady, she'll be dead in a week. You know what I'm saying? She got dementia and all this other type of shit, but we still move her shit, and her daughter pay extra. You know what I mean? So, but going into business with someone that you are at odds with just wouldn't make logical sense, right?
I think it depends. Is this person going to be able to financially give you the capital that you need to do the business? I think sometimes with us, we want things about and how it feels, and it's just like the numbers are the numbers.
How many times you done it? I guess.
I teach fitness, yoga, and meditation. There are people that I cannot stand. I'm still gonna go get my coin. I don't have to
Follow me to doing business, going into business. Those are the differentiations. So yeah, I move a lot of people I don't like. Right? I could care less for. Would I go into business with those people? That would be a different conversation. So I get it. You train people that you don't care for, right? But at the end of the day, they go home. Now imagine you're not training people. When you get to the back office, you got somebody in there you don't like, and you're trying to figure out budgets and equipment and etc. And then they got a totally different viewpoint than you, right? And you can't stand.
That's emotional. That's not emotional. That's
business.
I don't like you, therefore I cannot work with you, versus I don't like you, but we make money together.
What's emotional?
I do not think that everybody you work with or work for or work together is not a thing. Are we able to turn a profit together? I do not have to like you to turn a profit.
What it is you've never done it, right? So just in terms of doing it, when you don't like somebody and going into business with them where they have say so, imagine how that works. Would you marry somebody that you don't even like? I would rather marry somebody that I don't love but like, right? Like, you can get along, right? You can grow love, but you're talking about I got to make decisions with you and I don't even like you. Now you got, right? That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, and again, people butt heads certainly, but at the core, y'all got to be in a level of agreement. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not, and let me apologize. I'm not saying like you never done it. No. Well, I say you never done it as though like just to dismiss what you're saying. I'm just saying, in having done it, this is this is how it manifests. You see what I'm saying?
I get it. And I can say, I think I've been very, very fortunate that I've been supported by my husband, by other people, by other Black men. So I just can't go into the diatribe of black men can't do nothing. Oh my God, they're awful. Like, that's not true. And if that's all you running into, that's more of your personality type that you need to kind of check. Because if you keep meeting the same person and getting the same results, it's probably you.
Damn. Okay. Let me get Will and Will. What's popping? I know you had to drop it in and out. You've been working and all that. What's goody? You on mute?
Yeah, what you call it? Hello, panel. Hey, everybody. What you call it? As I was listening to this whole thing, it kind of goes, in my opinion, it goes back to we're not taught, and we're not taught by we're not taught by our parents, by our fathers to help cultivate those traits that we're talking about that the men now don't have. Because the thing is, yeah, that's it. Let me stop. I'm rambling.
No, you barely said. Go ahead.
Okay.
I appreciate you being cognizant. I think there's a understanding the room, right? Reading the room and etc.
Okay.
But the fathers though, it looks to me like the younger kids have more fathers than we. Well, Will, let me ask, how old are you?
37.
So what do you think? From what I gather, the younger kids seemingly have more fathers than we did.
Okay, I would agree, but Ham, I was listening to something that you were saying,
sure,
where you were saying that you came from a two-parent situation where your father was a very hard worker and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and I come from a similar situation where I saw all the growth, I saw all the work, I saw everything that was put into it. So I kind of just picked it up like, okay, this is what you do. But I noticed that a lot of my peers did not get the same lessons. And, I never said anything, but you can kind of see just like, oh, you don't know. Oh, you don't know. And the thing is, you just keep doing what you're doing. But I noticed that, like once you grow up and you're able to like look around, it's like, wow, a lot of these guys, they really don't have what they need. And like when you talk about when you're doing the coaching and stuff, that like you're imparting some of the lessons that you learned into them. So it's just like we have to be taught.
Yeah, 100%. Nah, you can when I coach, because I coach D line, right? So there's a tenacity that comes with that, right? Yeah. And now before I gain all this unnecessary weight, I played safety in college. So, but just in terms of that's where it starts, right? We can change the game up front. Linebackers can sit Indian style. You know what I mean? They don't got to, if we play the right way.
Yeah.
And so I would be like, nigga, you got a dad, nigga? Like I could tell, like, yo, you like,
can tell. It's a difference.
Yeah, like you could tell, and I'd be right. I would say like 90% of the time, just the mannerisms and such, right? So it's definitely something that having that father in the home, or at least, extremely prevalent.
Yes.
So this is the women's POV. I gotta get the two ladies in, and then I'll go to EBD. Dana B, what's poppin'? What's good? Y'all been listening, or y'all just hit the link?
Like last 15-20 minutes. Yeah. About the last half hour for me.
Word. So like I said, the ladies came up with this topic. All men aren't created equal. Seemingly seeing a deficit in men in terms of being in relationship with them, not seeing men, quite. Hey, Will, do me a favor, mute real quick, just while you.
Oh, my bad. Yeah,
it's all good. What has been your experience out in this earth? Then we were talking about businesses, and Love shared a stat which 3% of the businesses in our country are black owned. While 7% were Latino owned. I think it was like 80% were white owned, and even 11% were Asian owned. So she correlated that with black men not pushing through, persevering, doing hardship, but rather taking the easy road. Just to give you a synopsis of what you may have missed.
All right, so my thoughts. I am, I guess, what you would consider an entrepreneur, even though I'm a stay-at-home mom right now, right? And I'm not fully, I'm helping my husband build up his practice and stuff like that. But before I got married, because my environment as an entrepreneur, my best friend is a business lawyer. Like, my environment was college educated. Either they got their own business or they work in corporate and they have something on the side. I'm talking about Black people, right? My experience. So I don't think that men are lazy. I just think that they just don't know that there's something that can be done better, like more efficiently, more effectively. There's a different way to get there faster. I don't think people have the right information, right? The right input for the output that they're needing. But I don't think that it has anything to do with laziness or lack of desire amongst our Black men. I think for majority, if they could do better faster and get more bread, they would.
What's stopping them?
Information, the right information. So it's like you need like the right pieces to fit. Like it's like an organism. Like you need the right functions in order to get a certain output. And I think that when you hear entrepreneurship or you hear business, you start a business, what a lot of people see is, dang, I'm gonna have to work at this for like some years before I can see a ROI. And the truth is, you could slice that in half if you have the right people in your circle who know they know the lanes to like maneuver, so they can get you there without you having to make all the mistakes. But I think that hinders some people because it's like, I don't want to waste my money. I don't want to waste my time trying to figure out if this is even going to jump. So I might as well just kind of like play with a little bit, but I need to focus on what I know is going to, is my paycheck. That's why I know I'm going to get paid every 2 weeks.
What is a man who doesn't take risk?
What is a man who doesn't take risk?
Yeah, just based on what you just said.
Because some people would say scared, right?
What would you say?
But I'm going to say...
Oh, you say pussy.
No!
Oh, my bad.
I would just say uninformed.
Think about say it. You ever wrote a paper before, B? Like an essay? What happens when you read it out loud? Does it sound the same?
It depends. Yeah, maybe.
No, it doesn't. We know that's why you read it out loud. So you said a man who doesn't take is uninformed.
Yeah, a man that doesn't take risk is uninformed. Because think about it. Okay. If you knew that me taking this risk is going to result in this outcome, like this benefit, most people would do it.
If the fact that he identifies the risk means he has information, right? He can qualify it as a risk because he has the information to do so, right? Everybody knows economics 101.
But going into business is a risk. Getting in your car is a risk, right? Like, what are we talking about? Every time you get in the vehicle, you have risk of getting into an accident.
Okay. So what is a man that doesn't take risk?
A man who doesn't take risk. Well, that's why I said uninformed.
But then you just named stuff that's obvious.
What do you want from me, Hampton?
I want to understand what you're trying to say. Hey,
one word.
Bear, hit the link, man. Let's talk about it, man. And all I'm saying, economic. Yeah, you can jump in, Aaron. All I want to say with economics 101 is simply everybody heard this phrase: risk and reward go hand in hand. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Aaron. You could jump in quick with that conversation because Sweet B is obviously trolling me, and then we'll get Dana in. Go ahead.
I just want to add one word: calculated risk.
Mm-hmm.
The difference.
Yeah. I think, and I even wonder. I think people err on this. I don't know, Aaron. That's there's a lot of scapegoats, man. There's a lot of scapegoats. There's a lot of times where You gotta go for it, man. I don't know. Like, y'all didn't watch G.I. Joe's? Like, y'all didn't. Got to get tough. Go,
The first
Joe.
or second one?
Come on, man. Don't make it
No, you talking about the cartoon, man.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
man.
Okay.
When the going gets tough, what?
The tough gets going.
That's what I thought, but I don't know. Go ahead, Dana. Aaron now. Hey, Dana. Now, Aaron, one of my best YouTube friends. Now he trolling me. Go ahead, Dana. Mr. Williams, I thought you was my bodyguard. They picking on me out here, man.
Hey man, all right. Everybody wants to pretend like they don't watch cartoons, haven't watched cartoons. No, y'all
Everybody
know the
watch G.I.
standard.
Joe for sure.
Right.
Go ahead, Dana.
What's up, everybody? What's up, panel chat? Hamp. Just commenting from the little bit that I did hear and from Hamp's synopsis of what's been said. I kind of agree with the bit that I heard Tipocracy say not that long ago, is that not everybody is necessarily meant to be an entrepreneur. We know everybody's not built to be a leader. Everybody's not meant to be in that position. Some people just need to fall in line or to work their jobs, and there's certainly no shame in that. There's nothing wrong with that. I feel like a lot of people don't realize how real it is to own a business and be successful. Anybody can own a business. I can go down and file for an LLC today and have it in 30 minutes, but to have a successful business is a completely different conversation. And along those lines, some people who do have successful businesses in that they're turning a profit does not mean that they wouldn't be better off if they weren't working for someone else. So I think it's just a matter of having the right people around you, as someone said, but it's just, it ain't for everybody. It's really not. And there's no shame in not wanting to be an entrepreneur, not wanting to be a business owner and working for the man or for working for someone else. As long as you're making an informed decision and you are, taking into account the people that are going to be affected by your decisions. People not everybody has the same flexibility to take risk. Some people have families to look after. They have other obligations that they have to consider before they take risks. Someone like me, I can take all the risks in the world that I want because it only affects me, and if I fail, I have a cushion that I can fall back on. Everybody doesn't have that. So just to summarize it, there's no shame in it. And I don't think we should be pushing it or making people feel like they're less than for not wanting to fall into that category.
Outstanding.
Why, thank you. I do that sometimes when I'm at work.
I don't know about it. Love it.
Aaron, you sound surprised.
It's the glasses.
No, not at all. Not at all. No. Dana knows I love her. Oh, nice haircut, by the way.
Thank you. I think that he was trying to get, I forget who was after me. Was that you, Aaron?
No, I'm going to bid you guys adieu anyway. So
okay.
I'll be in the cloud. I'll take it away.
Are you leaving? Yo, man, your equipment's working. We can hear you fine. Now you leaving when your stuff working.
Yeah, and you had your suit on yesterday. You just
when
don't
we can
get
hear it
that
clearly.
Coming from Ducky.
Oh my Lord. Thank you, Aaron. Just real quick, does anybody else have a comment about the question that Hamp posed to B before she signed off? Like, what is a man who doesn't take risks? Let's hear from the men. What do you all think?
A man who doesn't take risk. I don't know if there's a term for it. I mean, it's called like someone who's safe.
Risk averse.
Risk averse. Risk averse. That's the term.
Yeah.
Risk averse. Yeah. Meaning everything they do is calculated to where the normal things that no one thinks about, they have to think about versus, you know what I mean? It's like I think the closest way to put it is someone who's been damaged and has been through trauma is now changed forever and now is more risk averse, even stepping outside. But for business, it's different. If you've never grown up in a culture or a household in which you know how to manage a business or seen it done firsthand, such as other cultures, why would you even consider the possibility? You don't go to a school that teaches you business. You don't go to a private school. You don't go to a charter school. You don't go to a university. You don't go through the right channels to say you are a business owner or you will become a business owner simply because the parent invests in your education to lean in that direction. What we're not taught is that America is actually a business. So everyone on this panel or in America can literally represent themselves in what they do and what they bring to any kind of table, right? But the issue is collaboration, with meaning who you trust. And in my case, I'm a personal anecdote. I have my own business. I didn't know it was so easy to get an LLC until I was on Fight Club. It was mentioned, and then I got my own LLC. So now all of the software that I produce is underneath protection of my business.
Oh, nice.
I didn't even know that. So there's these things that you have to kind of learn when you acquire a business, and then doing business with other people, like Cam said, it's a different story because there's a factor of trust. You want people who don't screw you over, who's all about the work rather than the money. In my line of work, we have to do the work first and then see the money much later. You know what I mean? So there's a bunch of software that come and go and that have, Vine and this and that. They came and then they went. What you want is something that sticks around for about 10, 20 years when it comes to software.
They sold them.
Sticky customers, right? Sticky client base.
With that industry is going to be slightly fluid, right? So oftentimes people develop software with the goal to sell it, right? To a conglomerate or a company that can sustain it, that also don't need to necessarily make a whole bunch of money. So like, for instance, the people who made Instagram, you would think, yeah, let me keep it, right? But those things grow so quickly and fast, it makes more sense to sell it to Facebook and then potentially just get rich off that, to try to keep it and sustain it, to continue to change it. Like he said, with the market ever changing, is slightly unrealistic because you don't have all the funds and the money to do so. You know what I mean? So
I have a follow-up answer, if you don't mind.
go ahead.
So EBD, that's a
Where'd Aaron go? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's a very good answer. But that's speaking to men in business, particularly. But just to bring it full circle, what is a man that doesn't take risks when it comes to relationships or other aspects of their life? Does that make them, I won't even lead it, I'll leave it open. Open to anyone, but EBD specifically, since you just answered the last one.
So EBD, I'm trying to keep it concise, and then I would like that. That's actually get an interesting answer from. Oh, did you talk yet?
No, not yet.
So let's get an answer, and then August when he come back, and Will's look like you want to answer. You smiling. Go ahead, EBD. Now, can you keep it concise for me?
Yeah, I mean, we went over it before. I mean, the person who just doesn't see to take a risk is risk averse, right?
He ain't gonna keep it concise. Go ahead, EBD. Go ahead.
I gave.
Well, the term is risk averse for a reason, right? But a man who wouldn't willy-nilly go into a relationship has probably had his heart or nuts stumped on probably previously by every time he's relinquished his trust to someone else, right? So I think it's a big trust factor, like a man who enters in a relationship is already entering a countdown clock. Is how long until she leaves me? You know, that would be someone who's probably more risk averse to get into the relationship. Pessimism instead of the optimism.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say a different P word. Go ahead, old dude.
There she go.
All right. So I got a question for you, just to get some clarification. When you say risk, are you talking about risk in the actual relationship or risk with the finances?
With the actual relationship, not necessarily related to finances at all, but more along the lines of courting women, pursuing relationships.
Don't pursue relationships.
So a person who doesn't pursue in a relationship, I mean, Ham said it, pussy. Sorry. You don't go up and talk. That's what it is. I'm sorry.
That's it.
There it goes. Is that concise enough?
Very.
Good. Go ahead, Will. What you think? Same question.
Uh, like Daniel has been insinuating, pussy. It's just they're not taught. They're not taught in the race of trying to succeed. If you're not willing to take the risk, you'll never win. It just is what it is.
Man, August, what you think? Did you hear the question?
Yeah, what was the question one more time? I had to jump on a call.
Mm-hmm. Dana, what was August didn't hear a question?
Sure. Hey, August. So we're talking about risks. We were first talking about risks when it comes to business and finances, and I was asking how that correlates to relationships. So if the question is, if you are, what do you call a man who doesn't take risks? There were answers that were specific to business and finances. What do you call a man that doesn't take risks with relationships, with pursuing women, that aspect of his life?
A man who doesn't take risks is scared.
That's pretty concise. Can you expound?
So when it comes,
I ain't never heard him be at a loss for words, Dana.
when it comes to taking risks, it's one thing to be able to mitigate risks and understand, factors of what comes with that risk. But if you don't take a risk in life, then you won't be able to see what could have become. That goes into every aspect of your life, from business to relationships. You may be too scared to talk to a woman, and that could be the woman of your dreams and the mother of your children and your wife and lifelong relationship. But you being so scared or risk averse, that can cause you to not explore that option. Same thing with business. Business is always a risk. There's a risk of losing more money. You have to have you can mitigate risk, and you can kind of try and calculate where the risk is and try and mitigate that process. But you have to go out there and at least try.
So would you relate that to like fight or flight?
Fight or flight is a reaction to a specific situation at that moment. When we're taking risk has forethought. Fight or flight is typically dealing with reactionary moment.
But is it a fear of acting? Like getting the initial thing started. So if you're going to fight for it, because I think Miss Love was talking about tenacity, and there are, I think, some people that they're willing to take the risk to try it, and there are other people that y'all said risk averse. What do you do with the man that's risk averse? Like, is there coaching that you can do with this person? I see Mr. Will.
I would leave that man to his own devices. I mean, if you don't have it in you to want to take the risk, then you don't have it in you. You can't convince anyone to be risk averse. You can't coach them into it. You can't do it. They would have to desire it for themselves.
So do you believe in my brother's keeper?
Yeah, to a degree. But if I lead the horse to water, I can't take the water and shove it in his mouth and make him drink it.
That's fair.
It's his option.
That's fair. I think Mr. Will wanted to say something.
Yeah. What's it called? I think they were the guys that don't know what to do. They would have to learn, what's the word? Satisficing. Whereas, like you have two choices. You have two choices, and the thing is, you can't just mentally masturbate like, oh well, if I choose this, if I choose that, make a decision. Like your thing is think on it, do some research, but after a certain point, you have to move. You cannot just stay on the curb your whole life. That's it.
I think it all eventually comes down to fear of failure, right? So with business, it's potentially losing money. With relationships, it's rejection, I guess. So is it really a? I mean, they're certainly, I don't think, on the same scale. You can't compare the two the same way. There's a lot more at stake when you're talking about business and money and livelihood than a relationship. I'll keep it PG because it's the sun's still up. But the risk is a whole lot different. So with that, the perception of the person taking the risk or not taking the risk, I would think would also be different. And in my opinion, it would be a little bit more harsh on the person who's risk adverse when it comes to relationships. Like, what you scared of? If the only thing that you have to fear is rejection, then I feel like you kind of need to like put your balls on the table a little bit and just, you know,
go for it.
It doesn't make or break you. Like, you're still fine the very next minute. And that's not the case with business. What do you think?
Wait a minute. I might put my balls on the table, but not if I see you got a hammer in your hand. I mean, there's certain type of things that we're just not gonna, you know, like trust. But I get your point. But what I would say is failure. Speaking to your earlier point, balls aside, failure is the actual road to success. That a lot of men are afraid of. Like, failure is not easy for anyone to take because first you have to try. When you try and you fail, there's a certain kind of weight that comes with failure, right? But when you're perseverance and when you have like grit and determination, you turn that loss into a W, right? You can lose a couple times, but you'll understand the game better. Then you'll make the game your own, and that's when you see the win. And when you're successful, it's because you've tried everything else that didn't work, and then you found the one thing that did. And that's a lot of things that men will kind of shy away from, the process.
Well, can we change it? Because you don't have to take a loss, but it is a lesson. And I think with that, a lot of times people look like, oh, I failed. No, you have now some more data to chuck in, you know what not to do. And then you have some ground there. So I think that instead of us talking about losses, take it as a lesson. Like, don't do this again.
It is a lesson, but it's still a loss.
It's still a loss. Yeah, that's one of those conveniences, and no shade to the ladies, that y'all seem to have. Like, y'all could spin it to make it palatable. The truth is, we got to take that shit on the chin just as it comes, right? So it is a L, 100%. What did I learn from taking an L?
That's a lesson.
Yeah.
No. I didn't say what you said. So let me use the words. It is a loss, 100%. What did I learn from taking that loss? You see, it's not a lesson. What did I learn from lesson? Like, it doesn't. You know what I mean? It's an L for sure. You know what I mean? And we just got to treat it as such so we can properly identify it next time it come around that corner. I told the story one day. My coach was saying, "You better hit them low." I said, "Fuck that, coach. I'm a grown man too." I got ran over so crazy the second play of the game. I took a L, but when that nigga came around that corner last time, I hit the ground first. I was trying to go so low. But make no mistake, that was an L for sure.
But you got that was for the next one. You set yourself up. So are you?
The Tiff, you got to understand. I acknowledge the L first. See, I cannot dismiss that I got ran over.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? Now, I don't mind telling that story because that nigga played for the Steelers for 6 years. So now it's like, yeah, I got ran. You know what I'm saying? So, but no, 100%, right? You have to. I just think, and Tip, I agree. It is a lesson in it, but we have to know what it is to identify when we lose. Losing is
it's a part of
almost
life.
as just as important as winning, right? Especially for young boys. When we come up playing games, if you notice, the games women play, and I'm not saying all, right? But it's tea party, it's house. There's no winner. You gotta just go through the shit. Like, everybody just have tea. Like, my daughters make that fake ass tea. It's so sweet. I hate that shit. The service is bad and it's expensive. You know what I'm saying? But there's no winner. With our games, you lose at Foursquare. You lose at dodgeball. You lose. You know what I'm saying? And I think that the losing helps.
Legit are listing things that we all play, like Foursquare, a dodgeball.
No.
So the things you're seeing, like Red Rose.
I was trying to be polite. You guys always lose when you play with the boys. So every time we play Foursquare, the girls are started first. You know, we got in trouble, so they took 10 minutes of recess from us. So we finally come outside. We waiting in line for Foursquare. After that, the girls don't play no more. We spinning the ball and we yell. It's a totally different game. The ladies say, "Okay, we'll go jump rope or some shit." You know, red light, green light. Y'all always get out first. Y'all don't know how to stop. And dodgeball, y'all don't want to get hit in the face. We don't care about getting hit in the face. So it's just like it just is, you know. Like y'all. So yeah, y'all are participating, but we both know get the girls out so we can play. You know, or we use the girls as a shield. You know what I'm saying?
Like that's what. Like, did you say use the girls as a shield?
Hell yeah, you grab by their shoulders, you like this. Let me go. Too late. Boom. She got hit. She get out. You know.
Only way y'all gonna win because we like you. That's the only way you gonna win.
Well, nigga, I got a reputation to protect. I'm winning dodgeball, 100%. But you know what I mean? And it's just how life went. So our games, like we know, like when y'all expected to lose. I expected to win in Foursquare and dodgeball and shit like that. You know what I mean? That's all. That's all it is. You see everybody in the chat like, yo.
Now when she said, somebody said jump behind the big girl. Wow.
And you know, and Tiff, when we was young, there wasn't all these movements. You know what I'm saying? Like kids used to play. We used to use bad words, like you know the words that you can't use now. So you could grab a girl by her shoulders and be like, "I'm not getting hit." You know what I'm saying? So
so let me ask you that, because we are from a different generation. Do you think that men that are younger, because they've not had to go through that there's a like a stopgap? Because like you said, we would cuss, we would fight, you played hide and go get it, you did relay races. You don't look at me like that, Mr. Will. You did. So that lets me know you play
hide. You play hide and go get it.
Never.
That's
not me.
Okay. Hey, Tim.
Oh yeah.
Don't tell all your business now.
So I mean, can you say the N-word? Like, did y'all ever N-word knock?
Nigga knock?
Yeah, I didn't know if you could say that word.
Yeah.
Loved it. You did prank calls and you got talked about. It was just, if you saw somebody with a stumpy arm, everybody called them Stump. What's going on, Stump?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, so this is the sentiment, Tiff, about the young boys. This is what is said about them often.
Man, you smell something? Definitely smell something out here. I smell pussy. Yo, he's a pussy.
You know, but
house party, come on.
But I think it may be a little bit unfair to them. What you guys think?
Yeah. Well, I got 30. You know, I got year-old and all of that. So how I raised them is totally different, and I raised them not to do the shit that I'd already seen. So it's kind of different because, like you said, it has to be a man around them as well to mold them and guide them. So I think I got an advantage with that with mine, because mine range from now is from 12 on to 30. And so in between there, all my kids, they were going to be men. They were going to be young men. They were going to be rough, but not too aggressive. So I laid out everything for them. There were certain doors you bet not walk through, because I done already been through them. You're not allowed to go through those doors. So, and if you did, you caught it. So it's kind of, it's a difference. It depends on what type of men are around them and what they see. So as long as you give them structure, you know, a lot of people do get on the young guys about that. A lot of these kids have structure. They at least seen one man that did something right. I gave them some advice. So I think we beat that dead horse until it comes back to life. A lot of these young guys, you know, sometimes it's just a decision that you want to make. Sometimes if you want to be a piece of shit man, you're going to be a piece of shit man.
Come on, Mr. Williams. You know I don't play the sometimes game.
Oh, my bad. Majority. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Will.
I don't think that a lot of guys have consistent standards to be held to, like from a father. You know, father, you know, like as soon as you come out, they love you, but they're holding you to a standard all the way up to your grown. You know, like me with my father. You know, best, strongest, fastest, built everything. So the thing is, I look at him and I would never want to disappoint him, seeing how much he did. Just like, okay, well, look, if he did this, I can't do anything below that. So, I believe that you need consistent leadership, because you can't just pop into somebody's life and say, hey, yo, look, I'm here, listen to me, look at what I did, da da da, versus like, you've been around for the whole time, and then it's like, okay, you know what, I know you love me, and then I can listen to everything else that you say, but I got to know that you care about me first, and then after that, I can follow it.
Can I ask a question though? Because I don't think LeBron James had a father in his life, and he's had a lot of success. So,
Okay.
I understand when you play sports, there is a different structure. So he may not have a father, but he probably had male coaches. So do you think that's what makes the difference?
No, the thing is, I love the LeBron James. Well, I love when people bring up LeBron James. The thing is, LeBron James is such an anomaly that it is like it is almost unfair to even bring him into it, because I've always asked this question. If if LeBron James had a choice in another universe to have his father in his life, his family be together in his life, versus the life that he has now, what would he choose? Would he choose all the fame, fortune, da da da, or would he choose the family? And to me, the thing is, that answer by itself kind of tells you how important the family structure is, because I'm pretty sure he would forego, like, no, have all that, I want this. So, yeah.
I think in LeBron's situation, though, it's more of his mindset, right? It's not that he had a father figure; it's he wanted to get himself out of this situation.
Yeah.
He's like, this is not good for me. I want to do better. So, as long as you have that mindset, you take yourself anywhere you want to go.
So that was the point. I'm like, there are some people that do incredibly well with just their moms.
Come on, Tiff. Come on, Tiff.
Oh my God! Are you not saying that?
Don't call God. Don't call God. He ain't coming. Remember, you burn sage. Tiff, what I was saying, come on, because you said there are some people, right? Let's have the real conversation.
Okay.
Hey, Tiff, and watch this. When you go out into in the earth, right? When people say some, it's gonna start to jump in your head, wait, you can't say some, but you're gonna start noticing it. Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
I've really been thinking about what you said and the capacity to answer a question, and I don't think it's a skill set that I need to work on.
It's all
so
good.
I will work on it.
Yeah, good. But what you were about to reply to Will? Will, say what you last said.
The whole thing about LeBron James. The thing is, if LeBron James had the choice, we had the choice to have have a family, all that stuff, father that was, that was that guy, versus his success and everything. What would he choose, or a lesson person? Just like, which one would you choose? Would you choose the fame and fortune, or would you choose your family situation?
Then Tiff was responding, right?
Yes.
I don't understand this, but it can be a yes and. So why not? You're shaking your head. Why can't it?
The thing is, in life, you have to make a decision. Like, the thing is, nothing is 50-50. It's either 49-51, whatever. But the thing is, there is a tipping point. And the thing is, just staying in the middle, it's politically correct, but in real life, you have to make the decision.
I still don't understand why you can't have a family and be successful. Again, I think there are men, we'll say it's Steph Curry, where his father was definitely in his life.
Yeah, okay.
He's been able to train. The same thing with Kobe. He had a father that played sports. The same with Colin Kaepernick. He had a father that played sports. So it's very clear that manhood is needed. Like, I'd be lying if I didn't say it. So I don't know. what do you think that men are not doing to be able to have kids that are yielding success?
Okay, well,
Gentle
the thing is,
parenting.
Well, so let me say this real quick. So Lionheart in the chat actually put something that was pretty profound to me, right? He was saying that men who didn't have fathers, right, are making sure they're there for their kids, you know, but they are trying to be a father
a
when they
deficit.
didn't have one, right? And they're already at a deficit trying to do their best, but also are they over, what's it called when you over do some
Compensate.
overcompensating, right?
And they call it helicopter parenting.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys watched the Parent Show, but it's like
Overcorrect.
right? Overcorrect, I think overcompensate was more so I was looking for. And then so what happens then, which was an interesting thought. He said it better than I said it, but that was an interesting thought. You know what I'm saying?
I saw that earlier.
Yeah, overcorrection is a result of trauma.
Scam. People say hi. Were you raised by wolves or something?
Single moms. How y'all doing, everybody?
And let the trolling begin.
No,
I'll say we've seen a case of overcorrection with Kendrick Lamar where his mom suffered some type of SA and she was so like 10 on it that she felt like he was going through it to the point to where he lost the relationship with his favorite cousin. But also when I look at Kendrick Lamar, he did not necessarily come from the best of places, but the one thing that you can see is there's a brotherhood. When everybody got on that stage, regardless, they were able to, one, get it together, two, work as a community and do something very special. So I don't think we lack capacity. I think the will happens sometimes be a thing.
Do you think gangsters coming together means what exactly?
Well, I'm not going to talk about people that have an affiliation. What I can say is if you have an affiliation and you can get past that to do something for the greater good for the community, then to me, that's something big because they came together for the greater community and to show and to honor what he did, to honor Nipsey, to honor Kobe. There was a lot of different things that they did together. And when you watch him, even talks about how there was no disrespect. Everybody worked together. And what I'm just saying is, I'm sitting here thinking, I think the difference was we fought, right? You didn't take an L on the internet. Like if you got beat up, you just got beat up. You didn't go and get a gun. Now we're gonna talk about it.
But what about the element though, right? So if I, like Fifi said, if I put the strap down for that night, you saying that's a W, I guess?
I think that
For
it
that
is
night.
It's showing for that night, but it also is showing the capacity. If you show the capacity, then you can repeat the behavior. That's a choice.
I'll be good for a check. Like if you notice, at the boxers and all that, you know, they actually very rarely do they throw punches at these press conferences. Usually they push each other, right? Because there's stipulations in that contract. You'd be surprised what a nigga do for a Klondike bar.
And not only that, Kendrick Lamar ain't the first person to unite them. This has been done before many times.
Well, they did it outside of celebrities too, August. Right, to your point, they been had the cookouts, or picnics, whatever they called it out there. You know what I'm saying? But you know who wasn't? Oh, dude, you can jump right in. You know who wasn't there though? The young niggas, because the young niggas is still getting it popping. Like, I think that's one thing to cite.
That's what I said.
Go ahead, old dude. My bad.
So we just celebrating the fact that it was like an ultimate diss. That's all that was, right?
That's what it was.
That's what it was.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They riding away.
Dead would be the grams at this point with what They Not Like Us. That was dancing like you dance, and then the concert. I'm just like, oh my god, he did a lot for a diss record. Like No Vaseline is, and hit him up.
Oh.
Something completely different.
Kendra's ultimate petty.
Yeah, he had a cross on which threw me off a little bit, but just cause that cross, that shit is bullshit. But cause when he came out with that song, that song Ya Ya. I don't know if you guys heard what he was saying, and then he donned the cross.
He said you're Israelite.
Yeah, and then he had that cross that shit
Don't
threw
call
me
me
off.
black no more.
But he was doing homage. He was actually paying tribute to Tupac. So when you look, he has a cross on. almost to the T, the outfit was the same outside of he wore his hat forward and Pac had his backwards. So, and I've never seen him with jewelry on. Like I have never seen Kendrick Lamar with jewelry on. So I think it was just for that night. He don't look like the kind of person that's always like trying to floss, or he's not wearing his money.
Yeah, I don't know. He had a cross on. That's all I know. So next time you talk to that nigga Tiff, tell him I said don't wear that bullshit no more.
Stop it. Because the other day, didn't you tell me how does my husband leave me if we're not both Christians and we're not equally yoked? So we got to pick. Is the cross okay?
Oh, you think the cross is biblical? Oh, you think it's something good? Oh, okay.
No,
just trust me on this.
If you believe that Jesus came off of the cross and you don't have to use that because there's liberation and freedom and he rose again, that could be your thing.
Tiff. Don't do this. This not. Trust me, it's not gonna go how you think it's gonna go. All I'm saying is, this is a different level. I'm not getting it. Just trust me, right? You see, Ronnie saying, just consider this, right? If your brother got killed by a gun, it's like wearing a gun around your neck, right? And in tribute to him. That doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So just we liken the cross just to keep it easy, so I don't have to go down that road. You know what I mean? Right now, look, now they saying get into it. Nah, I ain't gonna do it.
I would really love to hear what you have to say. I mean, I'm willing to learn. I think I'm willing to be malleable, and maybe that's the other thing. Like, I think for women, it's okay for us not to know. I don't know if that's okay for men, because I think there's such a stipulation of you should know better. You're a man. You should do this. You're a man versus I'm learning just like you learning. I don't like the whole, well, if you've never done that, you've never done that. And there's a learning curve. Like you don't come out as a baby walking. You gotta crawl. Then you stumble and you walk. And then from there you can run. So you gotta be going through all of these stages and matriculate. So I can't be mad at the dude that he's crawling and somebody else is sprinting. Like Sha'Carri would dust most of the being on this panel, right? But that's her story. You said, I know you don't think you can run faster than Sha'Carri. Now come on now.
Now, no.
Who, me? No.
Back when I was younger.
The thing about it.
You think you could?
Back when I was younger.
Long distance only, not short.
No. Sprint. Most high schoolers. If you look at the high schoolers' times and stuff, most high schoolers and some college people are beating her time already.
The thing about men is that they what you were saying about men is that a man is expected to lead, so he has to be informed. So if he's crawling when he should be walking, and you look at that man and say you should be walking right now, you're in it, because us as men are expected to lead. A woman is supposed to follow our leadership. So if we're not informed, that's our fault and that's our problem, that we have a deficiency that we have to deal with. So I understand having the empathy behind that, but I don't think that any man should have sympathy for crawling when he should be walking. That's just my perspective, though.
I think that was well said.
What if crawling is all he can do?
He's gonna lose.
Get up.
He's gonna lose.
Then ostracize his ass. You know, he's useless.
What I'm saying is this: there's men that are 7s, 8s, and 9s, and there's a man who's a 2.
Yeah.
What's the point of telling him how come you ain't an 8 or a 9 when you could at least start by saying, "I see you're a 2. Let me help you get to a 3." That's what I mean.
The man who's a 2 should be seeking to be a 3, and if he's not seeking it, then that's his problem.
No,
okay, well then if he ain't seeking it, then ostracize.
Yeah, that ain't my problem.
You shouldn't have to come to him and say, "Hey, I see you a 2. Let me help you get to a 3." He don't want to be a 3.
Does he know?
No, I'm saying, okay.
It don't matter if he don't.
It's the world is going to tell him that he's a 2. The world is going to react to him as a 2, so he's going to know he's a fucking 2.
Okay, so why participate in it? Because that's just kicking somebody while they're down. Unless you're willing to help.
What I said, ostracize him, ignore him. That's what I said. I said to ostracize him. Unless he wants to be a 3. If he's trying to get to a 3, man, come on in. I'll show you how to get to a 3 easily. And I'll walk with you all the way through the process.
I need a question. I have a question. So the degeneracy and the people who are the worst of our community, whatever, because everybody has it. Doesn't matter what race you go to. Everyone has their gangster. Is our time going to be better spent developing ourselves and keeping to ourselves and ostracizing these people who we don't associate with and think that they're throwaway? Or is our time better spent in trying to save and rehabilitate and bring on as many as humanly possible?
Your time is better spent on giving energy to the ones. I know. I'm not the answer.
I can give you
your
an
time
answer
is
too.
your time is better spent. Your time is better spent on giving energy to the ones who want it. The ones who are looking for it, trying to get from a 2 to a 3. Give all your energy to that person. The guy that's just sitting there knowing he a goddamn 2 because the world is telling him that, and he doesn't give a fuck about being a 3. You don't need to waste any energy, time, effort on that person at all. You let him be who he is, and focus on the ones that really want it.
I got another question.
Not allowing energy to go around.
If you ignore them,
August,
but what's the point? Let's be real. One point in everybody's life, I assume, you done did some dusty stuff. Everybody done dusted, crusted, and did absolute stupid stuff, or been broke, whatever. Did you want people coming, hey man, dang, you broke? Does that help kicking people while they're down? But a lot of us are someone who had something or somebody who actually helped. So why go and kick the people? Now, if you're saying ostracize, cool, that's an option. It's your time.
Okay,
If
well, that means you ignore him.
What's the point of kicking them out? And if they just talk shit,
How's that kicking them while he's down? You're ignoring them.
No, cool. Ignoring, fair. I'm just saying not to be kicking them while they're down. Because you don't even know why they're down in the first place. Could it be the same thing or why you were down when you were down 15 years ago? That's all I'm saying.
We having 2 different conversations.
Yeah, you got to push forward. You can't just stay there.
I understand what he's saying, because what he's saying is he's describing pretty much what I went through. Like, before the house, before the car, before the job, I was sleeping on somebody's couch, somebody else's couch. Somebody had to be kind enough to let me sleep on that couch until I got into the next thing. I got a job, back my apartment, blah, 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 blah. If we all had the fuck them all mentality of you're a loser, therefore I don't need to do anything to reach out or to help you or assist at all, where would all of us be as a community?
That part.
But EBD, to that point,
and it is optional.
When you were sleeping on that couch, when you were allowed to lean on that friend during that time, how long were they going to allow you to be there? Was the deal, you can stay here, but understand you're gonna have to get a fucking job, you're gonna have to get up out of here at some point. This isn't just you're down and out, so let me open up my arms and take care of you, my brother. Like that's not what that was. And
right. It was a countdown.
And it also wasn't a stranger, right? And it also wasn't a stranger, right?
I don't think, no, address what I said first, though.
No, I am. I'm saying it wasn't a stranger. Just putting that in proper context, it was a friend, right? So with my friend, they know my work ethic, right? They know I'm a technology person, right? So they knew I was going to get a job. That was a matter of time. But I don't have a residence. I don't have a this. I don't have a that. So that was never really a question of when. It was just a matter of, hey, you need a place to stay? You cool. Because I know when you get right, you always taking this out. You always living this lifestyle. You're down, but you're down right now. And that was always the understanding amongst me and my friends. But if it's a stranger or somebody you don't know or somebody, a friend of a friend, yeah, they're going to question you, your motives. Yeah, you can stay here tonight or, 2-3 weeks. But then you got to have a plan to, be up out, something like that. So the conditions were different for me. I lucked out and have the type of friends that I have, which is how I got here, which is what Scam was talking about. Because if every one of my friends were like, well, you're down, so I don't want nothing to do with you until you back up again, where would I be? I wouldn't be where I'm at. I think that's what the point is. I think that's what we're missing.
You were two looking to be a 3. You were 2 looking to be a 3. You're the type of person that deserves the energy. You deserve the grace. You deserve it. If you just a person that just couch hops your entire life and just sleeps on people's couches, those are the people we're talking about that needs to be ignored and don't have to put energy in, because there's nothing you can do to convince them. They have to convince themselves. And until they've hit rock bottom, that's the only time that they're going to say, you know what, damn, maybe I do need to change something. Outside of that, you can't help them.
No, like August, that's fair game. That's fair game. If a person don't want to do nothing, all they can do is end up pulling you down. If you don't know, and you just don't feel like it, hey, you're not obligated to come save the world. But if it's somebody you know there are two, they're struggling and they want some help, or you don't know if they want some help, I'm just saying don't judge them and just keep telling them what version of a two that they are.
You gotta judge them. You gotta judge them.
Talking that bullshit, that's different.
Yeah,
Then
but you gotta judge them regardless, though, right? Because you judge righteously, right?
I'm saying if you're gonna judge them, you need to know the full story. Because what are you judging?
That's his man's, right?
Been through, huh?
That's his man. I thought you said it was somebody he was familiar with.
Oh, familiar with? Then you might know the story.
Yeah, I think that's what they were alluding to. You familiar with him? You gotta cast judgment. Is I think that's where accountability often comes from, right? You judge people based on their actions, right? But you judge in righteousness. You're not judging to try to beat them down, right? You let people know what they're doing wrong. I think that's just righteous in itself.
Yeah, and I know you say when you with your judgment you come in good faith.
Yeah, basically.
You're coach. At the end of the day, you're trying to get them to where it is that they need to be. Not just say, hey, man, you suck over there. Stay away from me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead, Tiff. What were you saying?
Cool.
Not just as that's not necessarily judgment. Isn't that just discernment?
No, it's judgment.
Okay.
100%.
It should be judgment, at least.
Yeah.
There are questions to be asked, like for instance, if you're taking someone into your house and on your couch or whatever, proverbial couch, right? There are questions. There's a conversation to be had, and then there's questions to be asked, right? What happened with your job? What were you doing? And then what's your next step, right? There's conversations to be had. But if that conversation turns sour, like, well, I don't feel like doing anything. I've tried and I just failed. I ain't getting nowhere. I'm looking right now. Like there's a optimism and then there's a pessimism that you have to get past. And for me, I'm always, I guess in my case, I was pessimistic for a while. I've applied to over 100 jobs. I'm not getting any hits. I'm not getting, I was there, but you have to fight through that shit. And that's not easy without friends or without some kind of encouragement.
Yeah, but you applying for 100 jobs shows that you're actually trying to get from the 2 to the 3 by itself.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And so guys, so generally, Tiff didn't say it as direct as Love said it, but do you guys think the majority of us are trying to get from 2 to a 3?
Absolutely.
Majority of the twos.
Hell no.
Majority. I think majority. I see
Hell
majority.
No. So old dude said no. Will said no. August said no. Mr. Williams said no. Scam, what you say?
Majority of the twos don't want to be. No, I say no.
Yeah. So I just used that because you guys were using that. But just essentially, do you think most men are trying to do better for themselves?
Nah, I think most men like what they are.
Scam. We just need a yes or no first, Scam, then we can get the context behind everybody else.
I say no.
Okay. Freezy, Shalom was popping. You said no, Scam. Why you say no?
Action.
What's the question here?
Are most men trying to better themselves, do better for themselves, come from a 2 to 3 or 4 to 5, whatever, float your boat? Hey, Will, you got to mute till it's your turn, big boy. You just got a lot of background. It's all good. You got a lot of background. Scam, you said no. What did you say again? Sorry, Scam.
I said no. Majority.
Yeah, why?
I think I'm not gonna say they're trying to do worse. They're trying to do better. I say most of them fall into trying to be about where they already are. A lot of people most people are comfortable.
Yeah. Okay. Is that bad necessarily, or it just is?
As a whole,
yeah.
My opinion is going to be bad because I always advocate for better. And I know that most people have probably 80% of people, men, women, everybody, all races have low self-esteem.
Mm-hmm.
So it does have an effect.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Mr. Williams, why you say no, we're not trying to do better? Men.
I'll take it personal because I'm handling another man's responsibility. And so by me raising my brother's child, and we were raised with the same morals, and I see there's no effort and not caring but no one but yourself, And I have a lot of men in my family like that are actually living off of someone else, or a woman's taking care of them, they're a pillar to post guy, or they with a different chick every time taxes hit. So I say majority. Yeah, I'll take it very personal.
I got you. I understand it. August, why'd you say no?
I think the day and age that we live in, I think really it's human nature for real to try and take the easiest path, and so most people are living in their comfort zone, and the desire to move out of your comfort zone takes a lot of effort. Like, just to even have the desire to move out of the comfort zone takes a lot of effort, and then it's a lot of effort to get out of your comfort zone. And I don't think that most people are willing to put that type of work in. Especially, living in a first world country, living in, the richest country on the planet. So there's a lot of opportunity for you to be comfortable, you know. So I think that's what plays a part in it.
Okay. I understand that. Old dude, why'd you say no?
I mean, August said it best. Most people are comfortable. Most people don't want to get out their comfort zone. Hence why guys don't want to go talk to girls. Right? It kind of comes back together, right? It kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? It kind of comes full circle, right? A lot of people, if they get comfortable in their situation, they're fine with just coasting. It's not necessarily wanting to push themselves forward. See, and I had the opposite situation of EBD. I actually brought somebody in myself, and they got lazier. And I was like, yeah, you got to go. I've lost a couple friendships that way. So, yeah.
Can I ask a question, though? Don't you think, because you brought dating into this, there's a completely different dating environment. Like, I don't even...
Hold on, Tiff. I want to get the answers first.
Okay.
EBD, you said no also? Yeah. You said yes? So, Will, did you go? Why'd you say no, Will, that men aren't trying to improve? You on mute still?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What'd you call it? One of the reasons. Sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
I know, I'm terrible.
All right, let EBD go first then. EBD, why you say yes, men are trying to improve?
I say that because, if I offered somebody or anybody $100,000 a year to just listen to everything I say and do everything I told them to, I mean, are we really going to expect a great percentage of men who are to say, you know what, I'm good where I'm at. You keep that job and you keep that money, but I am so fucking lazy. I don't want to make any kind of improvement of myself at all. That's why I say yes. You give them that job and that opportunity, whether it's rapping, whether it's basketball, whether it's design, whether it's something that they're actually good at, and you give them that opportunity, yes, they will take it. When I know there's somebody out there who will just say, oh, no, I'm all right. I'd rather not work than work. But I think that number is a very small minority. That's why I say yes.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me ask you guys a question. I want to answer. Let me ask you guys a question. Does the reason for which they're improving make a difference? Does the reason why they're striving to be great make a difference? If they are or are not?
Yes.
I say yes to both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a with them.
So one thing that I've heard is if women didn't care about a man's money, so basically the standard is often set by women. Have you guys heard that before? So if women said 40,000 enough, niggas would hover around 40,000. The fact that women are asking for more, men strive for more. Have you guys heard those sentiments before?
Yeah.
And then the sentiment is that's how it's always been. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think women have been spoils more often in history than they have not. Right. So when you win the war, the women come with the gold and the land and everything else, right? In terms of if you understand history, right? Now if women are setting the standard and men are striving based on the standard set by women, I think that can be highly problematic. So if you're only trying to get the bag so you can have access to women, I think that would be an issue for me generally.
Okay.
So if that's the reason why men are striving, then I think we probably need to reassess. But women and sex is obviously that important. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that's their. I don't think it's their entire reason. I think that it plays a major part. But
Well, if I
think
said
that,
it was, and I get it, right? There's a bunch of reasons, right? But if
Right.
that was the 50% of the reason, right? And then you break down, other parts that make up the rest of the 50, I just find it to be like, damn. An outside source is the reason in which you strive, right? My family inspires me, but I'm motivated when I wake up, regardless if they were here or not.
Right, and I
But go ahead, what
agree.
you
I
think?
think that's the type of men that I was speaking on, who has the desire to make those changes. But I think that if you understand the nature of a man, we think about sex all this on this damn panel. We think about sex probably half the day. So it's just is what it is. That's just our nature. So I think that just like you were saying, the spoils of war, I think it's manifested itself in a different way. So if we aspire to become greater, and then we become greater and accomplish more and become more influential, or whatever the case may be, that whatever makes up a great man, the spoils of that is more women. You have to have some other reason inside of yourself to get you to that point, because it's going to be a long and hard and dragging journey from the start to finish. But the spoils of that is more women, and I think that plays a part in a man's mind, where it's like, all right, I'm gonna accomplish all the things I want to accomplish within myself, challenge myself, become a better version of myself, and on top of that, I get more bitches. I
Okay.
think that's how it really play out.
Go ahead, Dana.
I don't think that it matters what the driving force is, or what the motive behind the change or the improvement is, if the result is the same. If you take money out of it, well, first of all, let's not pretend like we're not all influenced by the opinions of others. Everybody likes to think that they're not, or say that they're not. Like, I don't care what anybody else thinks about me, and it's bullshit. Everybody cares about what other people think about them, to an extent. Okay, so if you take money out of it, a different example. Let's say you have a friend who doesn't have good hygiene, okay? And his motive in having better hygiene is so that he can talk to more women. Do we care what his motive is? No, we care that he doesn't smell when he comes around us. So if the outcome is the same and everybody is benefiting, or he's benefiting at least, I don't think the motive is necessarily very important.
Now, the motive definitely makes a difference, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because if your motive is, if you like, okay, so if I'm trying to become a better version of myself and make $1 million, and I'm going through the process that it takes using a vehicle, let's say real estate, to make $1 million, but I have to start from square one. There's a long journey in between me getting more women at the end of it than what. I kind of lost my train of thought about what it takes. There's more to the journey than me getting more women, because along the journey, I'm not going to have any women. So my motivating factor of getting more women driving me is not going to carry me all the way to the end of the journey of becoming a better version of myself that can get more women.
But you're still
You have to
striving
have
for
other.
it.
You have to have. You still, yeah, but you have to have other factors on an individual basis that causes you to get up. Like, if it's just women that causes me to wake up every morning and make calls, and have meetings and stuff like that, or get on panels or whatever the case may be, then there's going to be a lot of days that I just don't get up. There has to be something else internally inside of you that makes you get up every day, and it has to be something for yourself, from yourself. I'm getting up because this is who I am, not because of women, not because of family, not because of nothing, but because this is who the fuck I am, and I'm getting the fuck up and making shit happen.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree that why matters.
Yeah.
If I just want to stick this Wigosaurus on Tuesday, I just need some buns. and I go and play this act. After I get the buns, I ain't gonna keep doing what I need to be doing because I already got the buns. Or if she decides, you know what, you can't have these buns no more. Now I'm gonna go back to be who I already was. But if I'm trying to do something, let's say it's losing weight. Say I try to drop 38 pounds or something. Let's say I was 300 pounds. I'm gonna drop this so I can get this. When it moves, my weight's gonna move along with it because that's what the value is. Or I'm gonna do this so I can get this job. When I no longer want that job, I'm no longer gonna go to the gym. Versus somebody who's plugged into a complete value system. Hey, I want to be a full out better person. I want to live longer. I want to be healthier. I want to look better in a suit. I want to get these women's. I want to be able to motivate the kids, my cousin. I want to, that entire value system, they're probably going to be way more plugged in a lot longer. Because those things are long term.
So what you're saying is that just can't be the sole reason, as long as there are other reasons in addition to that are personal to that individual.
Right. Meaning all behavior. Right. The root of all behavior, though a lot of it is always talked about being fixed on the surface level. The root of behavior is why. It's usually who the person is, then it's what's in their subconscious mind, which they can't control, then their conscious mind, then it's what they say they're going to do, then they go do it. So if it's just what they do, you can move that up and down with a matter of 5 minutes. But if it's who the person wants to become, like all the other stuff, they'll end up doing and changing behavior on a long term to where they don't even notice the change anymore.
But who cares? Why should your why matter to anybody else?
Because you lose motivation depending on what you
I'm one of those people who don't care about what people think because people aren't good at thinking anyway. Let's be honest.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If this is my why and I'm motivated by this thing, whether it's for my own benefit or for an outside factor or whatever, if this is my why and it doesn't affect you one way or the other, why the hell do y'all care about my why and why I'm doing what I'm doing?
No, it's not that. We're just saying that if you want to get another degree so you can work on Wall Street. When Wall Street crumbles down, how motivated are you to get the degree? If they burnt Wall Street, now what are you getting a degree for? It moved. That's what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I don't think that was a great example, but I got it. I'm clear.
Yeah. Why? I think why should matter, man.
Why is everything? Everything that's skipped over, or why they try to correct things on the back end instead of the front end. If you correct why, you don't have to correct thinking. Well, why is part of thinking, but you don't have to correct actions anymore. Corrected why, they'll move the actions.
Let me give you a little more drastic example. Okay. Take somebody like R. Kelly or even Drake now, whomever. Okay. Let's talk about Drake. Okay. So Drake has been accused of being a pedophile. I don't necessarily know that he's a pedophile. I don't know that that's been proven or whatever. I think that I don't follow a lot of that. So I don't really know, but it's my understanding that it's not proven that he is a pedophile. It is my understanding that he is proven to groom young girls, and he spends a lot of time with underage girls. So the fact that he's not actually crossing the line to the point where it's pedophilia and he's sexually assaulting girls, so that's his why for not touching them, allegedly, right? I don't want to touch them because that's illegal. I don't want to go to jail.
He settled a case for $350K, a SA case.
Okay, well, I'm talking about a hypothetical. Like I said, I don't know all of the details, but let's, for the sake of the conversation, if your why is to stay out of jail or is to not break the law, do we care that this is your why, that you're not touching little girls? All we care about is that you're not touching little girls.
Yeah, the reason
the outside cares about what they want, and most people want something right now or as it is, and they want it on a short term.
Well, but just to use I'm glad he's not touching little girls or anybody. But what was the reason why he's not doing it?
To stay out of jail, or
right. People often, and the real issue is, right, if they don't deal with it, people are masking, and they often have to fight that urge every day. What happens when he succumbs to it?
Well, I don't know, but that's a different conversation.
No, it's the same one, right? Because I got 5 daughters. So now every time one of them around, right, just in case they succumb to that urge, what happens? Because they haven't dealt with it, they just masking it. You see what I'm saying? Now my daughters aren't safe if whomever walks into the if they move into the neighborhood changes drastically.
Right.
So not only does he need to go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Not only does he need to not want to go to jail, he need to deal with the reason why he had that issue in the first place before I have to deal with him physically and violently because he succumbs to his urges because the only reason he's doing it is to stay out of jail.
I get that, Hamp, but along those lines, there are a lot of sick ass people walking around who have those thoughts who don't necessarily act on those thoughts
Until they do.
because they know it's morally wrong or because it's illegal or because they know that there's some type of consequence involved, not necessarily jail.
Mhm.
There's a consequence involved. So I'm not acting on these urges, but that doesn't mean that I don't have these thoughts. It doesn't mean I don't have these urges. So this is my motivating factors. I don't want to reap the consequences of my actions, but I don't care about the motive. All I care about is that you're not actually acting on those urges.
What we're saying is at surface level. Like if you have a child, while I'm against corporal punishment, you got a child who is shoplifting, and you beat them half to death. They still want to shoplift. You never fixed it. They shoplifted for a reason. You don't know if it's peer pressure. You don't know what it is, and you beat them, and all you're thinking is, well, they ain't gonna do it because I'm gonna beat them. So their mind, if it's somebody like me when I was a teenager, okay, now I need to do it, get away with it, but don't get caught so I can avoid the pain. But I still want to shoplift. That wasn't correct.
Still want to shop exactly.
If you correct the why of the shoplifting, the consequences don't matter because I have a value system and I don't want to participate in the behavior.
Yeah,
I get that, but
There is
and
no
again,
temptation.
the example that I'm giving, there are consequences involved. The initial conversation is about improvement. So what
Right.
do I care about why you choose to improve yourself if you are improving yourself?
No, what we're saying is if it goes all the way to the why, you can get the actual character of the person to where you don't have to even think about the consequence. Like, would you steal $100 from your best friend? Most people will say no, because there's a value system where they value their friend more than $100, regardless if they'll get caught.
Yeah.
But if a person is only fearing consequences, man, that $100, man.
And the thing about that's the perfect and scam. That's a great point because look at this, right? The fear of consequence itself. Once people overcome the fear of consequence, then what? Like look at prison as an example. 80% of the people who 80% of the people who release go back, right? Like us, we all been waking up. We all grew up getting spankings and beatings and shit like that, right? And now, don't get me wrong, it's a nominal number of black people doing bad things, right? There's 42 million of us. I think it was like 8, just probably 10 or 20,000 people actually doing crime, right? Overall, right? But out of that population, them were the niggas that was getting their ass whooped. And that doesn't actually work to just leave with punishment. You got to understand why people are doing things so they can deal with that part directly so we don't need to punish in the first place.
Exactly. And if they're so bought into the value system, even when they go wrong, they'll punish their own self. You might even have to do it.
Mm-hmm. Man, that's interesting though. But it's a good conversation when she said it, right? Because we look at the result 100%. It's just that, man, why people are doing things really has to matter much more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I think it's sustainable once you understand the why, and the why is substantive.
But most brains have been conditioned right and wrong and then consequences. That's in the most people.
Mm-hmm.
And it depends
So
on
when you
what
see something, the first thing you say is that's wrong and they need to get them. Huh?
It depends on what social class you are, but because people who have more money face less consequences, so their operandi of right and wrong are completely different than what the common or average man has to succumb to as far as consequences. What separates a man from being innocent or guilty is the lawyer, not really the law, but the lawyer.
Well,
come on, man.
Higher income commit less crimes. They have more to lose.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well,
That's
they
not
get
true.
away. Well, I guess white collar.
He's saying they get away with it.
Even still, it's a disconnect in the value
Well,
system.
So you got to think about it. Like rich people think
More than it is fearing the consequence.
Rich people think of crimes differently. So like if I get a speeding ticket, because I'm not rich, so if I get a speeding ticket, it's going to set me back, right? A rich person gets a speeding ticket, that's the price of doing business.
if that rich person gets a speeding ticket, they have a lawyer.
Yes, you're correct.
They have a retainer. They're driving a certain type of car. They're the governor's friend's baby mama, ex donor to whoever. They ain't getting no speeding ticket. They're getting an escort to wherever they got to go. They ain't getting no ticket. So when we talk about consequences,
let's use something a little bit more simple, and I'll get Uncle Jeff in. What's popping?
Yo.
So essentially, right, and this is what when we really break it down, right? Women say this too, right? You only apologize because you get caught. You ever heard that one? Nigga only apologized because he got caught getting some other cheeks. So they didn't want to. Huh?
Is that for the man or the woman?
Well, just in terms of you hear, oftentimes I think we get smoked more because we just be, you know what I'm saying? It's connected to the Apple Watch, then the iPad, then your laptop, and you only deleted it off of Instagram. Right. That don't even make no sense.
We
right?
cheat stupid.
Yeah, right. So, you know, and that's why the apology isn't accepted, right? Because the same logic should be employed there. I apologize, right? As long as I apologize, it should be good enough, right? But the reason for which I apologize actually matters, and that's considered whether or not you accept my apology, right? So I like to employ that same logic here, right? Why people are doing things has to 100% matter, not just because they got the result or the apology. Uncle Jeff, what's popping?
What's happening, fellas? Well, actually, before I speak to the fellas, I ain't okay. Fuck all you hard legs up here. Hey, ladies, how y'all doing? Where Dana at? Dana, where your head at? That girl look good today. Dana look good enough for me to date her auntie if I was single. Look, we got to back up on a couple of subjects here. First off, the whole thing about the police and getting pulled over, I can tell you this from personal experience. I've done a gang of CHP Christmas parties, gang of them. For I had the number 2 CHP cops business card on the back of my driver's license. I can't tell you how many times I got to have a good night. The police are not here. We got to look at them different. They've never, the police are not here to protect and serve you. They're here to protect and serve commerce. They're here to get the bodies out the way so you keep shopping. They're not here for you. Don't ever look at the police the same way you look at rich people. Because like my man, old dude, I can't see that good. Like my man, old dude said, bruh, when you get a ticket, I don't know about y'all, but out here in LA, they got something called fine plus penalty assessment. That plus penalty assessment just basically multiplies the fine times 2. You fuck around, get a ticket out here, and a regular old ticket be a couple grand. So, yeah, look at that different recidivism for the same reason. A lot of cats go back because of the circumstance they can't get out of. It's not like I went down for 3 to 5, but I'm on parole, so I can't leave. I'm right around the same dudes and nobody will hire me. A lot of these dudes don't want to go back. It's real easy to look at this simply, but y'all, this is a big bag of worms. Yeah, I was writing it down. I think it's a bit of an oversimplification to say that Kendrick situation was just a big diss. A lot more than that. What these brothers were celebrating, I don't know if you was here for it. Hey, Dana, you looking good in the summertime, girl. It's a big difference. It's that shit meant a lot because of what Drake represented. Number one, he does not represent originality and creativity amongst his peers. Drake is a chameleon. Drake get next to somebody and get hot off of their warmth, and he's done it a lot. Drake represents the system. Drake represents getting a deal. Drake represents 360s. They have come together and said, we ain't getting down like that no more. We've become independent. We're not about hating each other. And when you said it's the young dudes that's still setting it off, you're right. Because the young dudes ain't seen enough of their friends die yet. The young dudes still mad about their daddies being gone. Once you get past that and outrun your dick, you start to look at life different. And these brothers have. Hip hop has grown up. It has matured. I like to say I'm hip hop's uncle. I saw hip hop come into the world and take a hard left turn that broke my heart. And I like to see it coming back. I like what they're about. I understand what the Drake beef represents. It represents a pushing away. It's a pushing away. And corporal punishment is different than spankings. And spankings ain't about getting beat to damn death. And spankings should be a last resort. They're not, ain't nobody, I did not get beat to death. I have 4 sons, ain't nobody in jail, everybody on their own business, everybody got bread, I ain't got no illegitimate grandkids, and I whooped their ass. It's just that I didn't do it when I was angry. I didn't do it unless it taught a lesson, and I didn't do it unless it was something we had gone over and over and over again, because what the ass whooping, and I'll land here, what an ass whooping is supposed to represent is the pain that your flaws are going to inevitably bring you.
Are you saying, you said last resort though, right?
Yes.
Fair.
Yes, it's a well-lit road to an ass whooping in my house. Well lit. And ain't no waking you up in the middle of the night in the bathtub because I'm mad. None of that. Look here. We talked about this, and what did I tell you was going to happen? So what did you do? All right, come on in this room. And it's formal. I don't use nothing but my hand. I believe in the ass hand test. Okay? Here's your problem. I got 2 hands. You ain't got but 1 ass. So we're going to get this right. That's the way I administer ass whoopings. And I'll never back down off of that, because the dudes that didn't get ass whoopings that I grew up with, I can go visit them when I go to Chicago. They in 2 places, jailhouse or the graveyard.
How you two man whooping these kids? You coming down on the ass like this? Like, what are you doing?
No, you stupid. No.
You stupid.
No.
I ain't touching that one.
No, Jeff.
You stupid. I
You at least said it's the last one.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
You're at least saying it's the last resort. So.
AL, let me read these. AL with the $2. We lack trust and self-value, thus individualism. Vet Life with the $10 says, respectfully. Oh, I read this one. AL with the $5 says, plenty of business flourish in small markets, i.e. single demographic, depending on your scope, ellipsis. However, does that market support the business? Machine with the $5 says, Hamp is preaching facts. Payroll tax will detail the most business owners, quote unquote, quick. AL with the $5 says, I can go into business with someone I don't like as long as the core values are aligned. They might have good character, but they are annoying. Caesar's Palace with the $2 says, Dana, your new hairstyle is fire. Great choice. Yeah, man. Salute to Dana, man.
Yeah, Dana. Better be careful. That hairstyle gonna have you peeing on the stick, girl.
Jesus, Palace with the $5 says.
God damn.
I hate y'all, man.
No. Hamp, Dana, check your damn phone. Hamp, if women always say guys who they don't like come up to them, does that not mean we have a bunch of black men always taking risks trying to talk to black women? No. So what I've gathered, being outside, generally women often say they aren't getting approached in mass. If you looked at a couple of those shows, I don't know if you ever saw it, they did a couple singles events down in Houston, and it was a majority women for the first 3 hours. So yeah, man, I don't know, brother. AL with the $5 says risk has to be weighed with reward in a cost-benefit analysis. Sometimes it's a high risk, low reward. If you don't see the benefit, why do it? Well, yeah, if you use sometimes, right? But generally speaking, economics says high risk, high reward, right? Lauren Mack with the $2 says, hey, my Dana, sitting pretty. AL with the $5 says, what if it's not fear? He just doesn't see relationships or a certain level of relationships, i.e. marriages, as a benefit worth the risks. Based on the numbers, right? For instance, the majority of young men want children, right? They also understand that you get your rights automatically in marriage, right? So It's just that when we look at the numbers based on what men are saying they want, fear is a mind killer. But you know that better than anybody else, AL. Smitty was popping with the 2,000. Shout out to the CEOs and the employees. Freezy with the 10 ounces. I think in many cases it's bigger than just getting out of your quote unquote comfort zones. Men are afraid to admit they have anxiety disorders, phobias, etc. They are not lazy, they're mentally disturbed. Jesus Christ. He knows what's popping with the 10 ounces. Hey, I got out of Folsom and I found your channel. I can honestly say you helped change my perspective in life in some ways concerning actual fatherhood. Salute my brother.
My man.
Hey man, I'm proud of you, man. I appreciate you. You know, I got inspiration from you guys all the time, man. And I know it's the summertime, so you grinding and you feel me? So I'm proud of you. Keep on doing the same. You heard? Joe with the $5 hint. Your own panels of women have said they get approached, just not by the men they want. Yeah, so when you refer to that panel, if you remember the week previous to that, they were saying they weren't getting approached. Then we had the approach conversation. All of a sudden it changed. And them heifers is single. So you tell me what's really going on. See, don't, Joe, it's me, baby. Let me break this down and salute to the women's POV. All right, so they was asked me to break this down real quick. The reason why I was saying that about the cross, let me show y'all this real quick. One, have you guys heard of idolatry?
Yeah.
You guys ever seen a cross hanging in somebody's living room without the nigga Jesus on it?
Yeah, all the time.
All the time. So is the cross being idolized or is it Jesus?
So you're saying the same thing as the pictures of black and white Jesus? Romans 125.
Just strictly the cross, right? You notice how it's in people's houses without anybody on it, right? The cross is touted, right? So I just want you guys to understand that perspective, right? Okay. So here, can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right, Leviticus 26:1. Ye shall make no idols nor graven image, neither rear you up or a standing image, neither shall ye set up any image of stone in your land to bow down unto it, for I am the Lord your God, right? So idolatry is key, and we often have that cross with nobody on it whatsoever. People often wear it on their neck without any image of whoever they think Jesus may even look like, right? Let me show you how unimportant the cross was to the apostles themselves. This is Acts 5:29. Then Peter and the other apostles answered and said, we ought to obey God rather than men. The God of our fathers raised up Jesus, whom ye slew and hanged on the tree. Do you see how Peter said this? You guys see what he's saying? He didn't say nothing about no cross, right? He just threw it out there, whom he slew and hanged on the tree, right? Just to show the unimportance of how they actually put Jesus up there, right? Him have God exalted with his right hand to be a prince and the savior for to give repentance to Israel, right? Just to finish the point, right? It's not that important. It's not that valuable. It was a weapon in which they used back then quite often. Now look at this correlation. Jeremiah 10. Hear ye the word of the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen. That's important, right? The Israelites didn't do what the heathen did, okay? And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heavens are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workman with the axe. They deck it with silver, with gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it not move. Now, does this sound familiar?
Come on, give it to him, Doc. Give it to him.
Right? Cut the tree out of the forest. You deck it with silver and gold. Sound like something niggas do every December, right? And it's saying what? Do not do this, right? They are not upright as a palm tree, but they speak not. They must needs be born because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they can do no evil. Neither also is it in them to do no good. Let's skip one. Yeah. For as much as there is none like unto thee, O Lord, thou art great, and thou name is great in might, right? So it tells you what not to do with the tree. Do not idolize it, right? Understand in this verse here. Oh, wait, you can't see.
Hamp ain't playing with y'all today.
Right.
Okay.
This one, right? Sorry, I was reading it, but I didn't show it, right? So look at the correlations here, right? Look how unimportant it was to say cross. Peter just said it just like this, right? So I want y'all to understand what it is you're doing when you hang up that cross in your living room, right? And then furthermore, Romans perfected crucifixion for 500 years until it was abolished by Constantine in the 4th century AD. Crucifixion in Roman times was applied mostly to slaves, disgraced soldiers, Christians, and foreigners. Only very rarely Roman citizens. But this wasn't nothing special that they reserved for Jesus, right? Because there was 2 niggas to his left and to his right as well. You know, it's not actually biblical that Peter was hanged upside down on the cross. You actually don't find that in the Bible. All right, so I just want you guys to understand what it is we doing when we doing it, because the Bible don't actually support none of that shit. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So I was going kind of fast, but I hope y'all got all that.
Hey, Hamp, where was that about the Christmas tree?
Jeremiah 10.
Jeremiah 10.
Mm-hmm. You read all the way down to 3. You can go to 4 if you want, but that'll give you the gist of it. Yeah, so keep that damn Christmas tree out your damn house.
Can I co-sign that real quick, Hant?
Sure. I gotta actually, Dana, did you text me back? Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Yeah, you got
that what you just heard, dear Christians. Hant didn't say a goddamn thing your pastor don't know. So if you got a Christmas tree in your church, that nigga is pimping.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. Let me see. Let me read these super chats real quick. Yeah, that's just, and like Uncle Jeff is saying, scam is literally Jeremiah verse starts at the top. You don't even got to go digging for the shit.
Nope.
You know.
I asked for the verse, not the pastor.
No. I would just point it out. The fact what Uncle Jeff said is obvious. It's literally the first 3 verses in Jeremiah 10. You know what I'm saying? And Jeremiah is super important book. When you go to Jeremiah 31 and 31, it literally talks about the new covenant, right? Which pastors often lean on. So I would deduce that they definitely read the book, but for some reason they skip over that part.
Cause they pimping.
Vince with the 2000, Big Hand, what's good, fella? What's up, my brother? CJ with the $5 says, yeah, they'll say they're not being approached because it's not by the men they want. Okay, yeah, no, I get it. Shout out to Windmill CJ, man. Uncle Jeff, the original question. He said, I Grinch Christmas.
Jesus wasn't even born on December 25th, dumbasses. That's got to do with some astrological shit. But anyway, what the original question about
well, yeah, just all men aren't created equal. What's your synopsis on that? Dana, you gonna hold it down? I gotta hop out for a second.
I got you.
All right.
In what context, if you don't mind, real quick?
So essentially it was alleged that black men just don't step up to the plate. We look for the easiest route, and our inspiration often comes from our penises. A lot of things in which we do are to get sex and things of that nature.
Okay. Well, how does that separate us from any other man?
I guess they say the vigor in which we go after vagina and why we do things, our reasons aren't as substantive as they need to be.
Okay. Well, I got bad news for you.
Listen,
that's the whole reason that there are nicer cars and nicer clothes than others, nicer. Why you think it is a woman? Okay, I actually had this. I went downtown shopping to get ready for this TV show I was doing, and I spent $1,500 on my outfit, shoes and all. The girl I was with, I said, "You want to buy something?" She said, "Okay." Nigga, I spent $14 on her, and she looked better than me. It's because society is set up so that we can pick out who doing good. Why you think of any shoe you gonna put on as a man, maybe you didn't pay that for it, but if you're gonna get a compliment, at some point somebody wanted $300 for it. That's I'm sorry. If you mad because we are pussy motivated, then you need to fuck with another species. This is why this is why y'all can't fuck like we do. Cause pussy is earned, dick isn't. When is the last time you had to cut your hair, wash your car, and look like you had some money and act like you was into our gender specific shit just to get us to lay down with you? You don't. When's the last time you had to go through a whole evening pretending that you was interested in us. A man will listen to any story if there's some pussy at the end of it. So I don't know how you want that fixed, and I don't know how that got hung on black men. Every man I know that's straight is pussy motivated. The point is, when you get to a certain age, I'll say this and I'll land. It ain't that like right now. It ain't that for none of y'all. None of y'all like pussy more than me. And it ain't that pussy was greater when I was younger. It's just that it has more competition. Back when I was young, remember Pong? Y'all remember Pong? That was the first video game. Boop,
yeah.
Boop. That shit right there wasn't compared to no pussy. Have you seen Call of Duty, nigga? NBA 2K? Pussy got to compete with that now. I can just jack off and make it to the playoffs. I ain't got to deal with this horrible broad.
Uncle Jeff, you are something else. You're not making a bad point. It's a very good point. A lot of men are motivated by the opposite sex. However, I want you to speak more toward men compared to other men. Like we're talking about if men are created equal, right? So if a man is motivated by women or by any outside force other than himself, or regardless of whatever his motivation is it fair to say that there are men who are, like, we know that there are alphas, we know that there are betas. Is that okay? Is it okay to live in a society where we can accept that there are some that are overachievers, some are entrepreneurs, some are the pretty boys, or they're the go-getters, and then just some people aren't? And is that okay? Or should everybody be striving to be the alpha, the entrepreneur, the millionaire, all of that?
I don't know about okay. It just is. I don't know if you can say whether it's okay, Dave. It's like, nigga, shit stain. It is. There just are some dudes that are more motivated. Dudes that can't get it out their way. That's why I sell this. It's called Uncle Jeff's Male Important Decision Cream. You're supposed to rub it on your member before you go to court, before you buy a car, before you go on a first date, so that you make proper decisions. You can get this shit. Right? We can talk about that later. But yes, Dana, it is. I don't know. I don't know how to apologize for it. I mean, if I do, then if I say it's not, then I got to erase Samson. And I'm just going with the Bible because it's the spiritual watering hole that most black people gather around. I don't take it any more serious than the Marvel universe, but okay, you gotta explain away Samson. You gotta explain away David. It's a lot of Alexander the Great. Look,
I got you. Oh, dude, you had something to say?
Yeah, I kind of think it is okay. You have to. If not, society would fall, right? You have to have worker bees. It's a must.
Yeah, but are we looking down on those who are not, who we don't feel are achieving at a level that we feel they should be?
Are you talking about women or other men?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Are you talking about women or other men?
Other men.
Some people do. Seeing Hamp don't like some. I'm gonna say most people do. Most people would look down on them. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else have anything to add?
I wouldn't. I completely disagree.
It's anecdotal.
No. Well, I'm just saying me. See, I said me.
Well, I'm the same way. I'll talk to the janitor the same way I talk to the CEO. So
there you go. That's me. But that's me though. I tend to treat the CEO with deference and respect because he owns the company, but don't think that I'll just ignore the janitor, not know his name, not know his situation, not say hi to him every day. I say hi to the more janitors and things like that than I do the CEO. The CEO's got his job in places to be and people to be around. He does his thing. But me, I don't ever take the I guess like a snubby attitude of people who work to give me my coffee every day. I make small talk with them. People who see me get from the restaurant, my favorite restaurant. I know some of those people, not personally dinner at the house, but enough to show them the same level of respect that I would the CEO. The CEO may provide my lifestyle, but someone who's providing my food and my coffee, they also get that.
Yeah, EBD, that's a very good point. But along those lines, I think that everyone is deserving of respect. But to Hamp's point earlier, should we be judging those people for not wanting to improve or to excel or to do what we feel is better or to achieve more? Should we, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, I'm not going in on anyone, but should we be judging them and challenging them to do better?
I think that we only judge and want people to do better for people we know. Because if I don't know you and your situation, I have no business judging you. But you judge your friends, you judge your family because you know them and you know their situation better. But if it's a complete stranger and you tell me one piece of the story, I can only judge one piece of the story that you told me. But if it's friends and family and the degree of separation is closer, then I'm going to have more of a say-so and an opinion on the matter versus a complete stranger I don't know off the rip.
Yeah, but along those lines, don't they belong to our community, right? So if the end goal is to build community and for our community to thrive, we were talking about keeping Black dollars in the community earlier. If we're looking at the greater good,
right,
and these are members of our community and not necessarily members of our family or our inner circles, but they contribute to our progression as people, should we be judging them and challenging them to do better or to do more? Better is not the right word, but to excel and to achieve more.
I wouldn't say judge is the right word. I mean, members of our community, yes, we all want each other to do better, but that takes encouragement, and encouragement can only come from a place of understanding. You couldn't really make that judgment in a sound way if you don't know them. But I mean, Kim Pope, right? But I mean, otherwise it's just talking shit and criticizing someone you don't know. Hey man, because there's always going to be some troll you come across that says, hey man, you fucked up, you ain't doing right, and they're not doing shit themselves, right? But if you know someone and you at least have familiarity with someone, you have more of a greater opinion, and that person takes your words, your opinion, more weight. They give you more weight. They'll listen to you.
Okay, I like that. I want to go around the room. Should we be judging people that are holding our community back economically and by not bringing in as many dollars or not starting businesses and so on and so forth? I'm going to start with you, old dude.
Oh, it's like I said before, well, I'm sorry. You said, should we be judging them?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't. Yes.
Anyone else want to start first? You need a moment.
Sound like somebody packing the mood. Anybody hear that?
Yeah. What about you, Playboy?
Me, I just treat people accordingly. So if I see that you're full of shit or you're a piece of shit person, I'm just gonna deal with you in that way. And usually I just stay away from those type of people. But if you're motivating or you have a goal or anything like that, I'm willing to always help someone out with that and reach that. But most of the time, I mean, it's just like if I see a group of teenagers and they're doing something that they know better, I'm gonna address it. I'm gonna make sure, even if I got a lie and threaten them to say, hey, I'm gonna tell your parents, just to get the behavior change. So I just think that, I mean, we're human, so we're gonna be judgmental no matter what.
What if they're not doing wrong though? You just want them to be the best versions of themselves, to achieve, to excel, all of that.
Well, the hard part in that, they have to come with you with that concern, because me trying to push somebody that doesn't have that work ethic, it's not going to work. So I wouldn't waste my breath on that. And that's only because of my age. I know, if I see someone that really wants to help, I'm going to help. And then I know it could go left if I'm trying to help someone that doesn't. So, it's kind of like a double-edged sword type of situation.
Yeah, I got you. Some Likely, how about you? What say you? Is he frozen?
Is he froze?
How about, okay, we'll come back. Uncle Jeff?
Oh, no, there he is. Is he? Okay. I think what Brother William really touched on is the true creation of a village. In a village, the kids don't belong to any one person. They belong to the village. So let's just say we all lived in the same place. whoever was good at whatever. You want to learn about music, you're going to see Hamp. You want to, and so on and so forth. So by that, you kind of find out. We all find out who's who, and I think we gonna get back to that real soon. This shit we're in, we have to discuss what we're in if we're gonna discuss us in it. And this thing we are in, once it crumbles, there is no other way. You're not gonna, if you out here on some foolishness, you just gonna flat fucking perish. If you don't know, it's a dude somewhere around y'all that know how to navigate around under the street, that know how to turn the power back on when the grid go down, know how to get you fresh water. These dudes are going to pop up out the ground, and those who are going to follow them are going to follow them. Those who don't are going to perish. So that problem's going to take care of itself, in my opinion.
Okay. Living Will, I see you nodding a lot. What's going on over there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. The thing is, I don't think we could ever get away from judging. We judge everything. So the thing is, judging is okay. To me, the bigger point is being able to discern whether to pour your energy into a person or not. Just by watching their patterns or knowing them, whatever. And
Stay close to your mic, Living Will. You're going in and out a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
That's worse.
Further away.
Where you were.
Hello.
That's even worse.
Worse.
Hello.
Back the other way.
That's good.
Yeah.
Do the reverse of what you get.
All right.
No. Dang. All right.
Okay. You're good.
You big dude. Speak up.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Jesus. Like I said, being able to discern whether to pour your energy into a person, into a situation, I think that's the bigger issue. But we're always going to judge.
Okay. Oh, dude, I'm coming back to you. You have any thoughts on that or no?
You muted.
You're muted. Yeah.
I'm sitting here talking away too. We all gonna judge people, whether we do it consciously or subconsciously. Everybody judges somebody, but I tend to treat people the same, right? I try to keep even keel with how I talk to people. I show everybody respect, right? Until you disrespect me, and then it's a whole nother ball game. Other than that, people who want to learn, if you come to me, I'll teach. If not, c'est la vie. That's it.
Okay. Some likely. You back? You have something you want to add?
Yeah, Hamp's back. Hamp is gone, so I can say some as much as I want.
No, the fuck you cannot. That ain't that type of shit.
Hope he hears me.
We're trying to keep
Don't be acting like the daddy went to work, nigga. Mommy's still here. What's up?
Anyway,
I'm gonna tell your daddy when you acting up.
That used to be some shit, didn't it?
Nah, what was I gonna say? Oh, judgment, unfortunately, we do it subconsciously. It's something I actually still strive to work on because I grew up in the nicer black community, which is Judgment Boulevard. They the worst. Horrible. But sometimes we say we want better for people, but we want them to be better for our damn selves.
Yeah.
We want women to look better because we want to talk to better looking women. Let's be real. It's selfish. But then if you have core values, you want better because you want better for the people to be better. Like not just survival. You don't want to get robbed. You don't want to get ganked, but you actually want people to actually be better. So it's a combo of both. Should we judge people? No. We should meet people where they are and try to encourage them to do better. But that is optional. If it comes at the expense of yourself, I suggest not do it. Work on yourself first. If it comes at the expense of you can't handle it, once somebody pisses you off, you got to troll them. Like, that's not me or nobody, but I'm just saying. Then maybe not.
I think everybody's saying just about the same thing. I'm sorry, Tafakers, did you have anything you wanted to add before I ask the next question? Okay. I think everybody's saying about the same thing, but I just have to know or have to ask, like, so what happens to those who are lost, who don't have the guidance, who don't have the drive, who don't have the motivation, who are down and out or whatever, and may not appear to want to do better, but you know, we all know that everybody has a story. We all know that everybody comes from different backgrounds and have different experiences. So do we just throw those people away? Or like how I see you all too. Do we just throw those people away, or because they're not self-motivated, or do we try to speak life into them and encourage them to want to do better for themselves because they're worthy of it? Go ahead, Playboy.
Well, hopefully, what you're expressing to others, maybe they might get it through them. So that way, because sometimes they might not hear your message, but get it from somewhere else. So you hope that they're really never gone by the wayside, but maybe they might get it from somebody else, and they might express it to them a different way, and they might get it.
Y'all all saying the same thing, so y'all all passing the same men off to each other in hopes that the next man on the panel is going to have a different a way to get through to that person. At what point do you pick them up?
You have to teach differently. You have to teach differently sometimes. It's just like having 3 or 4 kids in the home. You're gonna have to deal with one with softer hands than the next one. And so maybe, just maybe, they can see, wait a minute, my brother's getting this because his behavior is better, even though you've been telling him it as a parent. Sometimes it's just like you teaching somebody, you train them sometimes to make it seem like it's their ideal. You know, you could tell a child for a straight month the same thing over and over, and then one of their friends will say it, and then they come to you, well, I just learned this, or I just figured this out, when I've been saying it to you for a month.
Yeah.
So it could just, it varies.
Yeah. Oh, do you had something?
I was gonna say, Alfred said it best. Some people just want to see the world burn. Can't save everybody. That's
from Batman. But yeah, but here's what I'll say as like a personal experience. I was doing okay doing call center tech support for an internet service provider for a good minute, until I come across this brother who's doing like exchanges, tech exchanges, has his own network, things like that. So he's talking to me saying, like, what are you doing on this phone? And I'm like, well, he's like, obviously, more than, than picking up a phone and helping me with my internet connection. Like, why aren't you doing this? And it wasn't until I had that one phone call that I didn't think that I could do better and be more, until I got that one phone call from that one brother who said, yeah, it's gonna hurt financially for a while, but it pays off. And in the long run, I own my own business. Now I'm calling you for tech support, but things like that. So it does take that. There is somebody out there who says, what are you doing? You can do better because, and that has to marinate for a few years. But I'll tell you what though, that was like 15 years ago, but I never forgot it. Forgot it.
Okay.
Were you content in that position at that time? Were you happy with what you were doing?
My own money, my own apartment. That was it. I was content, but I didn't get to the fullest potential of what I have now.
Okay. Go ahead, old man.
But you had it. So he gave you the battery, yes. But you had to be willing to do the change yourself. If somebody just gives you the finger, right?
Yeah. August, welcome back. Have you been listening along?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay. You had an opinion kind of to this point a little bit earlier with regard to people who don't want to self-motivate. So what my question is, what do we do with those people who are lost, or who don't have resources, or don't have any hope, or don't know if there's any reason to even try to do better, if there's even a chance at success? Do we just throw those people away?
Yeah.
To put it mildly, yeah. Why? Give me some more expound on that. Why are we just throwing our community away when we know that it's our responsibility to build our community and those people are a part of it?
It's our responsibility to build with the ones who want to build. You can't put desire into someone's heart. They have to find and seek that out for themselves, no matter what it is. They have to have their reason why they want to do something, and without them discovering their own why, then they're gonna have to sit or continue to crash, fall, or whatever it takes till they get motivated. Sometimes it takes an outside force, which is the world, their, the ramifications from their choices, for them to get motivated to want to make a change. But until that day happens, then it will be a waste of my energy and anybody else's energy and resource and time to try and institute something to somebody that's just not interested in it.
Yeah, but you also don't know what you don't know, right? So if we as a community are deciding that we're going to build a boat, right? And we are trying to recruit everyone and bring in resources, and everybody plays their part. And I'm trying to motivate some young people to come or old people, whatever, to come and build the boat, but they've never seen the ocean before. Why would they ever be motivated to come in and get on task or to be a part of the community, even though we know that there's a lot of benefit to building this boat, and there are a lot of I'll leave it at that. There's a lot of benefit to building this boat.
But
don't we want to expose them? Like, they don't have the experiences.
Motivating somebody is different than trying to bring them to task, to convince them of something. As they go through life, they're going to be exposed to just different things. It's their job to create opportunities for them to be exposed to certain things that's going to influence them. So if they don't find something that influences them enough to make a change within themselves, then they have to stay where they are.
Interesting.
I gotta take this.
Okay. Anybody else? EBD, did you have your hand up? EBD. No, Uncle Jeff, you had something?
A couple things. Number one, that brother that just left, them the young people I'm voting on. I'm putting my money on them cats right there. Wasn't a bunch of dudes his age when I was his age talking like that. There's a lot more of them, and we need to quit shitting on young people. Number two, what Playboy said, he talked about the importance of an uncle. That's where an uncle is important. Your uncle will say the same thing your daddy say, but you'll take it from your uncle because he over here. That cool uncle, I like to say I'm the cool uncle. I'm that uncle you wish your mama had, your auntie had worked it out with. That dude, the cool, that cool. Y'all know the nigga you wish your auntie had worked it out with. You could have been with Clyde. Clyde got his own laundromats, and you over here with this fucking tink eat up all our Lunchables. That dude. You need the importance of that dude. And to get back to your boat, Dana, here's the problem. All the niggas on the shore can't fit in this boat. Everybody ain't gonna make it. Everybody ain't going. And a bunch of these people over here that you talking about helping to build a boat, they gonna come back later to steal wood to make their own fire. There is a.
So will the people who are helping to build the boat, because they want to know
absolutely
where all the resources are.
Absolutely. What you're bringing about is the wisdom of the captain.
Mm-hmm.
The wisdom of the captain. Everybody ain't gonna make it. You ain't gonna save all these niggas. It's some shit that then went down that has bent them, and God bless them. I am as ghetto as it get. But the truth is, you can't save everybody. You just can't. You're not supposed to. If you do, then all these religious publications are wrong. Then Agenda 21 isn't really what it's supposed to be. Then the food isn't poisoned. The air isn't poisoned. There isn't a prison system. Everybody's not gonna make it. Get the people that really about something and deal with them. The young people that really want to work with you, they're gonna find you. They're gonna find you. You can look, but breaking my neck on niggas that don't want it, that time is out. That was the 80s. Now this is about this. There is a fissure. There is a spiritual fissure that is cutting through, and everything is becoming more binary. You healthy or you not. You with it or you ain't. And the ain'ts can't trip on me.
I hear what you're saying. We also have to consider, though, speaking of the cool uncle, and Hamp brought up a point earlier about, and posed a question about men who come from 2-parent households versus single-parent households, and how much more drive does one have over the other, so on and so forth. Is there not a sense of entitlement that comes from this younger generation, or from men who, I'll speak for myself, in my opinion, men who come from single-parent households tend to be a little bit more entitled. The other half of the coin is they're hungrier. But the ones who aren't hungry are the ones who are entitled and want everything handed to them. They want to go 50-50 on dates. They come up here and want to live up in some woman's house, and they cool with her paying the bills and all that other shit. So you can't teach people who don't want to be taught, but it seems like that's a whole generation that's on the rise of people who don't want to be taught. Again, I attribute it to single parenthood. So as single parenthood rises, so does the amount of men who don't want to be taught. So where does that leave us?
Well, you again, this generation you're talking about, it would shock me if the young man just left here. I don't remember his name, but it would shock me if he. August. Yeah, Brother August. It would shock me if Brother August fit that description. It's a gang of day-days. Shit. Y'all like to fuck day-days. We complain about that all the time. Okay, if you don't, then how do day-days get all the babies? Anyway, okay. Is there a nice guy epidemic of a lot of babies that I don't know about? No, it's day-day epidemic. They fucking somebody. Now, you can't, sis. There's no real one formula to this. There isn't. Nobody's wise enough to figure all of this shit out. The truth is that in what is coming, and everybody keeps saying, "Oh, Jeff is doomsday," blah blah blah. Do you niggas watch the news? I'm not making this shit up. Is anybody else here heard the term hyperinflation? With what is coming, a lot of this shit you're not gonna have to worry about, because the only way to get down is gonna be communal. We're not gonna have enough food for your don't contribute ass. It's some shit that got to be done. And if you lazy, then fuck you. If you're not dependable, fuck you. And I'm just talking about men right now. If you're not trying to learn, you still stuck on how good your car look in the parking lot when the women come out the club, nigga, there's something coming for you. A lot of them problems you talking about, Dana, they gonna work themselves out. Watch.
Yeah. So along those lines, Jeff, does that then create a space for women to step in where there's the lack from the men? Or are we just still supposed to stay in line and stay in our place and not worry about these bullshit degrees that these men on the panels talk about, and bettering ourselves? Should we just continue to fall in line and get with the program, or is there an opportunity that's created where we can all be successful and work toward Jeff? Is there an opportunity there? Or should we just sit back and let y'all continue to lead us into whatever the fuck you leading us into?
Well, you're not gonna have to. That's two parts. Okay.
All right.
Number one. Stay in your place is only a slur to a woman when she doesn't understand that place is queen and mother. Those are the two highest, most important places. Ain't a goddamn job you can do. Ain't a book you can study.
That's not how it's employed, though. That's not how it's not how it's employed. That's not how it's used coming from men.
Well, them niggas is done.
It's not a matter of perception.
Them niggas is done. When I say it, you've heard me say this. You know why the queen's shoes don't get muddy? Because the queen don't walk in the mud. I taught my sons to look for those women. My sons have good women. That's why I don't buy into that all black women and it's hopeless and that's bullshit. That's how I also don't buy into this You got to deal with a nigga now that need gas station dick pills to fuck for 10 minutes. Now you ain't got to deal with that. To fuck them niggas too. There's a big fuck you pile that I have. That it ain't just women in or men in. It's people that don't want to get with not my program, the program, the way forward. And the way forward for sisters is back. It's back. It's not the shit. We have been taught to chase the farts of white. We have been chasing the farts of white people since they let us. We gotta stop. Just stop that shit.
All right, Uncle Jeff, don't go on the white man tangent. Let's
With the white man.
land the
I'm gonna leave
plane
him
here.
right where he is. You're right.
Let's land the
Can we
plane
stick to
here.
both?
Yes.
But Dana, I gotta address something you said though.
Go ahead.
Because you're just blaming the entitlement on men. Aren't women coming out of those same households being that same entitlement?
They are. They are. But it's like, I don't know if that was Will or if that was some likely or whoever that said it earlier. You don't treat all of your children the same way because they're not the same people. They don't have the same role in society. They're not going to have the same privileges. They're not going to have the same responsibilities or expectations. So it doesn't matter if we come out of the same household. You a man and I'm a woman.
You still have the same entitlements, which is causing a lot of the issues. We're only
It's the
seeing the
narrative anyway.
entitlements of the man, but we're not seeing the entitlements of the woman, which is
How do you
also
mean?
causing the disconnect.
What do you mean by entitlements? Are you talking about dating specifically? Are you talking about the world, society owing us something that's sort of entitlement, or like what do you mean? Because when I was speaking about the entitlement of men, young men in particular, I'm talking about how they feel like the world owes them everything, and they should, in all aspects of life.
I can answer that after him.
Okay, I'll let him finish though. Go ahead.
I think it's dust, personally.
I'm not sure. Yeah, go ahead, EBD. I'll gather my thoughts.
Single parent, raised by my mom, and I have my dad in and out. But so Arrested Development for me, right? I learned manhood later because watching my mom parent me and my sister, my mom's given things is being given things from men. That's all I see, right? I don't see the men getting anything or receiving anything or having to work as hard to acquire as much or this or that. That's what happens when you're absent a father. You don't see how a man is supposed to operate in a relationship or out in the world. You have to figure that out late because I have to have firsthand experience in dealing with relationships. I'm not looking at one or waking up to one every single day except for the TV, and that's producing fake. So when you're dealing with like the real world, when you're just raised by a single mother, you think things should be handed to you. Things are handed to her. If it's handed to her, if housing could be acquired to her and she doesn't have to work that much, if money is acquired by her and she doesn't have to do much of anything, why wouldn't I grow up to be an adult thinking that things should be just given to me? I have no working example of a man that's gone from boyhood to manhood working his ass off to acquire anything.
I hear what you're saying, but you were saying that you had a response to what old dude was saying because he was saying that women are they're entitled as well, right? So are you saying
he's
that
speaking on that entitlement?
I'm speaking on that issue. The entitlement that men that this generation feels.
I thought you were talking about you yourself as a person and what you experienced.
Yeah, both and instead of either or, if that makes sense.
I'm calling dust. Here the deal is.
Supposedly,
they love beating up on it. Okay.
Dust?
Let's do this.
That's funny.
Maybe talking on minor things. They're worried about the single moms and the single dads and all this stuff about people who allegedly all claim are losing. And they make a big deal about everything of the losing stuff, but don't present the things about the winning. If there are some things that work, taking care of your body, taking care of your mind, building confidence, communicating effectively, saving money, investing money, building a network of decent people, having a value system. They don't want to talk about that. Let's go beat up the single moms. It's the youngsters. It's the Kendrick Lamar. It's the Drake. It's all the stupid stuff that don't mean nothing about nothing. Okay, it's 15 single moms waiting for you outside. They're not pushing strollers up to Wall Street. Why are you worried about these alleged benefits they're entitled to? The single moms run Wall Street. Did SPX drop 1,500 points because of a single mom? They'll go all day on stuff. Just
what does any of what
Well,
you
let's
just
pick
said
something off that
wait.
list.
What does any of that have to do with anything I just said?
I'm just talking in general.
Nothing.
Okay,
It's usually
okay.
in general.
So is he.
Not just
You
I'm not
said
calling a
wait a
person.
minute,
I'm talking
you
about
said us, so I'm like,
no, I'm talking about
Why don't
what
we pick
we're
something
doing,
off that list?
what are
you
they
know
getting?
what we're doing though, we're taking the accountability off the men right now, put it on the women. That's not the topic.
Accountability
Now,
is a waste of
this
time.
is
didn't
the
do
whole
that.
thing.
Hold on.
Listen to me. Hemp said it earlier. Overcompensating. Now, a lot of these young kids, to be honest, have had it better than when we had it in my generation because of overcompensating. A lot of them did. People now, if you pay attention to youth, they catching Ubers like it ain't nothing. And I'm talking about they spending $40 a pop on an Uber. When we used to have to catch the bus or walk, you had to get there. Now we're using an excuse because some, and I'm doing that on purpose so I can go to the majority now. Man, we all have we always wanted better for our kids than what we had. And they have had that. Now with the internet, now with social media, everything. So now we're going and we're taking it back a little bit. No, these kids are entitled. They are spoiled rotten. I know because I overcompensate for my niece because I'm the single parent. So I do it myself, and I have to catch myself sometimes because I overdo it because I feel bad for her. But I still have to show her those morals, those moral codes that I was raised with. When you have to get it out the mud, a lot of these young folk don't get it out the mud. It's easy for them now. It's very easy to make a decision and say, you know what, I don't want to do it because I don't have to.
Right.
You couldn't become a
saying we take
millionaire
the
from your
accountability.
bedroom when I was young.
Let me get Tiffin, and then some likely you can respond.
Oh, go ahead.
I think my question is to Enter the Dragon. Why are you saying your mother got free things and your dad left? I'm just trying to understand. I hear single mother. Why are we shaming the parent that stayed? Because her getting subsidy was because of what? The lack of a man in the home. So how do you have smoke for the mother if your dad didn't show up for you? Would you have preferred that your mom just put you into the system?
No, not that. I don't have smoke for the mother. The question that Dana was addressing was, where does this entitlement come from? And the entitlement comes from from a boy being raised by a single mother, is that she's being given things, by either the government or another man. When it comes to a man, like looking at another man, he has to go out and earn, right? I've been working since I was 16 years old. But I don't have a working example in my face every day of either a working, functioning relationship, a marriage, or a man that has to get up every day, work as hard to acquire better things, a better standard of living, whether it be education, whether it be a trade for 20 years, whether it be this, that, or the other. I'm not waking up to that for 18 years straight and have a better working model of what kind of man I should or shouldn't be. I'm absent that. So everything I'm getting, so every lesson I'm learning is from my mom and watching my mom. What is my mom doing? How is she getting through life? And I operate, of course, 18 years of programming, I'm going to operate off of her, what I wake up to, not to what some idea that somebody gives me. I have to work through that. So for men such in my position, yeah, I'm going to feel entitled. If my mom got it, why can't I get it too?
Tiff, you have a response to that? All right, Sam, you had a response to Playboy?
I've never seen a man that wanted to be entitled to things that women receive, specifically if that woman is either in a situation where she has to get subsidies to be able to take care of her children. I don't understand how a mindset goes, oh, well, my mom got benefits. It's like the benefits were to take care of you. She wasn't just doing things because she didn't want to work. So to me, that's a bit odd, but I don't know. I don't understand that.
Yeah, my mom works. She has a job in the Air Force and all that. But speaking in general, hang on. Speaking in general, when we're talking, if the question is asked, these young men in this generation, if they're raised to be entitled, where does it come from? And it doesn't come from the older generation of men who've known only for the several years to work their ass off since the day that they can apply for a job.
But you just said that your mother worked she's in the Air Force. So
Right.
She literally works in the country and gets a benefit because she's putting her life in danger. So how do you feel like that's not the same thing as somebody's mother that lives here and has 10 kids?
Hold on, Tip. We got some feedback. If you're not speaking, please mute yourselves.
It's
Like
not me.
breathing hard or something.
Yeah.
Not me.
Already sound real heavy over there.
Is it me?
All right, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, somebody was dragging a box across the floor or breathing hard. Something.
It was dragging a box
Heavy
across the
breathing.
floor.
Oh, Uncle Jeff, stall him out.
I ain't trying. I don't want no smoke.
I'm just trying to understand, why did you make that point if that's not your lived reality? So are you saying what other people, because you can't possibly be saying that's what you lived. If your mother worked for the Air Force, if she entered and served the country, and on top of that did other things, how are you wanting to get the same thing that women want? Like, I just need to understand, do men want to be men, or do you want to get the benefits that women get, and we should just say, don't worry about manhood, don't worry about stepping up, you just get everything the same? Is that what we're saying? Because
No. We're talking about how young boys and men are raised, right, in single parent households versus a married household where you have a man and a wife. And if you're a young kid, your example is a man. Huh?
Okay, so I'm just going to explain to you, and you can look it up. It's a phenomenon called single married women. They are married, but the father does nothing in the household. He's not contributing with keeping them back and forth. Married single motherhood is a thing. So her status, yes, she's married, but the help with the child, that doesn't happen. So marriage is it's not a cure-all, especially if the marriage is toxic. Would you want somebody to be by themselves and the child is in a safe environment, or because the dad is there? If he'd beaten her and catching feet and hands, like that doesn't solve everything. But I still want to understand.
Absent the extreme circumstances of abuse, most marriages are functioning relationships in which people can stably raise a family and gain access to wealth, education, and success. The results are there.
Do you know the divorce rate in America? Do
Like,
you know the divorce rate?
Yeah, over 70%. Yeah.
So again, you're talking about people that are married, but they're still going to produce two separate homes.
I mean, eventually, in 2024.
I don't know how we got here.
All right, let me.
I'm not sure how we got here either. But to answer
let me get.
You got here because you put the situation out that women were getting benefits because they were women with children, and then you circle back and said that your mother worked for the Air Force. So I didn't have anything. I come from the mud. That's not your lived reality. So I'm trying to understand it.
No, he wasn't saying that. He was talking about entitlement.
The sense of entitlement.
It's not entitlement. Yeah, it wasn't about necessarily pulling yourself up from your bootstraps. It was about the entitlement. But hold on one sec. I want to get these super chats in real quick.
Go ahead.
If Hamp is still there. If not, I'm gonna come back to Some Likely and Playboy. All right. Hamp stepped away again. So Some Likely, do you have a response for Playboy's conversation or perspective about raising his niece and the
I was
entitlement?
talking more about this entitlement in general.
Okay.
My parents were born in 56 and 58. They told me how it was then. I don't want that. I don't. They're supposed to make it better. That's their job.
Yeah.
They don't come to me saying, you had it good. Would I listen if they said that? No. Are they telling the truth? Yes. So why would I go to the 22-year? I'm 43. Why'd I go to 20? Y'all got it made. Y'all got everything handed to you. They're supposed to. Now, if they abuse it, that's their problem. But you're supposed to make a better life for the next generation. Because if you go back, you don't want what your parents had. You definitely don't want your grandparents. You're going to keep going and you're going to find a slave. You're going to be like, oh my God, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Y'all youngsters, you got it. Let me give y'all some more. But why would you apologize? Right. Why would you criticize the very thing as your generation created the next generation? Why do you criticize what you created? That means attitude reflects leadership.
But I think it comes to a point where for some, I think we can all agree, we all want the next generation to do better than the generations that's come before, right? But when it comes to a point where we're handicapping them with their entitlement, because we're giving them so much, not making them earn anything, or at least allowing them to understand the value of the things that they have and what was sacrificed so that they could have those things, and what their responsibility is for the next generation, that's when it becomes problematic, right? Because they're not productive members of society. They're spoiled fucking brats.
That means there's something that you didn't. Oh, sorry to cut you off. That means that there's something that you didn't give them, and you're charging them for what wasn't given. If they're spoiled brats, there's something you didn't give them.
Yeah.
You didn't teach the actual morals and values that came behind everything that you gave. You decided to get lazy, throw a tablet, throw some Nikes at them, because you just wanted them to smile and nod their head, or because of your low self-esteem, you don't want them to go through what you went through. It's supposed to be balanced. And if you imbalance it, they're going to be imbalanced. They're a reflection of you.
Yeah. Playboy, did you have a response to that? Since we was
no, I mean, I wasn't talking about my children. No, my children are well balanced. I was just saying in general of what's going on out in the world. No, my kids, oh hell no. No, my kids, hell, they got discipline well. They are organized. No, all of them. A lot of my sons are married. No, hell no. I didn't put up with nothing. Now I just get to sport of grandbabies. Nah, so I'm good.
All right,
balance the grandbabies. Balance.
Okay, number one, I just need to make this distinction clear, especially as a Marine. EBD mama wasn't life wasn't in no damn danger. That's the Air Force. They do the least amount of dying. Anyway, I think what we really need to get back to is and brother Scam, I don't want no smoke, but you do this often.
I'm innocent.
You skim across. You ask questions to get to a point that we really should explore. You talked about what we were not talking about, and you left this long list of shit that we should talk about. Why don't we just go back to his list so we can get off of this subject? Let's agree to disagree. Let's agree that we ain't finna beat up baby mamas today. That's not what this is about. Let's not put the blame in either camp, male or female. And let's discuss, because he brought up some valid points, but like I said, goddamn, he'll run across the lake and don't touch no water. Like, shit. Can we back up to some of that? He made a long list that had the stock market in it, has a very valid shit.
Can I have a bias? Can I have a bias? But go ahead.
Oh boy, if you can't have a bias, then what the fuck are you going to talk about? No,
I have a bias.
No, I'm not saying you can't have a bias, brother. I'm trying to compliment you if you'll let me. You brought up a bunch of shit that were very worthwhile topics. Let's talk about one of those. Since you don't like these topics, pick one off of your list and let's go with that.
I don't pick the one I want, but go ahead. You go ahead and pick one that I mentioned that I skipped across.
I think he was asking you to pick.
No. See, that's no. Let's not get into that. That's his passive aggressive kung fu that I could eat the fuck up right now. But that's not what we're here for.
I was actually giving it to you, saying which one is it that you're saying, meaning you want to go into something. Which one is it that you want to go into? I remember two things, that they were very valid. Okay. And I remember that the last one was the stock market, because you hit us with way more butterflies and Easter grass, and I got lost in that shit.
I just remember there was a long list of shit that you said we should talk about other than this. And as you were going through that list, I was like, yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that. And then you said stock market, and then you went off into, and I got lost. So it's your list, nigga. Shit.
You're picking off the list. You got the mic.
Stock market. Let's go. Stock market.
Jeff, what he was saying is, how come we don't
I'm
talk
saying
about
you want to
stuff?
go into it. Go into it.
Stock market. Okay.
Cool.
Number one, we need to talk about black financial illiteracy. Niggas love riding around in everything they own. They either wearing it or driving it. That's a goddamn shame. I think that those of us who are more financially literate need to reach out. But again, a young dude that left, it's some young people, bruh. They ain't waiting. They don't spend their money like us. They don't get out like they don't want. I don't want to own a house. I'm not going to own a house that I live in. I own a house somebody else live in. You know how long it took me to learn that shit? I was in my 30s before I figured that shit out. But I told my sons, and that's how them and they homies get out. My son don't own no cars. He buys them and rents them out. Exotic cars on the weekend. Him and his friends got together, put his little business out here. Him and his friends got together and bought a Ferrari and a G-Wagon, and they all paid a bill, the note through a business, and rent the shit out of them cars. Them cars ain't never at home. They either driving around with somebody else in them or they're getting serviced. I wish the hell I'd have thought of that at 20 something. So
Jeff,
yeah, let's.
But you're speaking as a father, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about the mentorship that you provide to your children. But the issue, the larger issue is y'all are talking about all of the things that we need to do and the things that we should be focused on, but y'all don't want to reach back to nobody. You'll worry about yours, your household. I'm not talking about you as an individual. Y'all will talk about your children, your household, your family, the things that affect you very, very directly. But everybody else is on their own. So it's a nice thing to discuss. It's a nice thing to say, but there's not any real action behind it.
I got to kick back on that.
Okay, hold on. Before you do, you want to get to these super chats? There's a lot of them. And then
You want me to read the super chats?
No.
Usually we let the ladies do that.
Be quiet. Awaken Black Wisdom with the $10 super chat. Dana, true desires are always expressed. A man who works for women might resent her if she expresses she wants a man to take care of her. If he has to work against his will, she probably will too. Joel Penegard with the $5 super chat. Hamp, your own panels of women might have said they get approached, just not by the men they want. Who said that, Joel? CJ Sparring Matches with the $5 super chat. Yeah, they'll say they're not being approached because it's not by the men they want.
I think you read these.
Vince Montego. Oh. CJ Sparring Matches with a $2 super chat. Whenever Hamp is wrong, he say you're windmilling. LOL.
Hey, sweetheart. So you said this, right, CJ? This is slightly oxymoronic, right? Right. So you're saying that they're lying. They're just omitting all men that are approaching them because it's not by the men they want, right? But they've actually said they're not getting approached. There were a few that also said that they are getting approached not by the men they want, right? So we could both be right. However, the reason why I'm more right than you is because they motherfucking single, nigga. Hit the link, motherfucker.
I love Hamp. I'm gonna speak out of turn. Any man, you got the same clause I got. God allows me to cuss as long as I tell the fucking truth. I dig a man that love God and tell you fuck you. My man.
Indeed. And this my young boy too, man. I'm gonna see him in a couple months. We definitely gonna get a few rounds in. I'm sick of his shit, man.
Uh-oh. Give him some wall-to-wall counseling.
Yeah, or I might get some. Keep it a buck.
You don't know. That's right.
We gonna see though. There's only one way to find out.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dana.
I don't even know how to say it. Makalak. I don't know.
Moke Loke.
Moke Loke with the $2 super chat. Wheat versus chaff. What is happening here? JC with the $2 super chat. Single moms can rob you of your financial freedom. Matthew Pearson with the $2 super chat. What's up, Matt? Tiff, quit bringing up women before I boot your ass.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, seemingly, Dana been doing a good job.
Oh yeah. Something about that haircut, nigga. Shit.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, man.
Not like old man. You better stop.
Salute, man.
Thank
Well, Uncle Jeff.
You come back here. I gotta go do some work real quick.
Okay. Now salute to CJ. So I think Mr. Williams and Uncle Jeff wanted to push back at Dana's last sentiment, when she was talking about men don't give back. I thought y'all said. Oh no, a Scam said. I disagree.
Yeah, men give back. That's it.
I was gonna say most men do nothing but give.
I mean, I know a lot of mentors, so I mean, I can't say that.
Yeah.
I won't say men most, but there are organizations and men and of active men doing a lot. Cook more plate, bring some barbecue one day. Support those men.
Right.
Well, I know a lot of football coaches and basketball coaches, and it's football season now and everything, so I can't say that. I mean, people are giving back constantly. So,
can a woman bring them a plate of healthy food?
Shout out to the
you know where they are. You know they out there. Can you bring them some food?
I think so. When I look, so you'll look at the coaches, right? Consider this. It'll be 2 coaches and 60 kids. Right. Oftentimes, when coaches need a lot more help, and I'm talking football, you guys know that by now. So, football teams are big, right? So it's 50, 60 kids on a team, right? And 2 coaches. There's actually a deficit of coaches oftentimes at these little leagues. The only reason why I know that is because we used to go recruiting, and we used to go to all the games, right? There's a bunch of levels, right? They go from 7-year-old to 15, 14. And it's often the coach are severely outnumbered. Even classroom size. I think the optimal classroom, is like 20. Right. So there's actually so many fathers out there, so many men out there that know good football, but they don't actually go. So I think there are men giving back. However, I do believe that there's a deficit. 100 Black Men of America, we used to do a lot of mentoring. So everybody used to go to the Saturday program because that's where all the lights, cameras, and action was, right? Those kids are being dropped off by their parents to be mentored, right? But when I used to do it in Anacostia High School and Kenilworth, if anybody knows about DC, it would be 2 of us because that's the motherfucking bricks. You know what I'm saying? So nobody wanted to come out there. That was on Tuesday and Wednesday. Ain't no lights, camera, action out there. And oftentimes it was me and one other brother, with a bunch of kids who wasn't asked to be in the mentoring, was made to be in mentoring. You see the difference?
Yeah.
When we go on Saturdays and just hand out food for the homeless, oftentimes it's mostly women and then me and my group of friends who go. So I'm just pointing it out anecdotally, but I would argue that this probably extends a little bit farther out than just my proximity.
Can we send a shout out to the Can we send a shout out to the coaches that don't fuck more than 2 mamas a season? Can we do that? Because that's a problem. You can't fuck your way through the defense, dude. That's wrong.
Man, you ain't lying, boy.
Just 2 mamas a season.
Don't clap for me.
2 weeks
Don't
ago,
clap
we
for
was
me,
talking
Uncle Jeff.
about that.
I'm not, nigga, you know what I'm talking about. Okay,
I know.
This
About to
niggas
say.
running through this. Okay, knock that shit off.
Go ahead, my bad, Mr. Williams.
No, 2 weeks ago, I was on a radio show and we were discussing about mentorship and all of that. And even 20 years ago, when I was actually coaching football full time, was really fun. But we did have a deficit then. It was mainly mothers, on the sidelines and complaining we was being too rough and all of that. And even now, more so, you still having more women at the games, at practice rather than the games as well. So, I mean, it varies though. I mean, from time to time, there are in certain situations there's a lot of fathers around, but mainly it's the women.
No, my son was D-line, and he better make all of his damn blocks. Like, absolutely not. Run him down. Try to kill him. Like, absolutely. And I would be screaming. And he played from 5 to his senior year. Like, I don't want you to be weak. I don't want to pacify you, because my goal is one day he's going to take care of a household. And I never want his wife to call me about what he's not doing. So I understand that the responsibility on him is completely different. It's different.
I don't know if he's supposed to
get blocked. Like,
hey,
I'm gonna cut you out if you don't.
Coach, go ahead.
You don't got to sign up to spring down. It's hot as hell in Texas, nigga. You better make that block.
Jeff, go ahead and say it.
Hey, well,
I ain't trying to. I ain't trying to make no enemies in here. That ain't, and I understand it is so fucking hard. It's unfair how hard the job of single mother is. But that ain't what he's supposed to get from you. He's supposed to get that from him. It's the motivation. The motivation. It is my opinion that the motivation of a male should come from the lower octaves. If it's going, that's the whole. That was the definition of bass. I used to say that to my sons. Don't nobody want no bass in here, do they? No. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 100%. Uncle Jeff, and just the so I used to run like just specific coaching for D linemen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because often the bigs, during summer camp, it's a lot of 7-on-7, but not a lot of for the bigs,
Mm-hmm.
So I used to run camp specifically for them, and moms would come and say, Jonathan, I said, Mom, take him with you. What you mean, coach? The only voice that will be out here with authority is mine.
Thank you.
Like I shut, and it men too. Like if the dads would try to say something, no. This is my domain. You understand? And they have to get that separation. But the truth is, to your other point, Uncle Jeff, same point maybe. The little boys getting used to getting fussed out by a woman, that bothers me. Right? Because that becomes their modus operandi.
Yes.
They're accustomed to just hearing a woman do this, do that, do that. Like, and then how does that actually manifest when they become an adult man?
Yeah, it's supposed to be good cop, bad cop, but this is why it's so.
And have a father though, like his natural dad was not there. My son has had a father figure since he was 9. Okay. So I get what you're saying, and I know my role. If you've seen from here, I'm gonna push mute. I'm gonna fall back. Somebody's just talking too much. Let me mute. But there's a good thing. I don't have a problem with being guided. I don't have a problem with men correcting my son. But I also am from East Texas. I don't have that. Not my baby. No, if he's doing something wrong, I dropped him off here. I trust you with him. I'm hands off. But if I'm in the stands and I see you not playing, I get a right to say, I've been at this summer camp all week. Make your fucking blocks.
Oh no, you're yelling from the crowd. Yeah, I'm talking about like in the middle of practice. Parents will try to chime. I'm like,
no. And I was a football mom.
They want to be the coach and can't coach out of a paper bag.
Coach nothing.
No. I know my role, and my role is not to do that. When he makes them, I'm gonna celebrate and cheer the same way. But if I look at you and I can tell if there's some fear in your eyes, you scared you're gonna get run over. Why are we out here? What is the purpose? Because
that's not out here for you to pull that. That's a very good question, and that's not that's actually not that's a question for you to ask, but it certainly isn't one for you to answer or be the solution to.
Absolutely. He's the person that's taking the hits, not me.
No, not even that. Not even that. Mm-hmm. There's a reason that it's covered in the movie 300. 300 is almost as good as Godfather with regard to what sons and fathers should watch together. There is a time and there was a reason that when a boy got to a certain age, shit was in roots. Come on. We're going to take you away from your mama. We're going to take you. It's because there are certain ways. My ex used to say, it really upsets me that you only have to speak to them once. I say, you know why? Because I'm only going to speak once. I'm going to speak once, and then we're going to see how many men standing here. because that's exactly what my daddy used to say.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
there's no, and again, let me underline how fucking hard and unfair it is that any sisters have to do this at all. It is. But it's hard when we hear it as men. It's hard when we hear that come from you to not put the asterisk on it. That, hey, that's it's like nails down a chalkboard. I believe every young boy, I landed here, I believe every young boy, and I'm black first. Everybody else thoughts and prayers. I believe young black males need to have a healthy fear of a man who loves them. A non-abusive man who go, look here, if I hear this shit about you from your mama, I'm not gonna, I used to have this with my sons. We here now. If your mama tell me something, I don't want to know what you did. It's me and you, because you know the rules already. I don't even give a fuck what it is.
No,
we already know.
I think that's totally correct.
It sound like a however coming.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say something. Go ahead.
Oh shit! Somebody else with a new hairdo. Hey, love.
Hey,
Go
Tiff,
ahead.
you had said something earlier. Oh,
The scam was trying to.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Scam. You were trying to say something earlier, and then dude, you can jump in.
The question I was gonna ask is there an expectation set? But then you clearly said, if you're coaching, your voice, don't interfere with the field. This field belongs to me. Otherwise, get your boy and get him out of here. Which means you did set an expectation.
100%. 100%. Yeah.
It's something we mentioned in the generation conversation, and it's not. I mean, it is what it is. I learned it the hard way. I taught 4th grade, and everybody had this assumption: 6-foot black male was in the army, that all the boys just gonna listen. They're just gonna fall in line. You know, a lot of them were told that the big black man is the enemy. He's the police officer, he's a social worker, or don't be scared of nobody. Or they see men getting punked in their own household. So a lot of them are taught to disrespect men. So the caveman approach sometimes doesn't work. I'm not talking about football, but sometimes that caveman approach doesn't work because they're being taught and groomed to be caveman just like me without the actual guidance behind it.
Define caveman approach. And who brought that up?
I'm being extra. Come on, man.
Yeah. Well, Scam, to you, I think what it is too is, and just being 100% honest, is the feel, right? Like your presentation may not present by the niggas that's around their way. That's the cool cats. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't have that particular vernacular, if you have a little bit more structure, cadence, grammatically correct, they consider you a nerd, and then they really start to not respect, right? Although it be unfortunate, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't identify, and therefore they just like whatever, nigga.
Yeah, part of it. I'm shirt and tied up. I thought that it was going to be a one approach thing, and then I had to realize some of them just had a conversation and build a relationship. Now, at the end of the day, a couple of them I told, "Hey, man, do you want your teeth or not?" I mean, at the end of the day, you can do the math. I weighed a good 220 at the time, or even me now at 185. You probably don't want to do that, but it's just not effective to have that same approach every time and expect it to work. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know that. Oh, okay, well, that's a great point. I just don't. It sounded like it was a counterpoint, and I don't know
I'm
that.
just throwing it out there, and I was saying it was mainly just saying that there are boys who are taught to disrespect men, so it's not there. So you're working from something that's at a 0 or a 1, not a 5 or a 7 of understanding that this is male authority. That's all I'm referring to.
Yeah. Well, I can't beg you to understand. I can't beg it. And again, I've had to prove that to a few people at 5'8". That look here, okay, it ain't what you think.
No, I got you, but you can't suck up on students or you'll get locked up. So you have to come.
Well, where we're going,
Marines,
you gonna
do what you do.
Exactly. And where we're going, good news. In the next 18 months, you're gonna be able to punch a 15-year-old right in the fucking throat. Right? That's what you mean. I sock you right in the throat. Take the R out and bust you in your throat.
And now, I got a question.
Oh, hold on, EBD. Oh, I'm sorry. You gotta talk to Scam. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, I was just question. these young boys you say were raised to disrespect men, who they learned that from?
Home. Mom.
I get where you're going.
Grandma. TV. It's the system.
Wait a minute.
Everything is about being tough.
Okay,
and
don't do that. Give him what he wants.
No. Here's why I asked that.
Oh, and hold on. And the OGs and their big brothers, big cousins saying, "Don't back down to no man."
We all learned it from their mama. You know, that's where he trying to get. I don't know why you're going there, but okay, yeah.
The first thing I said was mom. Yes,
okay, I got you. Mom and grandma or whoever, right? But you know, when you step outside, I mean, the house is one thing when you can learn to disrespect men. But when you step outside, it's something completely different, right? I can watch my mom, talk to my dad any kind of way and hear that over the phone because of whatever static they had. But it did not translate into me talking to some other man like that, grown ass man that way, thinking I can, it's just I always knew that in the presence of two men, there are consequences to talking shit. There's a threshold. There is a threshold. Since I was like maybe 8 or 9 years old, there is a threshold of what someone will tolerate in talking shit before hands get thrown. You know what I mean? And we're raised that that's something that, but that's something outside of the house, not inside the house.
If you didn't hear me out, there is a population that does not fear or respect consequences at all because it's nothing but Tuesday to them.
Okay. No.
There's a population that's getting beat with anything that they can find.
Right.
Seeing people get shot, stabbed.
Right. I get you.
No food in the house.
Scam.
They don't care about no consequence. It's a whole nother level.
Scam. But look, I worked at Job Corps, right? I ran a recreation facility out there, and it was 400 students. Now, mind you, Job Corps, trade school and all of that, and pretty much they live in life. They're on a college campus, so you got games, you got everything out there, what have you. You have to decipher how to deal with the youth in a way where you can actually get on common ground with them.
No,
you could have been just maybe a little bit too out of touch with the kids.
No, we're saying the same thing. Just when I walked in there in the beginning, I didn't know that, so I had to figure it out.
Yeah, you got to speak a little of their language.
Huh?
See, I worked with troubled youth, so I already knew what to I knew to expect the worst. So that way I knew I could deal with these kids because, hell, I grew up in the hood and all of that. So I kind of I knew how to adapt to each child because you got to think, you got 26-year-olds in Job Corps, so some of them are already grown anyway. The youngest was 15. So from 15 to 26, they could be in Job Corps. So you got all of that to balance and navigate through.
You got all the fool years.
Yeah, but you know what? How many stories have we heard of troubled youth, the gang in the urban area, until that one teacher or that one male figure came into their lives, and all of a sudden they can communicate with these students that everybody else gave up on?
Movies.
No, but based off of real stories and real events.
You know what? It's just a few movies, right? The majority, when you look at graduation rates and things of that nature, they don't actually reflect the movies.
No, I understand. Yeah, I guess I understand. But if you were to at least you can entertain the thought and the notion that this is something that teachers may be dealing with. You know what I mean? I'm not saying to lean on me. But whoever saw Lean on Me, I'm pretty sure took away one or two things in order to get these kind of rowdy students in line.
But that was a different breed of students.
First thing he did was expel the worst students. Come on now.
Yeah, you can't actually do that. Like you there's so many parameters when it comes, especially with kids' rights. One of my buddies, literally, the student was on top of another teacher, beating the shit out of her. He picked up the boy, slammed him and subdued him till the police came, lost his job.
Yeah.
Right? Like motherfuckers crying on the roof on Lean on Me. That ain't
Yeah, I know. And I'm not saying like the movie, but I'm saying like
these young angels got switches, my nigga.
And
You understand? Like it's a different.
187. Then you seeing this
Don't even talk
187
about
with
the
Samuel
medication.
Jackson.
They don't tell you about that.
Hey, right now we have a shortage of bus drivers now because they some of them went on strike. Now they done cut the whole in Jefferson County. Here, now they have to find magnet school students have to find buses and transportation either way they can.
Yeah, yo, and one thing, like, listen, I know nobody likes saying nothing bad about their kids, but come on, man. Like,
Man, fuck the kids, man. They
one
bad
of
as
us,
hell.
one of us gotta have a bad kid, man. Like, there's no way.
Kids, everybody got smart kids. Everybody, kids is just so well mannered. Really,
Hell no. Oh, fuck them kids.
I know.
One on medication. You ever had to coach or manage one that's on meds?
Hell
on
yeah.
or off, or possibly you don't know what's going on with the meds.
But the thing is, with football, you hit people, so you can channel that non-medicine or medicine. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's an outlet.
Right.
We can do hitting drills, so nobody want to hit ever again.
Once I'm elected emperor, all this shit's gonna change. We're gonna have a throat law where when you get past a certain age, right, when your voice about to change, you can get sock smooth in the fucking throat. But right now, it can't. What you are all discussing is the way that it can't keep going. It's impossible for this thing to keep going.
What's so great about medieval times? What is it?
Well, I want to. Before y'all get into that, I want to more focus on. We have to be transparent, man. Right? You know, we don't have 100% success stories. You know, you know, like for instance, my oldest daughter, she was getting in tussles at school, and she couldn't go to her little 8th grade prom. Right now, the demographic that she was in DC was over on. I mean, if you know, you know where neighborhood, and you know, like whether it was her fault or not, right? Because they be complicit, right? She ain't walk away from no smoke. You know what I'm saying? Like there was ways to avoid it. She got in a tussle.
Your daughter didn't walk away from no smoke. What a shot, man!
Yeah, it was in the schools off of Martin Luther King. So you could know, know that no matter where you at.
Yeah.
You know, and so like she missed the thing, right? And it just like everybody. There's no way. Like there's a lot of bumps in the road. You know what I'm saying? Big Chug don't listen. Words for motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Because he's spoiled, he can get loved on so much. That's my baby.
Yeah, man. Now he got braids. You think he cute? That nigga, he get on my nerves. I ain't gonna hold you.
It's your boy.
Your daughter getting in a fight. It sound like you living lean on me, bro. It ain't just a movie for you. Sound like.
I'm telling you, man. Girls, you know, DC used to have like a what is it? Epidemic of like girl gangs, like in the early 2000s. Like there was real legit girl gangs. Like
you from EBD, Girls Fight? Girls Fight. Talk about
well, okay. I'm Southern, so that's an East Coast thing. I'll leave it there.
Oh, let's say I don't know.
But just to finish the point, like the kids ain't all bad, but they all have troubles along the way. You know what I'm saying? And when we're navigating them as parents, then when we speak to it, I think we really have a little bit more because we know our kids have some real shit going on too. You know?
Yeah.
Just like we did, and that's the thing. And so no one wants to be real and transparent. And I think that was your point here. Like we said when I was on here the last round, I hung up. Everybody, like you said, we're underwear outside their pants. Everybody has a perfect life. Everybody's make decisions. Everybody's kid is perfect, but we won't get anywhere or progress forward if we're not transparent and really accept the hard truths, the cold hard truths.
But are we taking it into consideration? Like we did not have to worry about school shooters. We didn't. A lot of the stuff that these kids are growing up with, it wasn't anything that we can relate to. I can't believe it. It like that. It's completely different. You had
what year was Columbine?
Huh?
What year was Columbine?
In the 90s,
maybe.
I was in high school, I think.
I was in middle. I was in grade school.
Wasn't Columbine was the first. It hasn't stopped since then.
Right. No, what I'm saying is I'm just saying that I was in grade school.
So you had a different experience than those of us. Like you just went to school. You didn't have to have a clear backpack. You didn't walk through a middle, like their education now, like he said, is a deficit with teachers. Then they almost treat them like they're criminals. They can't go outside. They cut all the music, like the things that kids need. They're not receiving that. So it takes for a parent to say, you didn't get to go outside today. Go outside in the backyard, kind of run around a little bit. Because if you keep people confined, what do you think is going to happen?
What do you mean kids don't have recess? What do you mean?
Miss Tip, it's kind of dangerous now to do the same
Get rid of
thing.
it, make them stay, do reading, writing, and testing.
Wait, one voice. So
No. So yeah, the kids have recess still.
Yeah,
depends on the school and the district. When it's testing time, well, and
they definitely have recess.
Somewhere in the country, when it's testing time, they compromise everything and stuff them face into reading and writing.
I think what we don't have that is a small solution to this that I'd like to speak on is a parent union. Parent, okay, all our kids go to school together. Fuck the town hall. Okay, hi, I'm Uncle Jeff. I'm not gonna go down the road of Whitey and how your oppressor shouldn't be teaching your children. We're not even just gonna go there. But what we are gonna say is that me, Hamp, Love, Playboy, Some, EBD, Old Dude, we all have a specific code about how our kids ought to act. Well, them kids, we gonna put them kids together and we gonna deal with this as a parents union that don't have shit to do with the school. We come over my house, well, Love can cook, nigga. We going to Love house once a week and make a parents
Uncle Jeff.
union. What do you think? Okay.
No. I'm saying she cooked couscous for so-called Thanksgiving.
First of all, I cook very well. I cook very well.
I pulled up to the house, Uncle Jeff. Her brother was in the car eating two number twos.
Don't believe that.
Oh, Thanksgiving.
She burnt Kool-Aid.
Uncle Jeff, that motherfucker was double fisted, nigga.
Like, nigga, don't go in there. How do you burn potato salad?
Burnt Kool-Aid.
And you know, Uncle Jeff, you know how somebody feel guilty? He flashed a burger like you.
Whatever. Don't propaganda.
You burn Kool-Aid. Who said that? You burn Kool-Aid?
Damn.
Burnt Kool-Aid last
Don't
week.
listen to them. They lying.
Y'all remember when sisters used to put Kool-Aid in their hair?
Oh yeah, the diet. Yeah, you had a little rinse.
Yep.
Then we put our microwaves in the. You used to roll your little weave up and do a little microwave.
Man, that food.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Hey, Uncle Jeff, when you go to her house, she be doing shit like cheese plates. I'm like, nigga, you got bars on your window. Stop the cap.
Nigga, that's hilarious. How you got a charcuterie board talking about get down that shit? Go together.
A what board?
A charcuterie board. I'm kind of bougie. I'm ghetto bougie.
Okay, you got where I was going. Okay.
Yeah. So you're gonna derail the whole conversation here with your lies? Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna do?
No, I was listening. He's saying a parent union, which is different from a PTA for sure.
It is
don't got nothing to do with the fuck the school. We
Right.
can cuss in here.
Right.
We can vote you out. Okay. Now that all that not my son bullshit, that ain't gonna be in here. Okay, because there was a time when it was the parent and the teacher versus the child. Now it's the child and the parent versus the teacher. Well, in this parent union, we gonna get our shit together, and then y'all gonna all bring y'all kids one night, and we gonna serve notice to the kids. Look here, y'all future means something to us. Now I don't give a fuck about this Lord of the Flies shit that's going on at your school. I ain't talking about them kids. We talking about Scam and Hamp gonna get together with them and work them out. We gonna say, you want to learn music? Well, you gonna learn okay on Tuesdays. You gonna work with DJ Hamp, and if you fuck up, if Hamp got a fucked up job to do with the football team, your ass gonna be doing it.
So Jeff, what you're saying basically is that the accountant is
Uncle Jeff, another thing too, right? It take her about 45 minutes to make a cup of coffee.
Oh damn.
I went to the gas station. I said, this is the same shit. She ain't here trying to fool motherfuckers. 7-Eleven coffee, that's how her shit tastes. Take 45 minutes. She be in there crushing the fucking what is it, seeds or beans and fucking
coffee beans. I grind them fresh every morning, and they're freshly brewed. And I add cinnamon and I add cloves to my coffee. And
You can't tell the difference between that and 7-Eleven coffee here.
Premium gas.
You're uncultured, young man.
She getting them coffee beans from 7-Eleven. I think that's the problem.
You don't even sell coffee in 7-Eleven. Can I go back to what I was going to say, sir?
My bad. I just want to give Uncle Jeff the whole scope before he try to go to your house and get something good to eat.
Okay, so not Love's house. All right.
No.
Just bring the coffee, Love.
Yeah.
Bring the coffee.
So we're gonna be sued and be hungry? Damn,
my man.
If you see a yellow arch, stop there before you get to
My man is living because he gaining weight because I cook good over here. Now back to what I was gonna say.
That's backwards, but go ahead.
He is gaining weight because I'm cooking good. Anyway, stop, Jeff. So what was I gonna say? Oh, the accountability is back on the parents, right? And no longer school should be treated as a daycare. You drop your kids off and then they raise your kids. The accountability has come back on the parents. So therefore, it's not about the curriculum is bad in school. They can't teach my kids this and that. You teach them, because honestly, it should be it should be at home. Nick Cafe, whatever.
Come on now.
It should be at home anyway. So this parent association, as opposed to PTA, is what needs to occur, because then you put the power back in the parents' hands. And I don't want to hear about, well, I got to work, I got to do this, I got to do that. You have to, something has to give, because these kids aren't reading. They're graduating high school and reading at a 3rd grade level, if you're lucky. And then we want to sit there and cry and complain and sit there and talk about how they're unruly and how they're in the streets wreaking pandemonium and havoc,
Okay, I gotta stop you if I could. Love, just real quick.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, that woman you talking about, fuck her. She not in it.
What woman?
The one that always got something to do that does not see the value in this.
I'm talking those period, men and women. I didn't even take it to
okay. I don't know a dude. I don't know a dude. When I go to school, when I've been involved with parents at school, when I've gone up to schools, it's usually not dudes giving the parent, the teacher, word for word about the fucked up shit that the kid is doing. It's usually a mother. So, and I'm not going to go down that road. The person here that makes everybody happy. The person that's too fucking busy, then fuck them.
But is the dad at home? I want to make sure, because is the dad at home? He might be at the school and not get to school fussing, but is he at home teaching these kids how to multiply, divide, and solve critical thinking?
No, whatever. I don't give a fuck about that. Fuck their house. If you have excuses, if you have complaints, then like Ham said about football, take your kid and get the fuck on. Who I'm talking about is people who are going to spend time and that give a fuck about their kids. They need to get together outside of the school. We don't give a fuck what the kids.
Water is wet, Jeff. Water is wet. Are they doing it? Because water is wet. We know this. Are they doing it?
No, they're not, Love. I don't know. Well, here's the deal, Love. And I don't mean to talk down to you, but that's the definition of a solution. It's not being done. So you bring it to implement.
These people that care so much, why not yet?
Because has anybody ever heard about the Black Parent Union before now? Because I didn't. The creator just dropped it right here. Let me explain why it's not being done, Love. Because the creator just dropped it in my spirit while I was sitting here. I've never heard of it either. It just made sense to me. So instead of telling me how it can't work, let's talk about how it can.
It's not a novel idea, Jeff. So I'm saying to you, and what needs to happen is that it's a whole lot of good talking points, and it sounds so great and it's so eloquent. But this is not a novel idea. And what I'm saying right now in this point, we're going to sit there and we're going to jump off of here. It's going to sound so great. We're going to give applause. And then at the end of the day, who's going to implement it? You got to do it at home. You got to be a leader in your community, and you got to get other parents together. Because again, this is not novel. This is not novel. Because if it was novel, they wouldn't be you. And I mean, no offense against you. You're very intelligent.
Yeah, thanks.
But you heard this for years.
Okay.
We have dads.
You know what?
We have dads programs.
It sounded good when I said it, but now
we have dads programs and everything in Kentucky, though.
But what I was going to say is, a lot of single moms, that's how they do things. Like, if I have a car, you're going to take 3 boys to practice. You're going to bring 3 boys back. I love the idea of a parent coalition, because at that point, if there's not a strong man around, now your son has somebody to look up to. So I much rather try to figure out how it works before we knock it down. Because it's a good idea. It's a really good idea.
A monkey can tell you how it don't work. Okay,
No, I think it's a solid idea. I think it's a solid idea. I just wonder about bringing it to fruition, but it's a solid idea.
Or bringing it to Love's house, where the coffee is like, and
that's all I'm saying. Point is bring to fruition.
No, but what it's saying is consider the thought, right? And then what you would do is do your best to try to implement something like that on a small scale. For instance, one thing you have is leverage when these bigger like high schools, the men largely outside of it create booster clubs, right? For things like football and things of that nature. And oftentimes when the booster club will or won't do, you often see the school and coaches acquiesce because that money means something. So that is a level of when I'm hearing Uncle Jeff talk about the union, that's a level of what I'm hearing, right? Those kids get preference because they the pool of money is often tied to those kids based on their parents. So the they'll negotiate different things for those kids, in that sense. So it kind of, it's not the same, but I'm just, when I'm listening to the idea, I'm trying to see where I kind of saw it in practice to an extent.
Can I expand on that? Like we had a
No, let me ask you a question. Why every time I articulate something so eloquently, you want to re-say the shit I done said?
Not re-saying anything.
All right, my bad. Go ahead, Ebony. Go ahead.
Well, we talked about it. I talked about this very solution about, like how we're going to teach, young people.
Hey, get him. What's wrong?
Yo, Ebony, you gotta stand up, bro. You gotta stand up. Stand up, Ebony.
Hit him. Okay, that's how you do it. That's what I'm talking about. Hurt him. Traveling. That's what I'm traveling. Yeah. That's what I'm Please don't tell me you dance like that with a woman. There's never a woman around when you do that, is there?
There is, but she's standing there looking. She ain't doing much.
I literally set that up on purpose. Go ahead.
I just want to ask a question. So, building on what Uncle Jeff said, you can do that with kids, but could you not do that with men as well?
What do you mean?
Meaning making some type of fraternal group that you don't have to be in college, you don't have to step, but you have to come in. Here are our rules. Here's where we line. This is what it looks like. Here's some of the challenges. Because I think a lot of times when men get married, if you haven't seen it, it can make marriage completely different. It makes it hard. So could you not do the same thing with men?
We do. I do.
Okay.
Well, we have 100 Black Men of America, where you don't you can qualify in a plethora of different ways, but a lot of it is tied to money, which makes a difference for a lot of men that can get in or can't, considering the due costs and things of that nature. But it's you. I mean,
so with the dues, would you not be able to do the same thing with the booster club? That the women that say they want to have better men and the men that want to see better men pour into that?
These are grown ass men, though. It's a different ball game. You got to get them while they early, man.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
people get stuck in their ways.
A lot of states do have programs and stuff like that. A lot of states have that stuff now. Men, we actually getting provided with a lot of different things that we can do, even help with single fathers and stuff like that as well. So there is a lot of help. It's just a man has to want to be a man.
But
So let me ask you this: is there one central location where you get all the information?
No. That's the thing. Men gotta go find it. And the thing is, right, you have men, we gotta coach the kids, right? They are 53% of our kids don't have a father figure, so we got to get at them. Now we got to get other men. Like a lot of motherfucking pressure on this small group of men trying to.
No, and that's fair. That's why I asked the question, because I, like you said, the parents union. I live for that. That's amazing.
We
But
don't have no
also, like,
solutions for niggas that ain't shit. We don't. Ain't shit niggas is going. They like flies and ants.
I see that. I won't answer more questions for grown men, except
Life
for
be life.
but when it
Life
was
be
just
life.
innocent,
Life be lifing.
Life
Yeah.
be life, man.
I think
For real.
but the solution though, to come back to what you were saying, Jeff, about men being more involved, I would say men are missing, and what's missing in our younger generation and the youth is masculinity. How it works, trade, working with your hands, all of these things. Once upon a time, y'all participated these things in school. So very, very early did you have these elective in these classes that taught you like how to use your hands, and you
Shop
didn't have
class.
to say so in it. Shop class, metal shop, woodworking, all
Machine
of these
shop, auto
That
shop.
used to be here
Yep.
back in
All
the
of the
days
words.
in the 80s.
If we were to correct this problem, I think men need to go back into schools and reopen up these classes and programs.
Fuck the school. The school is not the answer.
But this is what, and this one thing, like as I was thinking through the conversation yesterday, that we have to incorporate different things based on where we are now, right? So oftentimes I think sports gets you there, right? You're gonna be at a deficit if you don't play sports to an extent. However, men like myself, right, who would be considered like Neanderthal-esque, right? Physical shit is how I see things, right? We have to give a little bit more acknowledgement to the things that maybe not so physical, but you can get some similar skills from, right? So EBD, as an example, you talking about shop class, but you in IT, right? That wasn't popular when we was young. You know what I'm saying? So now we have to give credence to these little boys playing video games because they actually make money from the shit.
Thank you.
We have to give credence to robotics and HTML and things of that nature, right? It may not be the shop class, but it's men saying, "Oh, that's cool. Show me more," as opposed to us saying, "Let me show you some old school shit with this hammer." When you got a fucking 3D printer that can make a gun. You know what I mean? Like we gotta consider these
Bringing
things.
back shop class. The problem, the thing is, why can't we bring these things, these trades, into the schools so that we get them early, and that way when they grow up,
because they took them out on purpose.
They cut education, but EBD, you got to remember it's over 150 job corps nationwide. They get taught all the trades.
Kentucky.
Yeah, I used to work in Simpsonville, and see, I used to work at Simpsonville.
So I know you were talking about the working for Kentucky job corps. What is JCC? I was there.
Whitney M. Young Job Corps is what we had. Yeah.
I'll be honest. Let me take real quick. Brooklyn, New York.
Did you say hello to anybody? Were you raised by wolves or something?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all my brothers and sisters. How you doing? Forgive me, from Brooklyn. I'll be honest with you. There are not too many schools that teach you trade. They're selected schools. They're like specialized schools. And I've watched the school district. I used to work for the Board of Ed, and Dell did it on purpose to move the trade out. You have programs like Urban Nerd that from Philadelphia that go across from Philadelphia, New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut, right? Okay, whatever. You got Urban Nerd that have a program that work in Philadelphia, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut that teaching people tax and other trade school activity. There's a program here in Brooklyn, but the problem is, as they are young men in their 20 to 30 trying to put this program out, they get a lot of putback by single mom who act on all type of crazy questions. I see DJ Hem do what he had to do. BMU, a football coach in Texas, what he had to do. There's other men that are doing the work. The problem is, when you have the fake sisterhood who have issue with the program, question the program, want it to be a certain way that doesn't fit their taste, it's become a problem. I'm an IT guy as well. I teach a lot of kids when I ever get a chance to for free. I don't get paid for it because why I realize knowledge can go a long way. The problem
You
with
need to make them wash your damn car.
I used to do that back in the day with my uncle, so I get where you're coming from. But I hate to. I'll be real though. They're not ready for that type of old school way of raising young boys the way they're supposed to be. They're not ready for that, and they're not willing to do that. Too much entitlement, and I see that a lot. I'm not really a fan of entitlement. I'm more like the anti-entitlement kind of person. If you're entitled around me, you better run away from me. I don't deal with people like that because when they want things easy, it hit the fan. I'm not being blunt about it.
Word. Listen, man. I'm super. I think today was a dope ass conversation, man. It had a lot of substance to it. We definitely went down. Ironically, Tiff avoiding and not answering all my questions actually brought out information that we discussed that was pretty relevant.
That and her love shitty coffee.
That part.
You're welcome, and you're welcome for the topic.
Huh? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you contributed once in a year. Yeah, okay, yeah, thanks.
I'm going to say this. I told you earlier, I can acknowledge there is an area of opportunity in answering questions directly. I don't think sometimes we don't have the skill set, but I'm willing to work. Clearly, I'm in the kitchen now making my husband's food. I'm like, I can still listen.
Tib, you also don't got to defend everything. If I'm right, just take it on the chin. Pause. Jeez Louise, man.
You're right.
Hey, but Tiff, good shit today. You hung in there, man. Damn.
I tried.
It was good, man. I'm gonna get you in touch with Love so you can be curated into the panels and shit like that for the ladies.
Cool. Sounds good.
Damn, man. Let's do some final thoughts. I gotta do some stuff before we get on with Media Man tonight. We'll be interviewing Media Man tonight, man. He is a trained and certified statistician. So salute to Mr. Fantastic.
Brother.
He even acknowledged that Mr. Fantastic be on point for the most part, but I'm gonna ask him about single mother rates, everything that we say in terms of IEPs and prison and all of that, abortion rates, where does it fall? You know, marriage, why, all the statistics. Yep, what's the number? So if you got one, I don't want to say this because there's too many people here. Don't DM me. Fuck that. Don't DM me.
That's hilarious.
Because I'll have 1,000, but I want to go through the stats, man. So there may be some I'm not thinking of. So if you got my math or if you want to panel right now, put it in the back chat. If there's something that you want me to ask him regarding the statistics, you know, because I think Media Man is dope. And when I watch his content, I find him to be balanced in terms of understanding everything that's happening. As an example, just as we lead into that show tonight, he was saying like, sisters, protect your image. When he telling you about Sexy Red, he ain't telling you to knock you down. He's saying protect your image or else you're going to end up like the black man did because we didn't protect our image enough. So we all became super predators, drug dealers, and weed smokers because we didn't speak up against it or push back at the negativity that spoke up for us. You know what I'm saying? So when he was saying it like that, I'm like, oh, that resonates, you know? Protect your image, right? Speak against Foxy Brown, right? Because everybody want to focus on Sexy Red. Speak against Foxy Brown. Speak against Lil Kim, you know? Speak against Cardi because they still relate her to y'all. You know what I'm saying?
That's who's doing your publicity,
right?
Your publicity,
right? She sat with the C. She sat with the C now guy. So just salute to Media Man, and that shit would be dope tonight. Man. 8 p.m. Eastern. Oh, excuse me, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. Sorry.
I was just going to ask about the time.
Yep.
Is it here or a different person's channel?
Here.
Okay.
Anybody else worried about? I'm worried about Mr. Fantastic Hamp. Real talk.
Yeah, I am too.
Because I've been sending him videos for this fight for stuff for him to practice, and I don't know if he opening it. And if he do that shit I saw in the heavy bag, man, he gonna wind up with a colostomy bag. Do you know if he's working on it, Mr. Fantastic? Please, are you working on any of the shit? I really.
I don't know where he at, man. I ain't seen him all day.
Maybe he in the gym. Maybe he doing what that's because shit.
Are you sure Mandrell not training him?
Mandrell?
Are you sure, man? Joe not training him? You know what?
Man,
Man, you're
yeah.
trying to kill a brother. One
I think
training.
I think Mr. Fantastic, you know, he in school, so I think he might. That's where he might be today. Cause I ain't seen him all day. I don't think he streamed today. I don't know if he did.
I was on a panel with him earlier this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what's up. Yeah, man. Love. Any final thoughts, man?
No.
No. You got what you needed out of this conversation?
I gave the people what they needed. I mean, I can reiterate for the people that came in late.
We good.
There are levels. There are levels to this. There's a higher tier, there's a lower tier. What tier do you want to be in?
Okay. And you're referring to men in equal, right?
What?
Are you referring to the topic, right?
Yes, sir. The topic that I created, yes.
Jesus Christ, man.
Rewind it, y'all. If I said I was dropping bars earlier for the first 2 hours. Bars.
Candy bars.
That's all right. Bars nonetheless. Drop, bend over and get some.
Okay, wait a minute. Whoa. Is that a pause, Ham? Does that deserve a pause?
Definitely a pause.
It's a pause. Pause. I don't know where they go, but shit, that didn't sound right.
Mr. Williams, any final thoughts?
Oh man, great show. Thank both of y'all. I mean, this is dope. Good ass conversation with everybody in the panel. The chat was hilarious. And tell dude, hey, my stage name, that is my stage name. That's what I perform with. So he can kiss my but other than that, it was a good show. And love I do spoken word poetry.
Spoken word, okay.
You, Mr. Williams, lead with what you do, and then say it's a stage name.
Thank you.
Say I do spoken word. I do spoken word poetry. That's my stage name, not that's my stage name. And then we gotta pry into what you do.
Right. We thinking paper cuts through your G-string, bro, from the 20s. Can't pull the 20 out fast.
I've been on the internet that long, okay? But I do spoken word. That's my stage.
Emo.
And love, you look just like my mom. Love, you look just like my mom. If I showed you a picture, it would trip you out. She's just lighter than you.
Show her a picture, bro. We don't know who we related to. That's real talk.
Yeah, she's just lighter than you. Y'all look dead alike.
We when my brother was up here, we found out we was related to Eda Man Williams.
See?
Oh shit.
Never know.
Well, he was between the both of us. I said, Charles, do he look like us? He like, yeah, somewhere.
No, you look like Fatty though.
Oh,
Yeah. Cooking that family dinner.
Nah, Fatty side profile.
Y'all straight up brothers.
Yeah, I got jokes.
Nigga, you don't look like no Fatty.
Yeah, salute to Fatty, man. Tiff, any final thoughts?
Keep working with me. I'm gonna learn how to answer direct questions. I think it was a really good conversation. I'm scared when I come up here, but I'm gonna get braver and better if y'all work with me.
Indeed, you'll get it. You know, especially as you get acclimated, it gets easier. This year was your second time, you know. So yeah, just comfortability. You could tell who does this outside of YouTube too. Like Uncle Jeff is a professional comedian, right? So for him, it don't matter if he in a panel in a park on the stage, right? He gonna get it done. So everybody grows, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. Like I said, I'm willing to learn, and I'm gonna learn how to answer questions directly. I'm sure my husband would like that too. So
I'm sure.
2 for 1.
I'm sure. Tell him, man, we appreciate him fighting a good fight. Cause God damn.
He was in here. He told you. He was watching tonight. Excuse
God
you.
bless you, Tim.
Tell him we love him. That's all we saying. That's all we saying.
Well, I want to make sure I'm not no hyena, right? Because y'all was talking about a hyena yesterday.
Nah.
I
You
didn't say
good.
it.
You good. Nah, you good, Tim. You good, Tim.
I'm gonna cry if I'm not.
Uncle Jeff, any final thoughts?
Well, this is number one. This is dope. This is dope. It's a bunch of places online where you can find monkey stolen shit. This in here is fly, man. Thank you, Hamp. Thank you, panel. I really did enjoy everybody, and you too, Scam. I think it's a great collection of people and deep minds, and you too, Scam. I cannot wait to hear this show tonight, and I hope to see everybody later on tonight. And well, you too, Scam. All right, yeah, let's.
Word. EBD. EBD is on you, brother.
Shout out to my girlfriend who's currently listening to the show.
Yo.
She's a fan, so.
She gonna see that dance, dude.
But yeah, it was a good conversation. I'll try and come up more often. I mean, I work from right here, but yeah, I mean, as long as we keep talking and minding out at least some solutions or asking the right questions and going through everyone's, at least shared experience to one degree or another, I think it's doing us a lot of good. I think it's therapeutic to. First of all, let me just get this out the way. I don't know about y'all, but I do think that it's therapeutic for Black people to talk amongst each other as a community, because only we can actually mine out what the fuck we're going through, rather than having to re-explain or rehash history that someone else can deny or not be able to relate to. And then we have to spend, God knows how long just to say, well, why can y'all say it and we can't, or whatever kind of bullshit it is. We can just freely express, what we think and feel within this space and communicate a lot more effectively the more times we do this. So I'll say that.
And the women look black. Can you say that? Y'all, that's what it is. They look black. You are outside of the uniform that most sisters are wearing. God damn it, you three sisters look great. You look like black women from the fucking 80s. You look good. That's the biggest compliment I can pay you. And big forehead Dana, you too. With your haircut, God damn it.
Matreon.
All right. I gotta say, this is a great panel, great conversation as usual. Hamp, you doing your thing.
Thank you, sir.
Love, thank you for showing us how to be humble. I'm done.
Anytime.
Yeah, she gonna have to go out. She gonna have to go out the garage door to get outside.
Sideways.
She gonna have to grease up to get out the fucking door, man. Black David, any final thoughts?
Final thought, I will say this. If you find men in your community that have a unique skill or trade to teach the young boys, reach out to them. I do tech. I build computer. I don't mind teaching young people how to get into that field. It is needed. There are people who have skilled in welding, electrician, painting, woodwork, whatever. Reach out to a brother who willing to take their time out to teach these young girls, because it's needed. The school ain't gonna do shit. Trust me when I say that. Other than that, I was listening to the whole great show. I was enjoying the whole conversation. I was taking a lot of notes. It is needed. Yes, I'm an African. So what? If you can't understand my language, then shut up. I know people in the chat will take shit, but when they see me in person, they'll be scared of hell.
Fuck these half-raised people in the chat. Fuck them. All you in the chat that got something foul to say, when next time you see your mama, bend her over the couch and lick her right on the starfish. There you go. There you go. Fuck them. Half-raised motherfuckers. Oh, because you know why they mad? Because you're in there talking about their mamas. That's all it is. Whenever you bring up some bullshit, you talking about their mamas and they don't like it. And everybody who don't, watch. Everybody that types something, fuck your mom. Fuck your mom. That's who I'm talking to. You type it right now. Fuck your mama. Go ahead.
That's my uncle right there. Other than that, great show.
Jesus Christ. Scam, any final thoughts?
First of all, salute to the nation of Wigwam. We appreciate all that you do.
I feel like a Wigwam.
Wigwam Salon.
You like it? You want to borrow it?
Yeah, we got Wiggly Houston.
Hello, raggedy niggas. Come on here, Jeff. Come on, start cussing them out for me. You old raggedy, half-raised, bad-raised mother effers. Always talking about me.
Everybody, shout out to Wiggly Houston.
Hey, Jeff, get him.
Scam. Nobody says scam.
Yeah.
Act. I think he half the time. I think he got
everything that happened. Don't blame single mom. Blame Uncle Jeff. He did it.
That's you sure can, because I don't give a fiddler's fuck. You blame me.
No.
Me right here. I'm the nigga your mama should have worked it out with. Me.
He did it. Him.
Fuck you and your mama. There you go.
Yeah. Final thoughts.
Your mama is the cause of your problem.
Yeah. Final thoughts. Jeff's fault. But if you want to correct behavior, find out why. Don't just look at the behavior on the outside and the surface level. Say they're doing something and it's right or wrong, and then all they need to get beat, shot, stabbed, ganked, shanked, and spanked. Find out why. There might be a story behind it, and that's the thing that you need to correct. Behavior can start to correct itself. Or you end up looking like Jeff. That's all I got.
I know.
He's uglier than me. I'm ugly than he got me beat.
That would
Go
be
ahead.
horrible.
Well, I just say, there's a lot of pushback often happens when we tell men, stop operating at a deficit. We understand women can be difficult. We understand that approaching women is difficult, even for the best of us, even for the Morris Chestnuts of the world. Approaching a woman is not easy, regardless of how you think it may look. We simply telling you, do not operate at a deficit. We get it that we're all not created equal. However, strive to be your absolute best self, right? And so whatever you can improve on, do so. If you want to be a 4th grade gym teacher, cool, right? The kids may need you there, right? But other places in your life, that you can strive to be better, do that. That's all we saying, man. I compare myself to other men. If I see a man doing better than me, I'm trying to reach that plateau, right? I'm not saying you have to adopt that ideology, but it works decently well for me, right? If you don't want to adopt that ideology, compete with yourself, right? Your 1 rep max, beat that, right? But like Albert Einstein said, once you stop learning, you start dying. So just take that into consideration with everything you do, man. Caesar's Palace with the $2 said, that was the funniest joke Hamp ever said. Number 2. Caesar's Palace with the Jeff been on point all day today. T.O. with the $5 says, I'm gonna say this for the chat. You can't trust a nigga with Playboy in his name. Way with the $2 says, Hamp, the OG spent an hour agreeing it's their fault. I guess that's good then, right?
Sway got sour grapes. Somebody need to buy that boy a bike.
I must have missed it, but if they were saying that, that's positive.
He ain't never positive. I'm telling you.
He might be.
Somebody need to play catch with this dude. Find him and just throw the ball back and forth. He needs that and some ice cream and a bite.
He might be acknowledging. He might like it. He might see. Text don't really have a tone. We assuming it, but he's saying he might have been seconding my thought of saying it was a good show without the bullshit.
I don't give him the benefit of the doubt because he always comes in.
That sounds like shade to me.
Yeah, Sway brings the rain.
That's what
always brings the rain. It's always raining.
Got from it. He's not telling you the argument. He's telling you what he got from it.
Absolutely.
The result.
Absolutely.
This is my conclusion.
Buy that boy a 10-speed.
T.O. with the $5 says, my odds are trying to fight the blur to see if Tiff is something nice or if she has AI Sims character. See, the pals with the $2 says, Tiffocracy, you did great today. Great black image.
See, yeah, you
can. Aaron with the $5 says, this is a woman's POV for the books. Gems dropped all over the floor. Well fucking done. Love y'all and Semper Fi. How you say it?
That's Tufflehunden. It's devil dog in German. The Germans nickname Marines devil dogs because we was fucking them up.
Okay, Tufflehunden. That sounds cool.
Devil dog.
Damn, that's dope. Marcus Evans with this great show despite the nonsense. Peace. Was there nonsense today? Did I miss it? Was I gone?
I thought it was dope.
I was innocent. I didn't do it.
Oh, I think Uncle Jeff and Scam Ribbon they just talk.
Yeah,
Man.
blame it on Scam.
That ain't nothing.
I wasn't here.
It was like
Jeff
5-10
did it.
minutes.
But even still, they just that ain't
Always
nothing.
Scam fault.
And Jeff kept saying some while he was gone. I told him to stop.
Uncle Jeff
doing
don't say something, does he?
See,
Nah.
see there.
No,
God
Uncle Jeff
don't
don't say something.
When I say
Now
blame on Scam.
you the sun master. You and Tim.
Right?
Yeah.
Nigga, reshape your forehead, nigga, if you can.
Salute to Dana.
I was gonna say Dana didn't even cuss until
Better looking than
Scam
you
said
are.
something about some.
Hey, yo,
Jeff-
yes.
it wasn't.
Hey, real quick, join the Discord, man. I'm trying to get into this being technologically and all that. So,
Oh, Discord is good too. Trust me.
yeah.
Is it open
This-
though? Because when I tried to get in, it's asking for confirmation. So somebody needs to open up your settings.
Okay, I'll take a look. But yes, it'll certainly be open. It's been growing. I think got like a couple hundred people so far.
There's another one. Callie Bev ain't hard to look at either. There's a bunch of good looking sisters up here. Praise the Lord for good looking sisters. Can we keep that up?
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes, you're
See?
welcome to this.
See? Told you. Blame it on Scam.
Yeah, man. So look, tonight, man, it's gonna be a dope one, man. The Media Man will be in the building 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, man. I'm gonna ask about all the stats I can think of. You know, and it should be dope. I'll certainly ask him about just some other stuff, you know.
You said a trigger word just a while ago. You say, to my media man say, fantastic was like mostly correct. Most of you are saying. So
No, he just acknowledged that Fantastic Beat understands, you know.
And that's a trigger word to certain folks. You gotta be careful.
That's a fantastic, man.
Brother.
You know?
Fantastic.
Yeah, man.
Nigga, watch them videos, cause shit.
I'm telling you, man.
First time I seen Dana not say anything so overly disrespectful on the panel. First time.
She wasn't under attack by the Talking Point Mafia.
Mm-hmm.
Blame it on Scam.
Not too much. Let's keep it cute. Yes, my girl. Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to. Hey, those are flowers.
Flowers.
Well,
Exactly.
the thing about it is the majority, you know, we're just talking, you know.
Yeah, that's good.
Just talking.
Shout out to her new haircut, man.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, shit.
Don't do it.
I was a single man. She too young, but I'll date her auntie. Now why
Oh,
the fuck?
come on.
Did have gold earrings like Mr. T.
You know what? I blame BMU influence on DJ Hemp because he got it from BMU. BMU do those type of tricks.
What, me? No, this all original, big boy.
Yeah, but
This
he don't have
original.
your page, but he be worse than you. He way worse.
Oh, he probably work. Oh yeah, BMU is actually funny. Like he is, BMU is funny. Yeah, man. Salute to Lauren. Salute to Alex. Salute to Alex. Salute to Alexis from Texas. And salute to Dana, man.
I'm innocent.
They called her Uncle Jeff. They called her Lauren Whitaker.
Tiff, you feel left out?
That's not nice. That's
Man.
not nice. That's all I'm gonna say is that's not nice.
You're still on mute, Tiffany. Hypocrisy, you're still on mute.
I'm here. I don't answer questions directly, so let's work on that before I get a character. Just baby step.
No. We already got one. We already got one. You
come
don't
on,
answer
man.
questions directly. Jada Smith. Where's Jada at? Where's Jada at? That's short.
Jada, who is that?
Red tabletop.
Oh, I'll take Miss Jada. I mean, hey, she had a little young thing and her husband. She's lacking.
Okay, now you just lost a gang of points.
No,
Lost
I'm
a gang of
playing.
points
It was
there.
in jest. It's in jest.
Shit.
But
Yeah, we don't
Jada
like
is
her.
pretty.
We don't like her at all.
Nah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she should stop embarrassing her husband, and she needs to pull that book off. But if you like it, I love it.
Mm-hmm. Huh? Mm-mm. All right, man. We out. Hey, man. We'll see y'all tonight. 9 p.m. Eastern, man. Let's get to it, man. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Be safe. Do the right thing. See you in a couple hours, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.